So, good morning, dear friends. Welcome to day 2 of the Inter-parliamentary Meeting, today in the plenary hall of the Federal Parliament of Belgium. So we are very proud to be in here, which is a very rare occasion, a big honor for us. And before Nico will go into the chairing and discussions, I'm very happy to call on stage the Vice President of the Federal Parliament of Belgium, of the House of Representatives, to give us some welcome words. So, Wouter Vermeers, happy to have you here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, I understood you all had a gala dinner last night, and looking into the audience, I see a mix of bright, eager eyes and, let's say, some slightly more tired, watery ones. A sign of a good evening, without doubt, but no worries, we have unlimited supply of coffee in this parliament. And after all, good decision-making is best served with a strong espresso. It is my great honor as a Vice President of this Parliament to welcome you all here today in this House of Representatives and in particular in this plenary chamber. This historic setting has witnessed many crucial debates, and today it opens its doors, as I understood from the organizers, to representatives from over 20 national parliaments, distinguished members of the European Commission, the European Parliament, and leading experts and stakeholders. A special welcome also to our guest, which will arrive later today, is the European Commission Executive Vice President Teresa Ribera. Her presence here will underscore the importance of today's discussions, and we will look forward to her insights. Our gathering today seeks to chart a course of Europe's prosperity and competitiveness under the banner of the Clean Industrial Deal. While the ambition behind this initiative is commendable, it is imperative that we approach it with caution, ensuring that policies align not only with environmental aspirations, but also with economic realism and the well-being of our citizens. In the past years, I have spent many hours on these benches for interesting debates and, let's say, some less interesting ones. Some discussions here have sharpened my mind, others have tested my patience, and a few made me even question my career choices. I have to admit that my both career paths collide today, renewable energy and politics. Before entering into politics, I had my own companies in renewable energy sector. I was active in solar business, and it's quite remarkable, maybe a little bit ironic, that I stand here for you today. As an entrepreneur in the renewable energy sector, I try to make sense of complex regulations, endless paperwork, and ever-changing policies. Today, we are all part of the political class that provokes this overregulation, bureaucracy, and shifting regulation. Let's remain focused and critical, dear colleagues. Europe stands at a crossroads. The decisions we make today will impact the decades to come, influencing our economy, industrial robustness, and social cohesion. The Clean Industrial Deal proposes a continued shift towards a greener economy. However, we must critically assess whether this transformation serves the best interests of all member states and their populations. The Clean Industrial Deal still follows the principle of the Green Deal, maintaining its goal of achieving climate neutrality by 2050. While noble in its intent, these objectives have raised concerns regarding their feasibility and economic impact. Belgian and Flemish businesses, for instance, support the green transition and are committed to being part of the solution, However, the Green Deal has paid too little attention to their competitiveness. It has led to a flood of regulations coupled with various obligations and heavy administrative burdens for companies and agricultural enterprises. The new regulations are causing significant challenges for businesses within the EU, particularly impacting small and medium enterprises. Many businesses, especially smaller ones, find the additional bureaucracy stifling and costly, leading to calls for reforms in regulations. The priority of the next legislative term must be to stabilize the European regulation and reduce bureaucracy. Failing to address this will drive businesses and investments away, further weakening Europe as a competitive business location. The Clean Deal is presented as the solution to the structural challenges of the European industry, while the root causes of the crisis remain untouched. European businesses continue to struggle under an overwhelming regulatory burden, high CO2 levies, and soaring energy costs. It is also crucial, dear colleagues, to recognize that a one-size-fits-all approach may not be suitable for the diverse economic landscapes of the EU member states. Policies that may benefit one nation could be detrimental to another. Therefore, member states should retain the flexibility to design and implement energy and industrial policies that align with their unique circumstances and priorities. Moreover, the energy transition is not just an industrial challenge, it's a social one as well. While ambitious policies are drafted in conference rooms, millions of European households are struggling with skyrocketing energy bills. Families are forced to choose between heating their homes and other essential expenses, while businesses pass on rising costs to these consumers. If the energy transition is to succeed, it must be a fair transition. We cannot allow a policy designed for sustainability to push ordinary people into financial hardship. Affordability must be at the heart of Europe's energy future. And colleagues, the recent energy crisis has underscored the vulnerability of our energy infrastructure and the pressing need for a balanced energy policy. While renewable energy sources are integral to our future, we must acknowledge their current limitations in ensuring consistent and affordable energy supply. A diversified energy mix, including more traditional energy sources, remains essential to safeguard our energy security and economic stability. As we gather here today to discuss Europe's energy future, it's important to keep an eye as well on the shifting global dynamics, particularly in the United States. Under the second Trump administration, we are seeing a sharp change in energy policy. The US is expanding its focus on fossil fuels, deregulating energy production, and rolling back economic or environmental policies. This includes actions like authorizing expanded domestic fossil fuel exploration, lifting restrictions on oil and gas production, and limiting renewable energy projects such as offshore wind parks. As Donald Trump has stated, drill, baby, drill. These geopolitical shifts will have significant implications for Europe's energy strategies, potentially influencing global energy markets, investment patterns, and supply chains. As Europe works to strengthen its competitiveness and achieving its green goals, we must be mindful of these changes and adapt accordingly, especially when it comes to policy alignment and economic resilience. in the face of these global shifts. In conclusion, as we reason and debate on the Clean Industrial Deal, let's do so with a commitment to critical analysis and open dialogue. We should aim for policies that protect the environment, support the economy and are fair for everyone by embracing a pragmatic approach that respects the diversity and the sovereignty of our nations. We can navigate the complexities of the green transition while safeguarding the prosperity and well-being of all Europeans. Once again, esteemed guests, Your Excellencies, welcome to this Parliament and thank you for your attention.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for these important words. I don't know how to say Vorstervermers, sorry for that, because it's your parliament, it's your house, so it's very important for us to stay here today. Thank you so much for hosting us in this very beautiful Parliament. I have to say one thing, one important thing. I come from a not very old Parliament, but it's the house of everybody. But I'm very happy to be here in this very old and democratic House of Representatives of Belgium. I think this is a beautiful experience, not only for me, also for all the people participating in EUFORES. And I have to say one thing, one very important thing also, that being in EUFORES is not only about debate, it's also having good experience across Europe. I can remember when we went to the Bundestag, that was amazing. So I would like to thank the House of Representatives of Belgium for hosting us today on this second day of the 25th Inter-parliamentary Meeting on renewable energy and energy efficiency. As you know, yesterday and today, we are gathered here as representatives from national parliaments, the European Parliament, the European Commission, governments, the industrial sector, academia, and civil society to collaborate and discuss the energy transition and the future of Europe. You know, today is the World Day of Forests. So remember, this has us to remember that we are here to fight for the planet, for the people, and for the planet. We bet in renewables because we want a better world. To preserve our environment is also a duty for future generations. Don't forget that we want to promote renewables because we want a more competitive Europe, but also we want to protect the legacy for those that are coming next. So for us, it's real a duty to fight for decarbonize our energy sector, our industrial sector, our transport sector. We have the solutions, and we had to debate about these solutions. That's why today we have a very nice agenda to do that. I thank to all the people that is going to speak here for their commitment with EUFORES. Thank also to the team of EUFORES that you know that it's not very easy to prepare a meeting one day in the European Parliament and the next in this beautiful House of Representatives. So let's start the day. I will be very brief because after me, we have a very important speaker. She knows very well what is happening in Europe about the energy transition. Yolanda García Mezquita, that is also today with us, will speak about the key role of national parliaments in the energy transition and the modernization of Europe's industries. Yolanda holds a PhD in economics from the Universidad Autónoma de Madrid. From June 21 and 2009, she worked as economic advisor at the Spanish National Regulatory Authority, focusing on regulation and competition issues in the electricity and gas sector. And since May 2009, she has been with the European Commission in the Directorate General for Energy. So, Yolanda, please come to this beautiful place, enjoy the beautiful views you have here, but also give us your knowledge to debate today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I'm really impressed. The building is beautiful, but also it's the history behind. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure, it's an honor to be here in EUFORES, but in particular in this Belgium parliament where we live, so we feel this part of our house as well. So it's now difficult to present what we are doing in Europe, but it's at the same time a pleasure, if we move to the next slide, please, to really be here, because it means we are working together for the European citizens. We are really bringing our spirit from the European Commission, the European Parliament. Today and yesterday has been the European Council. So we are basically all together building Europe, but we are not alone. We are with the national parliaments, because we present the vision, we present the legislation, we interinstitutionally identify how we need to move forward, but we need to do it with citizens, and we need to do it with the national parliaments. So at the end, the EU legislation should be implemented at national level, so we need to implement it with you. We need to be together in this construction of Europe, and in particular to deliver results to our citizens, because this is our own spirit and your spirit as well. So we move a little bit in terms what is our vision in terms of the European Union, and in particular for the Commission. In the next 5 years, you know, we have just started the new mandate of the President, and the President Ursula von der Leyen presented the political orientation and guidance in the Parliament in July, and it's not far to what Wouter explained before. So our main set is, we have a clear direction of travel, which is the decarbonization of our EU by 2050. We have already intermediate targets by 2030, but we need to go ahead in this direction of travel very well determined. For this, we have two big avenues that we need to explore and we need to deliver. Is renewable energy, is energy efficiency, but to make this possible, it requires as well more interconnectivity, more flexible generation, demand, storage, grids. So it's a joint effort, and important. In this transition, we should keep everyone involved. The transition should be inclusive, otherwise there will not be transition. And the citizens should perceive what we are putting in front of them. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to progress in the transition, in the decarbonization of our economies, and in particular, to ensure the competitiveness of our economies in Europe. So if we move, and the next slide, please. So starting this mandate, our President Ursula von der Leyen presented in the first 100 days a clear direction of travel of this new mandate. It's not deviating from the European Green Deal, that was the previous mandate, let's say the first communication where she set the direction of travel, but in this new mandate, with the continuation of the European Green Deal, she put the focus in competitiveness. And she put the focus because we realized that in the last years, everything has been unprecedented in Europe. It started with COVID crisis, what really show how vulnerable it could be in Europe in terms of industrialization or certain segment of the industry that were not in Europe. At the same time, few years later, after COVID, in 2022, we realized as well how exposed we were to the fossil fuels, and in particular on Russia, with the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, 24 February 2022. So we realized that Europe has not natural resources in terms of fossil fuels, but we have a vast natural resources with clean technologies and renewable energy. So this is the way to ensure that we are really robust, resilient, and we can create growth and employment in Europe. We need to ensure energy security in Europe, but we need to ensure as well affordability and competitiveness in Europe. For all this competitiveness, energy security, sustainability, it goes through energy. Because energy is responsible around 75% of the greenhouse gas emissions, either in the production, either in the consumption. So the green transition means to decarbonize our energy system. So this put in the competitiveness compass, which is the vision for the next 5 years, energy at the heart. What we can summarize this competitiveness compass in 3 main elements. First, we need to close the innovation gap compared to, in the international geopolitical context, we need to close the innovation gap compared to other competitors, in particular with US or other big countries that are in the globe context. Second, we need to decarbonize, but at the same time, we need to keep in mind the competitiveness. So we need to decarbonize our economies, our industries. The answer is yes, but we need to put the focus in the competitiveness. If our companies lose competitiveness in the global markets, this is a very harmful for our economy, for our citizens, and it's going to be difficult to conciliate. So for these first 100 days, the President announced in January the competitiveness compass, but she says soon will come the Clean Industrial Deal and the Action Plan for Affordable Energy, and was tabled 26th of February. So, and the third element in the competitiveness compass that was highlighted is to increase security, and to increase security goes through to increase energy security in Europe, and in particular, we mentioned to reduce the excessive dependency. We have dependency on fossil fuels, gas in particular, but also oil. But in particular, what we have dependency, if we don't put the means, could be another type of dependency. And yesterday we discussed about the critical raw minerals. So we need to be sure that what we are doing is also avoiding that we create another new dependency with new minerals that they are in other places but not in Europe. So I think this is something, an holistic view that we need to keep in mind when we are talking about to reduce our dependencies, not only on fossil fuels, also in other elements of the value chain of renewables or critical raw minerals. So if we move to the next slide, please. Yes. So in these 100 days of the new mandate of the President Ursula von der Leyen, she has tabled what is called the Clean Industrial Deal, and the Clean Industrial Deal is like really putting the focus into main elements that is going to remain and is going to be developed during her mandate. One is we need to help the energy-intensive industry to be decarbonized. This is a fact. We need to advance in the decarbonization of our economies, and the energy-intensive industries are at the heart of this strategy. But at the same time, we need to keep in mind the competitiveness. And we need to keep in mind that we need to reduce the high energy cost in Europe. And this is crucial in this Clean Industrial Deal that we have now in front of us. And the second important element in the Clean Industrial Deal is the clean technology sector. We need to invest in clean technologies. This is the direction of travel. I mentioned the decarbonization goes through decarbonize the energy sector and to bring more renewables into the system, renewables, solar, wind, geothermal. decarbonized gases, biogas, biomethane, renewable hydrogen, because it's not only electrification the way to really increase the penetration of renewables and decarbonize. There are industries that is impossible to decarbonize with electricity. So we need to keep in mind as well renewable gases, that they are going to be part of our energy mix looking at the next years. So what are the key drivers of how we are going to put this clean industrial deal in motion? We have several elements that we need to put in place, so we have just started, but one important element is affordable energy, and this is what I'm going to focus in the next slide, how to make energy affordable in this current context and very difficult geopolitical context where we are. So the energy sector is at a crossroad. We are really in a difficult period, much better than after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia and the energy crisis that we experienced in 2022-2023, with prices that we never experienced in gas that have a contagious effect in the electricity prices. And even if we are much better, we were able to mitigate the impact of the high energy prices on fossil fuels. We are still in a difficult situation with high prices for the industry, more than double compared to the previous period, so compared to the period 2014-2020. So we are still with more than double in terms of prices for retail industry prices, which is a lot. An important element as well is like households. We have more than 46 million, which is a lot, of citizens in Europe that they are in energy poverty, that they are not able to pay the bills at the end of the month, or they have difficulties to have the houses warm, which is a drama in Europe. So this is something that we need to keep in mind. When we talk about affordability, we are talking about citizens, and something that we need to really as well remediate and mitigate energy poverty in Europe. And last but not least, we need to reduce this gap in terms of competitiveness. We have our competitors, China, US, that they have prices 2-3, or Europe has 2-3 higher prices than our competitors. So it's impacting our competitiveness, in particular our industries that they are competing in the international scenarios. So what we need to do, how to drive prices or energy costs down. First, we need to identify what are the roots, what is the origin of these high prices. And one of the elements I mentioned several times is the reliance on fossil fuel imports. Another important element, we need to advance in the integration of the energy market. We have a luxury with 30 million of habitants in Europe. This is the internal market, so we need to advance in the integration of internal market. And of course, we need to look at what are the costs of energy and to identify where we can reduce costs. So this is as easy to say, but much more difficult to implement. So we have 5 years to do it, but I will go a little bit further. Jan, please. Try to see, yes, what is in the affordable action, the action plan for affordable energy that was tabled a few weeks ago, 26th of February. We put in front of us 4 pillars, 8 actions, that this is what we have to do. There are actions that can be done as short term, but there are other actions that require more time and more work together with you, with the national parliaments, with key stakeholders. So it's a joint exercise. So starting with the first pillar is like, okay, lowering energy costs, and if we move maybe, Jan, to the next slide, I can go with. The first pillar is how to lower energy costs. And here we have actions that we can do at short term, so we can immediately put in place. The first one, how to make our electricity bills more affordable. And here we need to have a look, several elements. One is how to have more efficient network charges. So we need to have a look what is in the bill and what are the elements that could be much more efficient. What is behind the network charges, how we can improve the methodology, how we can ensure that this is really aligned with the cost to supply energy, but not additional cost that can increase the bill. Second, we need to make an effort to reduce taxes and levies in the energy bills. We have done it. In the last 2 years with the energy crisis, most of the national member states put in place measures in order to reduce some of the taxes and levies in order to reduce the bill for consumers in a period that was very difficult for them to pay the bills. So it's an instrument that the national parliaments can use, and we need to highlight as well. We need to increase competition at retail level. Some countries, and here it was mentioned before, we have different national realities, and this is a fact. So the same measure is not applicable to all, and not all are in the same situation, but it's important to enhance competition, transparency in the retail markets, and also to ensure that the consumers are empowered to really take decisions with the transparent and really the accurate information that they need. Action 2 is to bring down costs of electricity supply. This is going to take place a little bit as well, quite immediate, because one of the things that we can do is to really enhance what we call power purchase agreements. So we can reduce the volatility of the energy prices thanks to the power purchase agreements. This was part of what is called electricity market design legislation. It's in place. What we need to do now is to implement and to facilitate this cooperation or partnership between those that they want to produce renewable energy and those that they are ready to buy this renewable energy in a way that it creates certainty for both sides. Is win-win, and also it reduces the volatility in the energy sector, and it contributes to reduce prices. Something that is a bottleneck across Europe is to reduce permitting times. This is something that is a bottleneck. Is in the legislation the period to install renewables in Europe? The answer is yes, but there are difficulties to implement and to ensure that the timings or the permitting periods are fulfilled. Yesterday, Valburga explained the situation in Europe, so I don't need to repeat. But this is something that we need to pay attention from the European institutions, but in particular from the national parliaments, to ensure that the implementation is done timely and is done without delays that they are not justified. Of course, sometimes it's a question of administrative capacity. Sometimes it's a question of capacities. The local authorities are not qualified to really deal with the files that they receive. More and more, we are in the decentralized world. So those that they are giving the permits are a small administration. So we need to ensure that they are equipped to ensure that they can be diligent and they can really speed the permitting period. So this is in our hands at EU level, but also at the national level. Grid expansion and modernization, this is extremely important and was mentioned as well yesterday. We need to have decentralized generation that is coming from renewables, but we need to connect to our system. So without grids, this is impossible to do. But not any type of grids. It should be modern grids. It should be smart. We should digitalize our system. It's going to make easier and more flexible our system, and also for our consumers. So we need to put all this in place, and this should be done in the next years. Again, the vision can come from Europe, but without national parliaments, this is not possible to be done. We need to boost flexibility, and this has been mentioned as well yesterday. We were talking as well today how important it is to have flexibility. If we are to more decentralized generation with more renewable penetration in our electricity system, without flexibility, this is not going to be materialized. So we need to invest in flexibility in the demand, in the grids, in the storages. And this is a fact, and we need to go in this direction. The action 3 is to ensure well-functioning gas markets. This has been a huge, as well, elephant in the room, because, you know, the connection between gas and electricity. So we need to ensure that the markets in gas are well-functioning. We don't have natural gas in Europe. It's imported, so we need to ensure well-functioning markets to ensure that what is in our hands to remove extra costs could be done. So this is something that we are working. We have created a task force, so it will deliver results, but it's still one of the actions that is going to take place still starting this year. Energy efficiency is extremely important, and we repeat, I don't know how many times, the energy that is cheaper and cleaner is the energy that don't consume. So we need to produce more or the same with less energy. And was mentioned yesterday as well, productivity, and in this case is to be efficient with the same energy that we have to produce more or even the same, but never, to increase the intensity, because this is not the direction of our travel. So I want to really finalize with this slide as well with the consumers. We need to empower consumers because they should perceive as well that they are part of this energy transition, and in this way is when we have chances to accelerate the transition and to ensure something very important. They perceive the benefits of the transition. If we move to the next pillar, just to go to conclude, this is what we need to do to complete the energy union. This is more still in the hands of the European Union, on the Commission. So what we are going to table in the next years is in the mission letter of our Commissioner Dan Jorgensen, is in the political orientation guidance of our President Ursula von der Leyen, and Teresa Rivera will explain more what is coming next, but just to have a little bit anticipate what is coming. Electrification is coming as well, digitalization. So the key words that I have mentioned, heating and cooling strategy. We need to decarbonize our buildings. More than 60% of the energy consumption is done in buildings, so we need to decarbonize. We need to put the focus as well. Investments. Yesterday I was giving an overview of the EU funds and how to mobilize the private investments. It's a huge challenge, but it's not impossible. But we need to ensure that we create a framework in order to stimulate the private investments that they are going to make possible the transition. So this is a crucial element that will come as well with a strategy in the coming months. We need to deeper electricity market integration, again, to connect missing links, still elements of interconnectivity that have not concluded, or elements that we need to ensure that really conclude or advance in the electricity internal market. And of course, we need to implement, I didn't say it as something that is crucial, we need to implement the vast legislation that was adopted in the Fit for 55 package. We can have a wonderful legislation, but without implementation, this is not going to deliver results. And something that is very important, simplify. We need to simplify. There are promoters ready to do things, but they are so burdened in terms to put in place that they are discouraged to do. So we need to simplify at all levels to ensure that what we want to happen is going to happen. So my next slide, please, is to attract investments, but this is something that is a strategy that we want to put, and I think it's important what we are doing here together, put all together to ensure that we can cooperate in an inclusive manner and we can put synergies together. So it's member states, it's commission, it's clean producers, is consuming industry. So we need to have a holistic view of what we want, by when, and with whom. And this should be put together. This is the only way. Of course, we need to risk some projects that could be more risky than others. We need to put the financial institutions, those that they are going to bring money. So we need to bring, among others, the European Investment Bank, that they are going to facilitate the investments that we need. So this is a holistic view of what we need. Easy to put in a slide, much more difficult to implement, but not impossible. The last pillar is just to be prepared for potential crisis. This is not to alarm anybody, but of course we know the geopolitical context, and we came from COVID in 2020, we came from invasion of Ukraine by Russia, unprecedented crisis on energy prices that we never imagined, so we need to be prepared just in case. So prepare for the worst and hopefully not to put in place because it's not needed. This is going to come with a package on security supply next year, 2026, in order to ensure that we are prepared in case that there is a crisis. So the key word is preparedness. If you move to the next slide, and my last slide is just really something that is important. Whatever we do, it should deliver tangible results for citizens. So you have some numbers about savings, about how we can lower the wholesale prices, how we can be the market integration, deliver results. And this is extremely important because we need to perceive as citizens the results, the industries, the small and medium companies, the high or large industrial companies. If they don't perceive the benefits, they are not going to do the actions that they are needed. So important, we are in an impressive building. We need to come to the reality of our citizens and to put everything in place and to listen to citizens in order to ensure that we understand the reality and how to put in place what we are doing here in Europe, but to put it in the feet of the citizens and that they perceive the transition and they are engaged and they make possible the transition. The last slide, and I conclude. This is the annual report of the European Union, has been adopted exactly 1 week ago. And there is one important quote that says the proper functioning of the European institutional process includes the involvement of the member states, the national parliaments, and the EU consultative committees and decentralized agencies. This is crucial in order to succeed in this EU policy making. So this is something that we need to not only to put in a nice annual report, also to put in place every single day. And I think we are doing it today, being closer to you and listen to your questions and try to facilitate the dialogue and the cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yolanda, for this very important information for all the members of the national parliaments, giving us the timeline and the important ethos that are coming in the next years. Now we are honored to welcome to a very important guest. I will say some few words. Allow me, Teresa, today to say some few words about you in this World Day of Forest that is today. Because, as I said before, when we talk about Teresa, we are talking not only an energy transition leader, it's an ecological transition leader, but also a climate leader. So we have the duty to protect our environment, preserve our ecosystems and biodiversity. I think that our competitiveness is not going to prove if we making our forests disappear or killing endangered species. So this is an important message of commitment that Teresa has shown the last 20 years. People sometimes in the European Parliament ask it to me and to other Spanish colleagues, don't you have a Green Party in Spain? And I used to say, yes, we have one, the oldest of our democracy. Because in the last years, in the last 20 years, Teresa has managed, has shown leadership to transform our old socialist party into a Green Party, but never forgetting our social dimension. And this is amazing. And as a member of the party, I'm very proud, not only as MEP, because she has leadership and she has given proof of that everywhere in the world as a climate leader in very different negotiations. Even her enemies, there are too many, in Spain, probably someone in Brussels, recognize her ability, knowledge, consistency, and leadership. Now she's going to be the goalkeeper of the European Green Deal, and a strong defender of that. She will fight for make a better Europe for the people, of course. And of course, now she's going to make easier the competition to boost renewable energy sources in Europe as one of the solutions to fight against all the problems that we are facing right now through political instability, but also through this climate crisis. So for me, it's a pleasure to introduce Teresa Rivera, Executive Vice President of the European Commission for Competition and for the European Green Deal. Thank you, Teresa, for being here today.
Good morning, and thanks a lot, Nico. I think that what it is most important is that we work together as goalkeepers. I see lots of friends in this hall, former colleagues dealing with the same challenges, trying to do their best. People that work with different responsibilities, but all of you aiming, trying to find the way to navigate in this very complicated transformation of our system. Because in fact, when we think about the energy system, we tend to forget how embedded is in our economy, in our way of living, in our values, in our landscapes, in our industry, in the way we try to produce wealth for the society, in the way we try to ensure comfort in the households, in the way we try to perform better in industrial terms, in the way we try to make it compatible with whatever scarce resource we have around, including, of course, climate security. And very honestly, I think that in this huge mission, being humble and try to develop teamwork is very, very, very important. Trying to take into consideration that whatever we do needs the support of the people is very important. And in order to get the support of the people, we need to be sure that it is viable, it benefits the people, it is understood by the people, and people can experience the benefits of this transformation. Yes, the parliaments have lots of things to do and to say, and it is not always easy to remain consistent with the goals and to find the ways forward, because when trying to define the ways in order to fulfill the targets, we may be under different type of stress, pressures, difficulties, independently of the geographies and the national political families. So it is quite important to be sure that we identify the goals in the landscape, because at least we have a reference that allows us to find out how we can combine the different pieces. Monica was introducing some of the very key relevant pieces for this mandate. During the last mandate, we collectively at the European level found a common landscape, so to ensure that we could fight against climate change, ensure prosperity, identify the right combination and the right scale in terms of the energy change that we needed to put in place, the bet on innovation and new technologies, the importance of the infrastructures, and then we started to pave a way that, of course, show us to what extent there may be unexpected barriers, unexpected difficulties, things that could never think about, such as using raw materials as an element to blackmail our economy and to try to divide us, or the lack of a traditional ally in this transformation, raising additional difficulties in our way forward. The identification of new ways of solidarity among member states or with our neighboring countries. The conviction coming from many different players on the importance to remain within the same goals. The economic data that show that, in fact, thanks to the fact that we started a long time ago, we could save in our trade balance lots of money to the European energy consumers, including, of course, the industrial consumers. That in order to produce energy differently, in order to consume energy in a wise and efficient manner, there is a whole set of industrial opportunities around that require our attention, including services and the introduction of intelligence within the system that deserves attention. That if some key infrastructures that seem to be second-row infrastructures in a big airport fail and we get rid of electricity, there is a huge chaos that impacts far beyond from Heathrow, London, or the United Kingdom. So we start to see to what extent thinking about energy allows us to have a very broad landscape vision on what it is at stake and how we can combine things. And this sounds quite challenging. And this sounds like frightening. How in hell we are going to organize all these pieces, counting on the people, thinking on our capacities as skills, our infrastructure, our industry, our competitiveness, the price, and so many things. But we have the strength to do so, very honestly. Even if it looks overwhelming, we have the strength to do so. In addition, we have the capacity to have a view that shows differently the things that you use to take into consideration in a very defensive manner. This does not mean that there are no challenges. We were thinking about mobility and we were thinking about how we could reduce the use of fossil fuels, and suddenly we discovered that there's another big industrial power that bet on a different mobility 20 years ago, and they came out with amazing results. So we wonder where we can find the strengths to catch up, to provide alternatives, and to become industrial and economic resilient to ensure that we can provide what our people requires in terms of mobility without entering into a war, but accepting that everybody should be doing something similar, thinking on how to provide solutions that are much more climate resilient and that are much smart in terms of the energy use. And still, we have the skills, we have the strengths, we have the capacities. Because of the infrastructures, the logistics, the skilled people to make breakthroughs in technology fields, or to combine the resources, the natural resources that we have around to provide this energy. This is more or less what shows or what frames the way we are thinking about the industrial performance, the way we think about a much more secure Europe, the value chains, the comfort of the people, but also the international relations, the external dimensions, how we can relate to the rest of the world, how we should be taking this into consideration when thinking about trade, development, peace, multilateral system, capacity to speak about prosperity, even security in a very broad manner, not only because we do not want to see ourselves, to find ourselves in a vulnerable position as the one that we have been experiencing in the last years, but because there may be raw materials that come from other geographies that are asking for more development for industrial capacities and that be combined in the way we identify our needs and in the way they identify their needs. This shows to what extent this was a very important element in the kickoff of this mandate. We were thinking on how we should be tackling values, security, and competitiveness. Not forgetting, not renouncing to what we had already identified as critical elements into the future dealing with climate and green goals, but thinking how we can be more effective, pragmatic, flexible in order to achieve the maximum, enlarging the opportunities and overcoming the difficulties in a smart way. This was why we started with this competitiveness compass, showing how the different pieces could be combined, but entering into the equation the industrial piece and the energy piece as key pieces in this challenge around competitiveness. And very honestly, we came up with a clean industrial deal, we came up with the Union of Skills, we came up with the Affordable Energy Action Plan. We will be coming up with the capacity to ensure the preparedness of the Europeans against any type of shock, including climate shocks and civil protection. We came up with the Savings and Investments Union strategy proposal. We came up with the Energy Union, things that have been around for a very long time and that show us the way forward. And the way forward is deepening into the European projects, building on our complementarities, trying to overcome the borders among our member states, trying to identify all those things that allow us to identify the common ground instead of insisting on the differences that we may have. And very honestly, I don't care how each member state defines its priorities according to the cultural heritage, to the geographical conditions, to the expectations of the people. It is pretty legitimate. The question is how we can combine those legitimate national priorities with the priorities of all the other, so that we do not trade off ones against the other, but we build together the right responses. I was talking about the clean industrial deal just to complement what Yolanda has been explaining around the Affordable Energy Plan. And I like to say something that is quite obvious, but that we need to bear in mind. It is clean, it is industrial, and it is deal. And this matters because sometimes we still hear people thinking that it cannot be competitive if it is clean, or it cannot be part of a deal if we try to introduce the different goals around what it is clean or what is competitive. And no, I think that there's no industry that can last if it does not deepen into the clean drivers. There is no industry that can be built without taking into consideration the importance of counting on skilled people and society backing the products. And there is no way to count on a clean goal if there is no economic wealth. People need wealth in order to count on quality of life. This was what we intended to do with this clean industrial deal, to provide a strategic approach, counting on the different pieces, conditions that create the ecosystem, so to be feeling like willing to invest in Europe on our strengths, to update the traditional industry, to bet on the new industry, to take into consideration that we need people, we need money, we need lead markets, so off-takers, we need a proper regulation, we need an easy going in terms of how we can comply with this regulation, but at the same time fulfill the goals that we identify as necessary, not so far ago, and that unluckily they are more necessary than ever. More necessary than ever. Some additional comments. We thought that it was not going to be easy. Now we have the impression that it is going to be even more difficult than what we thought. As I said, a common challenge that drives the attention and the efforts and the energy all over the world could be a challenge, but could be easily achieved than in the case where we lose some of the key players to respond to the challenge. So we may be in the middle of different difficulties that we did not expect, but this does not mean that we should look into the past as the way to identify solutions. No, it didn't work in the past, and it won't work into the future. And in the meantime, there will be many people joining us, and there will be many people even with the federal government that seems not to be quite convinced for the time to come, that could be willing to keep on going. So please stay brave and courageous on this point, because we need it. We don't have fossil fuels. Do not think about the environment. Do not think about the climate. How we are going to work to build the competitiveness of our industrial players based on something that we do not produce. That could mean additional vulnerabilities, additional fragilities, and of course, always a difference in terms of pricing, so in terms of competitiveness. But we have many other things, including a dense and modern infrastructure that, of course, requires additional investments. This is part of what we were introducing in this affordable energy plan, thinking in terms of infrastructures, thinking in terms of how we can use the digital resources to be much more intelligent, thinking about a much more broader capacity to provide the signals to bet into the technology that we deserve. Another general comment, which is also important, because we know that we need affordable prices for energy in order to modernize our industry. We know that the most stable, predictable, and reliable operational cost to produce energy is the cost being based on renewable energy solutions, and this is good, but at the same time, we also wonder to what extent we may be only betting on the lowest possible cost. And what is the consequence of thinking only in terms of the lowest possible cost? Because if we are going to go down that lane, what is next? Thinking about the lowest possible cost. And if it is the lowest possible cost that matters, how we are going to count on the additional resources to bet on further innovation, to win the future? How we are going to ensure that we count on a society that gets the high quality of life and standards that we are promising, if we may be thinking about the lowest possible cost also in terms of labor, if we may be thinking about the lowest possible cost in the short term, but not in the mid and long term. So yes, of course, price is important, but it is not the only thing that counts according to our own standards, our European way of life and expectations. Because there are many other things, freedoms, rights, liberties, innovation, good quality of life and jobs, and so on, that do matter. This was also why we thought about providing a common ground to think about how we could ensure that the leading markets could count on off-takers that could take into consideration these other relevant values. Well, there are some off-takers that are, allow me to use this very simple way to put it, some very strong capacity, up to 20% of the GDP being mobilized by public procurement. So it may be important that when thinking in terms of public procurement, the steel, the cement, the electricity being used in public infrastructures, could take into consideration at least something that goes beyond price, lowest possible price. This is the easiest way. I mean, if you talk to anyone that needs to solve in a competing tender how you get the best offer, the lowest possible price is always the easiest way. But in fact, we want to mobilize the local industry, we want high quality jobs, we want to bet on innovation, we want high standards in terms of environment protection, labor rights. So we try to open these lead markets with these new views. Let's take into consideration that it could be a good idea to accept that at least, no, not at least, at as much as, in case it is needed, 30% of the elements being taken into consideration in this type of tenders and public procurement may be based on non-price criteria. So to open the door to this other reference. Is this going to be easy? No, it is not easy. In all our countries, we have tried in different ways to objectivize these other public goods, how we can play with local contents, with high standards in environmental terms, betting back on innovation, quality of jobs, how we can do that. Still an element that we will need to develop in the time to come. Interconnectivity. That we experienced in the past. We don't know where we may have a problem, and we underscore the importance of any of us betting on their national preferences in terms of providing energy solutions. But we need to be ready, and being ready means ensuring that the complementarities can take place and ensuring that there could be other options than just relying on the very short national capacities. This is a very key element in the Energy Union. It was the case 15 years ago already, so still. New drivers and new challenges in this interconnectivity. What about the offshore grids? Offshore capacity to produce electricity, offshore capacity to produce hydrogen directly in the high seas. What about the possibility to use other renewable gases to substitute the natural gas and fossil fuels? Still, lots of things to be done, including creating these lead markets. What about the amount of money that we need to invest? And I insist on the notion of investment in order to modernize the grids, in order to use these complementarities, in order to be much more intelligent, in order to facilitate the two directions, so offer and demand happening at the very same time, or not at the same time, but coming from the same side. We have traditionally thought that it was good, that it was the energy consumers who paid for these requirements, investment in the grids, which is quite obvious and quite a, how to say, healthy approach. But come back to this idea. We need people back in this transformation. We need people experiencing the benefits of this transformation. We know that investing now will facilitate the way forward. And investing now means lots of investment. So if we could not have smart financial trajectory to ensure that these investments take place, either we delay the creation of opportunities because we have not invested enough, or we may send back a bill that is not affordable. So let's try to figure out how we can count on this grids infrastructure package being affordable by consumers. This was why we tried to reach the European Investment Bank to see how we could get it. digitalizing the grids, counting on an expansion and modernization of the grids, thinking that these backbones, in terms of electricity, hydrogen, or gas, may require a huge modernization at a very large scale. So we will have, again, new difficulties and challenges. Is this going to happen through the traditional way we work on permitting, small pieces by small pieces? How we can combine national concerns and local concerns with the European vision about the European backbone. This is not going to be easy either. Still to be done in the time to come. And in the meantime, we will still need natural gas. I don't know what about the others. Maybe we can add oil. How we can get that? How we can use this in the smartest manner? How we can ensure that investments in efficiency takes place at whatever scale, so to be as smart as possible in the phase out of this consumption that will still require some time ahead of us. And how we can ensure that we are not blackmailed once again. This requires thinking in a broad perspective, thinking on the external dimension, thinking that there may be many other people in the world, as I said, that would be willing to count on this comfort and these expectations of high quality of life. So let's try to be smart when talking to the rest of the world. Let's try to use this opportunity, that it is not a good opportunity. I don't like thinking in these terms. I could prefer to count on everybody on board to express that we have the great potentiality of making lots of new friends or investing much more in the traditional friends in the rest of the world, because there is a large majority of human beings and countries in the world that could prefer peace and cooperation, rule of law, than imposition, war, or conflict. And there are concrete issues that could facilitate a deeper involvement of these third countries and other business communities. And energy is certainly one of them. So I think that we will be witnessing lots of things in this term. I very honestly think that this is going to be the decade of take it or leave it. And take it means working a lot, deepening a lot, identifying lots of common ground, finding ways to overcome they look like huge differences. It's not the case. The differences are much smaller than what we could think. To find out the ways to count on a very fantastic European Union where we feel proud of being Europeans and providing the expectation of that dream that was put in place, kick off decades ago, and that it still deserves a deep investment coming from all of you, political players in national and European parliaments, and of course, the business community that it is here represented today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Teresa, for this amazing speech. We are opening the floor. You know, we have, I will prioritize members of the national parliaments that don't have the opportunity to make questions to the Vice President of the Commission like a common day, so we are open the floor. I don't know if anyone wants to take the floor. If no members of the national parliament take the floor, I will open the floor to the rest. So, yes, from the Czech Republic.
Thank you for the floor. I have my speech also yesterday. My name is Wojciech Munzar from Czech Republic. I am a member of Economic Committee of our national parliament. we have a big problem in our country. This problem is over-regulation and green over-regulation, because we have no such good condition for the renewable, like in Spain, like in Portugal, or like in Germany for the wind. So we have to focus, because we are industrial country, we have to be focused on the stable resource of energy and electricity. So that we support also nuclear powers in our country. The problem is that over-regulating is bad for our prosperity and economic growing, because no society became rich based on regulation and redistribution. And we are really afraid about new EU ETS2, this permission for emission, that we see the problem also in the market EU ETS1, that has a very big volatility, and the prices are very high. And it will be problem for our people to pay more, and not only people but also the small business, to pay more the contributions for EU ETS2 in the heating system, in the life cost, in the cost of transport. So we would like to discuss, because we are now in special situation. We are in problematic international now conditions, very tough. What's happened now in Ukraine, you know what happened now in US, so we need to grow our prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you. Call it below. Introduce yourself, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm Andrés Grifois from the Flemish Parliament here in Belgium. Thank you for your speech. Thank you to be here. I have two questions. You know that in the past, Flanders has a difficult relationship with the European Union concerning climate, if I can say like that. I see also my colleague from in the past, Bruno de Back, which is now an MEP. So we had in the past quite a lot of tough discussions. But in fact, I have two basic questions. First is it not possible more to work with customer-designed regulations, if I can say like that, because Flanders has a lot of opportunities if we talk about efficiency, if we talk about hydrogen. But for example, because we are a flat country, hydropower, and because we are a very dense populated region, wind turbines, it's not that easy. So that's always what I try to ask, and I also ask it to your previous Mr. Timmermans, why not work a bit more custom-made or tailor-made propositions and regulations, so that for each region or for each member state, they find their way how they can get to the final target. The second question is, what is your answer on what I've heard a lot of if you talk with other people, and not only here, but I'm also a member of the Committee of the Regions. There I'm talking, for example, with people from Finland, from Scandinavia, other countries from the southern part of Europe. And you hear sometimes always the same feeling, a kind of fatigue. Not only fatigue concerning the regulation, but more like fatigue. Well, you know, we are doing our best and we want to be the best pupil of the class. But on the other hand, you have Russia who is doing nothing. America is almost doing nothing. You have China, you have India. So we are only a small part of the whole problem. We are doing our best, but the other big, let us say, countries are just doing as nothing happens. So what is then your answer on that kind of critics? Thank you.
The third one will be our colleague Malheiro from Portugal.
I came from Portugal. Congratulations for your exposition. We live a critical period concerning energetic sector in Europe, and also all over the world. And we must be together. And we know that we have some countries that have developed a little bit more than the others. But one way to achieve this objective it will be the interconnections between the countries. We know that in Iberia, we are more or less well concerning renewables, but we have a huge problem concerning the interconnection with Europe because the Pirineos, and I want to listen you about this problem, electrical connections and also pipelines, gas pipeline connections between Iberia and the rest of Europe. Thank you.
Okay, Teresa, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the three interventions. I think that you have raised some of the, I could not say difficulties, but challenges. Not only challenges ahead, current challenges. And all of them are fair. I could tell you back how I see the answer or the approach. First, yes, I think that we need to be very pragmatic in terms of how we provide the adequate and the balanced regulation. So to be clear where we want to be, so the horizon that show us where we want to be as the reference to combine elements, and to ensure that the way to arrive to that point is not so complicated that we lose energy and capacities and strengths and we create fatigue in this way forward. And yes, I could say that there may be many occasions where we have been so passionate about the different views that at the end, around the table with 27 different views in the Council, more than 700 different views in the Parliament, and the different views of the officials dealing with the same topic coming from different perspectives in the different services in the Commission, we may come up with such a detailed level of regulation in terms of how we can enter into the right pathway, that it becomes overwhelming. If in addition we introduce the national layers or the local layers, it may become quite a complicated jungle where people do not feel like entering into an effective manner to achieve the goals. So yes, I think that it is important to keep the balance. We have the purpose, the goals, but how we can make it happen in an easy way with the securities and the certainties and the relevant references, but not with things that may be slightly different but repeated and overlappings that do not help, and on the contrary, does do create additional difficulties. That could be the general approach, and this is why I think that this aim of how we can play with the simplification exercise should help us, not to deregulate in terms of the purposes, but to simplify in terms of how we can achieve things without missing any relevant aspect. I think that what it was intended 20 years ago when designing the European trading scheme was basically to play with the market forces, understanding that for any economic player, the reference dealing with the cost was going to be important. So introducing a manner to reflect the real cost that should not be postponed in the future, but being taken into consideration since an early moment to take decisions on how to invest, and the strategic business choices could bear in mind that was an important approach, and that was the origin of the ETS. And there was this proposal to extend the ETS towards new sectors. At the same time, I agree with you with something that I tried to reflect since the very beginning. Low price cannot be the main driver. High prices cannot be affordable for many people. So how we can take into consideration the impact on the people and the key players in order to undermine the possibility to succeed, because it could be an unfair aspect. 1 hour ago, Yolanda was speaking about energy poverty and how many Europeans will still have difficulties to heat or to cool their houses and to ensure thermal comfort at home. And they are not going to get that thermal comfort because they get an additional burden in terms of the cost of energy. On the contrary, they could be much more wondering who takes care of them. This is why the combination of and the share of their incomes being dedicated to energy normally is higher than the share of the family incomes in a wealthier family. So I think that there is a question of fairness and social justice that needs to be taken into consideration in that context. This is why I think that in this transition, deep transition, we need to be quite balanced and quite aware of the social policies that need to be taken into consideration to avoid this to happen, or the transitional costs that may be increasing the burdens for the transformation of the industry. So the understanding of what is the most adequate way to identify in an anticipated manner who may be suffering from this transition time and how we can avoid this suffer to happen, because that could break the capacity to do things, is quite important. And we need to always look into that, otherwise it's not going to work. And we need to be humble enough to introduce the corrective measures that could allow us to deliver in this field, to get the balance. You introduced another issue which was also important. Yes, but we don't have the sun, or we don't have the wind, or we don't have the hydro. How we can combine things? I have no answer on how to combine the things in each member state. I had a deep experience on how to combine the things in Spain. But what I know is that it is very important to think what are our strengths and how we can combine them. And there may be different options depending on the country, that's for sure. And I could say that feeling that it is a little bit dicey to think in such a broad manner should not prevent us from doing this exercise. Because there are many other countries doing this exercise, not only in Europe. We visited Delhi 3 weeks ago, and I was impressed. And India is not always the easiest partner when talking about energy or climate in the international landscape. But then the Minister of Energy and all the related deputy ministers came to explain us what they were doing, how they were performing, what were the expectations, and where they wanted to collaborate with us. And the figures were amazing. And the complexity and the sophisticated model that they were introducing, providing these figures in the past years, and the expectations for the coming years were impressive, all around clean energy. They also included nuclear, but in general terms, much more renewable, much more hydrogen, much more digital, much more grids, nuclear, storage, different approaches in terms of regulation, and the industrial pieces and equipments that all of that requires, and the mapping of the offshore wind that all of that requires, and the evacuation of the electricity being produced offshore because they were very densely populated, and what all of that requires, including the financial services, the engineers, and the training of the people. All of it was very impressive, but the most impressive thing was that all these sets of approaches, technology by technology, combination of measures by different means, was contextualized to explain how they were over-complying, and they still intend to over-comply with a nationally determined contribution to the UNFCCC. So, in fact, what they were telling us was that this national climate and energy plan was in fact driving their development strategy, their economy strategy, their innovation strategy, their social strategy. And I insist on this because that was the way China performed much better than what we were aware in some fields. That is the way India is trying to catch up. So it's not that because we have difficulties, the others are going to wait or we can wait. It is that in fact it's a market force. And we cannot avoid that. On the contrary, we should be smart to think, okay, there may be many difficulties, there may be many different situations, but we cannot erase the problem because we find it too difficult, too tough. We need to be quite honest on how we face this type of challenges. And this is still going to be the case. And I insist, I'm not naive. It is difficult here, it is difficult there, it is even more difficult if there are no global governance around the issue. But I think that we need to go in a responsible manner, facing all these difficulties and trying to find the best way forward. And my impression is that we are better placed than many others, individually, and even more if we act on the basis of these complementarities. And everybody understands that there may be a problem here or there, how we can combine. I came back to the interconnections. Yes, oh my God. But I think that we have a broader sense of pertinence to the European project that may help a lot. Then we come back into this international arena. Our Flemish colleague was pointing on, well, others are not doing so much. You were commenting about Ukraine shaking our capacities and so on, even more in those eastern countries that were much more interconnected to the eastern border, and then how we can combine all these things. I could say two things. First, complementary to what I have just said, I don't think that this should be taken as something that we do because we cannot do less than the others. I think that we need to do this in a very egoist manner because of our own interests, because we don't want to miss new races, and the technology race has been launched already, because we still have the means to win lots of things and to create new opportunities, because it will be necessary. So if we don't do it right now, we will be facing the consequences and we will have to react into the future, and that will be more costly and more complicated and will imply more suffer for many people. So I think that it is important to count on the global governance and to sit around the same table, and if there is a big player that leaves the table, that's horrible, but there are many others that would prefer to stick to the table, and that's our diplomacy that needs to remain, and to build that alliance. I think that politically is important for Europe. But yes, there may be lots of unexpected things. And of course, Russia and the eastern border and the tensions in neighboring countries that do not belong to the European Union, but that do rely and need to count on the European Union in these years. In the future, probably even more, but in these years, with such a big disruption coming from Russia, is introducing additional stress into our system. That I think that is quite clear. An additional reason, according to my own reading, to develop the internal solidarity and to find ways to solve the problems in such a way that it is not just, sorry, it's a Czech issue, or it is a Flemish issue. No, let's try to think how we can combine the capacities coming from different member states. Now, I was saying about the Savings Investments Union, or about the defense strategy, or about... Honestly, we have been talking about these things, Energy Union, for decades. And we were not courageous enough, or the single market, or my competition tools. who is more competitive than the other and how this combines with the cohesion policies and so on. But we have arrived to a cliff, and either we build a bridge, and that bridge is deepening into the European project and the European market and the capacity to provide answers that comply with the common interest and not just with the national interest, or we will have to go back and to accept that we cannot keep on going. And that could be, according to my own reading, a much more painful future for all of us. So it's not that I cannot enter into the detail. I cannot enter into the detailed approach on what happens at the member state level, but it is that the conviction is that the only way forward is to think how we can overcome these difficulties, taking into consideration all of this. Then last comment on the efficiency and the capacity to invest in other technologies. I think that we will need to pour our resources in this energy union angle to get this ongoing, and we will need to combine huge amounts of private investment with the blending public money or the risking facilities that come in from public banks such as the European Investment Bank, or the capacity being developed at the European or at the national level can help into this. On the interconnections, yes, I think that this is something that requires a much more clear approach. We are not going to benefit from all the possibilities if the interconnections are not there. We will be missing opportunities in terms of cost for the consumers, in terms of safety and security for the system, in terms of complementarities, and in terms of marginal cost of these investments, the grid's investments, when they are taken in a broader perspective. My impression is that after the experience that we have lived in the recent years, the possibility to come up with a huge package dealing with grids and interconnections, not only grids, but grids also, is much higher. And this was why we were introducing in the Affordable Energy Action Plan this concept, and in the Clean and Industrial Deal, this concept of a grids package being financed largely by the European Investment Bank. But the question of permitting in the backbone, finance of the backbone, digitalization, more efficient use of the existing infrastructures will be part of the same coin than developing the concrete generation capacities or the new energy drivers that will be coming up in this decade.
Thank you, Teresa. Please, an applause. Because Thank you so much, Teresa, because it was amazing. And I think that our colleagues receive a very deep answer.
Thanks so much, Walburga Hemmetsberger from Solar Power Europe, to jump in for the time being. And we will start the session with Giles Dixon, who is the CEO of Wind Europe, the European Association of Wind Energy. Please, Giles, you have the floor. As you wish.
Good morning, members of Parliament, members of the European Parliament. I'm going to show some slides. I do hope they appear on the screen. Ah, very good, very good. So permitting, thank you very much indeed. Where is permitting in Europe? First of all, I'm I'm going to try and tell you where is wind energy in Europe, but I need to know, first of all, where are the slides? Hopefully they are about to appear. I have some very nice maps to share with you. Maps that will show you exactly how much wind energy you have in each of your countries.
But Charles, you don't throw papers behind you.
No. Yes. So, very good. Thank you very much. Well done. If we could move to the first slide, please. Where exactly is wind energy in Europe today? That's the key data, how much is installed, and the share of wind in all the electricity we consume across Europe today. Next, please. You'll see some blue bars now. That's how much wind energy capacity every country has in Europe. Next, this is the share of wind energy in every country's electricity mix. It varies greatly from country to country, but every country has something. And I'm very pleased to point out to the members of the Czech Parliament that you have some wind energy as well and significant capacity to build more. And your neighbors in Slovakia are about to start building some very large onshore wind farms, thanks to the wonderful Czech company ČEZ. Now, most of what you see here is onshore wind. And most of what we're still building today and will continue to build is onshore wind, although the offshore is growing. To illustrate the dominance of onshore wind in this, I'm now going to show you this same map, just with the offshore wind. If we could move on to the next slide, please. So if we press next again, here we are. That's the small amount of offshore wind we have in Europe today. But it's growing. And the EU want us, by 2050, to have 4 times as much wind energy capacity across the whole of Europe as we have today. And that's going to take up a lot of space, both on land and at sea. We calculate that by 2050, 2% of Europe's land will have wind farms on it, and 3% of Europe's sea space will have offshore wind farms. We're very conscious of the fact that that's asking a lot of people around Europe. And we say to our members, the companies who develop wind farms, before you even think about it, you go and speak to the local community at the very earliest stage, and you explain to the local community in the town hall, village hall, or wherever exactly what it is you want to do. And if you don't engage the local communities right at the very start, and also explain to them how they're going to benefit, listen to their concerns, then you are not doing your job properly. And we are very strict with all the members of Wind Europe. They must comply with the guidelines for good community engagement. Now, next slide, please. What do people actually think about the build-out of wind? Well, this is the latest Eurobarometer public opinion poll, which shows 85% of people totally agree that the EU should invest massively in wind and solar. But we don't take that for granted. You have to keep explaining the consequences and the benefits to everybody. So, we have to build a lot more wind. How are we actually getting on? Next slide, please. Next. Here you see how much wind energy we have today. The dark blue is onshore, the light blue is offshore. Next. That is how much the EU wants us to have in capacity by 2030. Next. And that's how much we currently expect we're going to have built by 2030. We are not building enough. Why not? 3 reasons. Number 1, the slow build-out of electricity grids. The Danish company Ørsted built a huge offshore wind farm in Germany last year, 1,000 megawatts. It's standing there idle because the grid connection wasn't ready. Second reason we're not building enough. The slow pace of electrification. There are many projects for wind farms around Europe, onshore and offshore. The developer has been talking to an industrial consumer of electricity who wants to electrify the factory and wants to do that with wind, but they've put their electrification plans on hold because the business case isn't quite there. And that is, in turn, holding back the development of wind farms. But the third reason why we are not building enough is in the next slide, and it's very simple. Thank you. There it is. That is one of the permits you need out of 5 or 6 to build one single offshore wind farm in Ireland. It is nearly all still done on paper. But there is some very good news. Next slide. The EU has got it and has introduced excellent new rules to simplify permitting. Let's look at them. Next. There we are. Next. 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 The key one here is the overriding public interest, a new legal principle that says the expansion of wind, solar, all renewables, grids and storage is a matter of overriding public interest. We used to lose lots of court cases. People would appeal against the permits for wind farms, and they'd say it's going against EU biodiversity laws, and the judges would rule in favor of the complainant because all they could see that was legally binding were the biodiversity rules. Now they are balancing the biodiversity rules with this new requirement that says legally the build-out of renewables, grids and storage is a matter of overriding public interest. These are excellent rules. There is no need to change any of these rules. They're embedded in the Renewable Energy Directive. That directive is perfectly simple already and needs no further simplification. Now, how are we getting on implementing all these rules at national level? Next slide, please. One country is doing a fantastic job. This is how many new onshore wind farms Germany was permitting from 2015 through until 2022. And look what's happened since they started applying these new EU rules. Wow. We now have the challenge of building all of these new wind farms, but it's a very nice challenge to have. But Germany is almost alone here because most member states of the EU are not yet applying these excellent new EU rules. A few others have transposed them into their national legislation, but they're not actually applying them. In France, the judges looked at it and said, oh, no, we're not going to apply that overriding public interest. That goes against, how the French judicial system should be working. It may be in the national statute book, but we're not going to apply it. We have similar problems in other countries. The Commission must ruthlessly enforce the application of these rules, and the Commission must be very creative in exchanging good practice between countries. Everybody needs to know how and why it has worked in Germany. Did they spend more money on staff in the permitting authorities? Not much, no. Why did it work in Germany? It was a mindset thing. In the first month of overriding public interest, we won 3 cases in the German courts, cases that previously we would have lost, because the judges were applying overriding public interest. So the opponents of wind farms, who previously were challenging every permit, suddenly they backed off. Oh, we're not going to win every time. Be careful, guys. And the civil servants in the permitting authorities, including at local level, said, yes, the judges are now on our side. And they opened the drawers of their desks with all those outstanding permit applications, and they went bang, 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 approve. Because they were confident that if there was an appeal, the judges would back them up, and they weren't at risk of losing their jobs. Pure mindset, didn't cost anything. And that can happen in every country in Europe. And Commission, you need to be creative about sharing the good practice. Get the judges to talk to each other as well. Get the German judges to explain to the French judges. It's perfectly consistent with EU law to have overriding public interest. Now, one other aspect of the new permitting rules, which is very relevant to wind, we could look at the next slide, is the repowering of old wind farms. Here you see one wind farm. On the left-hand side, it was about 3 years ago. On the right-hand side, that's what it looks like today. It's in Navarra, in Spain. We took down all the old turbines. They were about 20 years old, and now it's only got 5 turbines, as you can see, and it's producing 3 times as much energy. That is repowering, because the turbines are so much more efficient and powerful nowadays. And the EU is now saying, legally binding, even simpler permitting for these repowering projects. About 1/3 of all the new onshore wind that Europe is going to build, needs to build, will be the repowering of the older wind farms. Now, there is something in this Renewable Energy Directive that has all these wonderful new permitting rules that is not quite so good. And it's the provision that says member states must identify acceleration zones for renewables or go-to areas. We were always skeptical about this because if you ask national authorities and local authorities to define go-to areas, you run the risk that people will think anything that is not go-to is by definition no-go. And that was not the idea at all. The idea was to speed up permitting everywhere and have a few areas, the so-called go-to areas, where the permitting was super fast. But that's not what is happening in practice. The other problem we've had is that those precious civil service resources that should be stamping those permits, in some cases they've stopped doing that. They've gone into the room next door with the maps. They're sitting down with the stakeholders. They're scratching their heads wondering where those go-to areas are going to be. This has caused a lot of confusion. Some national governments have delegated the process of identifying the go-to areas to local authorities, and some local authorities, instead of identifying go-to areas, have been identifying no-go areas. So please, Commission, you need to be very careful, and all of you at national level, be very careful how this is implemented. Now, one of the new requirements, next slide, please, is that we have to digitalize the permitting processes. You saw that white van in Ireland. Wind Europe has developed with Amazon Web Services and Accenture an IT tool which has been piloted now in some local authorities in Denmark. It's very, very simple. There's nothing complex about this. It's putting all the documents in one single portal, allowing all the public authorities involved in a permit application to share papers with each other, also making the papers and information available to the general public, so this is good for transparency. And it's great, and the case handlers have told us they were 3 times more productive as a result of having everything online. The European Commission are now looking at giving this an EU seal of approval, and we're hoping on the back of that it will be deployed across Europe. Here you see some of the feedback we were getting from the civil servants where it was piloted. Now, I've been talking about the permitting of wind farms. I've mentioned the new EU rules apply to all renewables, grids, and storage, and it's crucial now that we apply these good new principles, including the overriding public interest, to the permitting of all infrastructure, including all the new infrastructure and manufacturing capability that is envisaged under the Clean Industrial Deal. And there is a lot of it. And it's common sense. The Renewable Energy Directive has shown the way. The same legal principles can be applied to all forms of permitting. Manufacturing. The Clean Industrial Deal is asking for more investments in clean tech manufacturing. I'm pleased to share with you, in some instances, thanks to simpler permitting and to EU financial support, national financial support, we are building many more factories to expand Europe's wind energy supply chain to ensure that the build-out of wind energy can continue to be made in Europe, just as it is today. And finally, I'd like to share with you. That's the contribution of Europe's wind energy industry to GDP today. And every time we build one single new wind turbine, that is how much economic activity is generated for the economy, whether it's at the local level or national or European level. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Oops, wrong one. Thank you very much, Giles. Very impressive, also the numbers especially. And actually we call this change in mindset and the permits in Germany the Habeck effect, because it was one minister who was really working 24/7 to make this happen, and that is actually what came from it. We now have managed, or rather the technical team, thank you very much. Thank you also Jan, who found a creative solution. We have managed to bring Tom House, who had, as I said, travel issues, at least online for his speech. And yeah, Tom, you have the floor.
Very good. Good morning, everybody. My apologies for being online only. I had problems with planes. But anyway, you got a good kick-off, certainly with the Vice President, and then with Giles, who gave you the wind story and the good developments there. And perhaps that's the starting point to say that we are making substantial progress, and this is good. You may be familiar with the statistics, but overall, for the development of new wind and solar capacities, we reached record levels of 78 gigawatts in 2024. Renewables is now generating 48% of Europe's electricity, which is an increase from 45% in 2023, 41% in 2022. And all of this has reduced our fossil fuel import bill by around about 45 billion. Our import bill would be 45 billion euros more than it would be without the renewables compared to 2019. So there's a great deal of progress being made, but what is mixed news is that this is essentially happening on the basis of the first Renewable Energy Directive. We have a good set of European legislation, and Giles was outlining key bits of it, including the permitting bits. But what is an important message for today is that so much of this good European legislation is still not transposed into national legislation. We have, for instance, I think 26 infringements in place for what was called RED II, for the Second Amendment of the Renewable Energy Directive from 2018. And a lot of that still has not been transposed. And then we still have the latest amendments to the directive, which were introduced and should have been transposed by July last year. And we fear that there as well, there is very slow transposition. So it's good we're making substantial progress. It would be wonderful if we could persuade member states to fully and completely transpose all the key European legislation. We would be so much faster, because the amendments that we made to the legislation are addressing all the barriers that we've been confronting over the last 10 years, whether it's the permitting or the financing and so on. So we really feel there's a call to engage with member state governments from everybody's side to really make this message clear that progress is good. As Giles has said, it isn't fast enough. We are not going to achieve our 2030 targets at the current rate. We have some messages from the different national energy and climate plans that progress is being made, but these plans also indicate that we will not reach our 2030 targets. So we need full implementation of the new legislation for this to actually happen. Now, we have concerted actions, we have different funding programs to work with local administrations, to bring industry together to facilitate the kinds of discussions that Giles was talking about planning regimes and permitting regimes, and how to improve these and how to speed things up. So there are different tools available that we will be expanding to ensure that the local tools at the local level are provided, so that the barriers that come from a lack of administrative capacity are addressed. But again, this needs the full implementation of the European legislation. Perhaps another dimension to talk about is the way that we acknowledge that there's different resources availability for renewable development in different member states. Some are big, some are small, some are windy, some are sunny. Now, right from the very beginning, we've said, okay, if it's difficult to develop in your own member state for whatever reason, whether it's a lack of resources or difficulties of permitting and so on, then you can be doing that in another country, another member state. And we have arrangements where costs are shared and financing can be shared, whether it's through the statistical transfer, the cooperation mechanisms, the European financing mechanism. We have different ways of helping member states work together to develop these resources. And it's been used in a few cases that member states have achieved their targets as a result of developing resources in another member state. So I guess that's the background to all of this. We think there's a lot of progress has been made, more can be made. We'll hear more about the different technologies and the different particular barriers they face. On the permitting front, I mean, I agree with everything that Giles was saying in terms of the importance of this. We have the one example where the newest permitting reforms were introduced in a member state, and this was in Germany. And this made a huge difference. It really sped up the fast tracking of permitting regimes in Germany. And as a consequence, in 2024, Germany made a record expansion in its permitting of wind capacity. So that's, if you like, that's a little case study of what good can happen when we do implement all of this legislation. And I guess that's the important message today. I guess you as MPs and MEPs can engage with national governments and with regional and local governments as well to help people understand what the legislation is and help the different parties address the different barriers that they face, whether it's helping to connect on financing grounds and to look at either the European pots of money or to access the national pots of money or the EIB or whoever it might be to understand what financing regimes there are. So there's a very good role. I think it's one of the reasons why this new commission is saying that we are a commission of implementation. We have a good body of law, particularly on renewable energy, but it's requiring implementation at every level and engagement with different stakeholders who perhaps normally aren't part of the process. It's often been the case that the Commission, the Brussels bubble, produces the legislation that comes out of Parliament and Council, and that then goes, as it's a directive, it goes to the member states who implement it at national level, and voila. But in fact, we're now saying that simply is not enough. There needs to be much greater engagement at all the different levels and a much bigger push by a range of different stakeholders, including parliamentarians, to ensure that the urgency of implementing the legislation is understood and that it's completely implemented, fully and properly implemented. So I think we have some good examples, and Giles has mentioned some. You'll hear more from the solar world. But I think the different pieces of legislation are there. We came forward after all the Renewable Energy Directive stuff. We came forward with the market design stuff, and that's a big theme of the latest pronouncements coming out of the Commission. The new Commission adopted just last week its Affordable Energy Action Plan. And here again, we've said the legislation is there. We need to work on implementation. We're going to work on making electricity more affordable so that we spur the electrification in other sectors. We're going to tackle further and in greater detail at a more granular level what's going on with financing, with permitting, with grid development. So we're taking steps on every front, at addressing every barrier we need to address. But it's great that the parliamentarians such as yourselves can understand this as well and help engage, help send this messaging of the urgency and the importance of implementation. I'll leave it there, but happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
Well done, Tom.
You know, you have to get better. We can feel that you are a little bit sick.
No, on the plane. He was,
On the
he lost
plane.
the
No,
plane. The other one was sick.
I think that there was a cough. So now we move to
No, say that first,
SEDA,
and then
SEDA first, for Can Europe Climate Action Network, that is a very important NGO that, as the name says, fights against climate change. So the floor is yours, SEDA.
Yes, hi everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we are approaching almost lunchtime, so I hope my intervention a bit gives you the adrenaline, but also some appetite for further discussions. So yes, today I'm here to share the civil society's view on the energy transition and how we can accelerate the renewable energy revolution in a fast, fair, and nature-friendly manner. We can go to the second slide, please. Yes. Yeah, so as Mr. Casares was saying, I'm representing Climate Action Network Europe, and we are the leading NGO coalition working together with our members for an urgent and just climate action aligned with the goal of the Paris Agreement to limit the global warming to 1.5 degrees. So we have members from across Europe. We bring together more than 200 climate, energy, and nature and development NGOs working together, so how we can really accelerate the energy transition, so transition away from fossil fuels to 100% renewable energy. So as civil society, our work on the energy transition is guided by the Paris Agreement compatible energy scenario. So we actually modeled a civil society, we came together, so we said we want to achieve climate neutrality in Europe, aligned with the Paris Agreement role, and actually we rolled our sleeves and we did a modeling of the both demand and the supply side across the whole sectors in the European economy. And what we actually show with our energy scenario is that in Europe, we can achieve climate neutrality based on a 100% renewable energy system and already by 2040. So this really means our energy scenario, the modeling shows that countries, because we also have aggregated country-level pathways, the countries together, we can phase out coal already by 2030 and all fossil fuels by 2040, and nuclear power will no longer be needed. So as you can also see in the graphs, this will require substantial increase of the capacities of solar, onshore and offshore wind we have today. So this means 6 times more solar by 2040, almost 6 times more wind offshore by 2040, and wind onshore 3 times more. And obviously, this is not only about substantially increasing the renewable energy supply, but this energy transformation will also require working on the energy demand. Because without the energy demand reduction, our economy is not going to be able to achieve the required level of decarbonization by already 2040. So when we look at the renewable energy system, how it functions, that it requires flexibility. So the whole system will be a flexible energy system, meeting demand with supply, and also enabled by the transmission, energy storage, both short-term, like batteries, and long-term by hydrogen used as energy storage and the e-fuels. So as I said, this is really enabled by the demand side and demand reduction across the key demand sectors like buildings, transport, and industry. And as you can also see in the graph, already by around 2035, we actually illustrate that the European power system can be already almost fully based on the renewable energy, primarily powered by wind and solar. So the difference you might actually ask, you might be hearing a lot of different EU energy scenarios, and you might ask me, but what is really the difference between the NGO energy scenario and all the energy scenarios by the European Commission and by different think tanks? So our energy scenario actually reaches climate neutrality 10 years before the EU scenario, not 2050, by 2040. And not only actually it shows it's technically feasible, but also it generates €1 trillion by 2030 in the co-benefits. What it means co-benefits, it's really welfare and really reduction of the health costs. So as Mr. Ribeiro was also talking about the welfare, so welfare is how do we really measure welfare, right? Welfare is also measured by how the citizens living in what kind of economies and how their health is also protected. So we show that all these benefits generated by this ambitious pathway reaches already €1 trillion by 2030. And obviously one big key enabler is the high electrification rate. Today, since years, the electrification in the EU has been stalled at 23 degrees. I see the colleague from Smart and nodding. Indeed, so we really need to put all hands on deck on the electrification. So our modeling shows high electrification rate by 2040, reaching tripling the current electrification rate in the economy can actually enable really the full system going 100% renewables. So today is the day of forest, and we all acknowledge that the climate and biodiversity crisis are twin crises, and also we are facing serious pollution crisis as well. So the balancing the biodiversity protection and restoration with the rapid renewables and grid expansion is really one of the biggest challenges that we are facing today, we can admit. So we really see the European energy transition is like building a high-speed train. So we need to reach the destination, right? The speed is very important, but it's also very important to lay the tracks carefully and meticulously. Charles, I will challenge you on that, as you were saying that the authorities are scratching their heads trying to figure out the spatial mapping, because if we want harmony with nature, we say location, location, location. And from our view is that it's actually great. The authorities are coming together with stakeholders, including industry, nature conservation NGOs, DSOs, TSOs, and looking at the country, looking at the energy planning of the country, and saying, okay, this is the amount of energy we would need, and where should we be putting all the renewables? Not only looking at the sensitivity, the biodiversity sensitivity areas, but also looking at the energy infrastructure, the grid availability, potential for wind and solar. So this exercise is not coming nowhere, because this is actually mandated by the revised Renewable Energy Directive. So already by May 21st this year, so the member states are mandated to do their spatial, so the coordinated mapping of all suitable areas suitable for grids, storage, solar, and wind. Are they doing this? Where are they? So we did a bit of an assessment a couple of months ago to see where the member states are. Yeah, there are significant efforts in many member states, but they also see that the lack of capacity, the lack of investments in the capacity of the civil servant, permitting authorities since years is the result of the delays. So this is, you were also talking about digitalization. Many systems are not digitalized. The biodiversity data sets are not available, so there is still a lot to do. So as a second part of the exercise, they are required to designate acceleration areas by next year. So these will be really the crucial exercises, and if your member states get it right, these can be really the game changer. And obviously the second important element of balancing biodiversity protection with the renewables expansion is the nature inclusive design. And if you ask me how we are actually working, is that we work a lot closely with the industry, looking at the solutions, looking at the challenges, how to really harmonize the renewables and grid expansion together with the nature protection, but looking at also the nature restoration law and how actually the different targets can come together. And one concrete example I can give you is the Ocean Coalition, where we come together with the offshore wind industry, and we really look at the solutions, share best practices, and we believe such platforms and such initiatives can be really a game changer in the way we can expand renewables. So we talk a lot about the technology, cost, to some extent also biodiversity, but the one element really important in the renewable energy expansion is the people. So how do we really garner, how do we really mobilize the much needed public support that we need for the big speed and the big gigawatts that we need to deploy, not only until 2030, but beyond until 2040 to reach the climate neutrality. So these are really the people, the public support is the key element to build the energy secure and resilient Europe. And you can already see, I put some clips from the media outlets, is that Giles was mentioning that in general, there is 85% of Europeans supporting renewable energy projects. There is this widespread enormous support. But when you really look at the project level in the local areas, this support does not always materialize. So local communities might have still concerns over impacts on biodiversity. They feel excluded from decision making. They feel the processes are not transparent enough. And not only the valid concerns, and these concerns are also hijacked and used by those spreading misinformation and disinformation of the technologies that we desperately need to deploy. So what I will say is that the good news is it's not all doom and gloom. There are really many, many good examples mushrooming across the EU where we see project developers are working with the local communities and already looking at different mechanisms to share benefits. So I also put one town example, Mr. Casares from Galicia, one wind developer actually helping and paying the electricity bills of the local residents. But however, these examples are not standardized everywhere. We see the good examples. The developers are really going the extra mile, but this is not the case everywhere, and this is really fueling the local opposition. So what we really need as civil society, we need some common standards, some common minimum standards, which can actually lay the minimum ground, and then also and those developers who want to go the extra mile can go and can really be the best in the class, and we need many best in the class today. So yes, citizen energy. So we all agree that all citizens, we need to access locally and clean energy sources. So citizen energy can be in different forms, in self-consumption, individually putting the solar panels on the roof, or collectively coming together as energy communities, or actually also engaging in the energy sharing schemes. So the good thing is that we have the good EU regulations already enabling this. The electricity market design has been revised, enabled the energy sharing. And already you might actually see in the affordable energy action plan that households can save between 500 and 1,000 euro per year by participating in energy communities. So as civil society, when we really look at the community benefit sharing and the engagement of citizens, we say community energy is the gold standard. And recent survey actually showed that almost 80% of the citizens, they want their governments to financially support the energy communities because they deliver enormous benefits. Not only they produce renewable energy, but they can also support those solidarity schemes, support those who are in the energy poverty. If you just take the bus and go to a municipality, Eklo, you will see a powerful project who are already engaging those citizens who are energy poor and helping them to pay their energy bills. So there is an opportunity with the upcoming citizen energy package to really make us to really go to the next level, to really enable citizens to be really active participants in the energy transition. But before we introduce new laws and packages, the key is implementation of the current regulation and directives. If we look at the member states, the clean energy package hasn't been properly transposed and implemented, and it was in 2019. So there are still important financial regulatory barriers hampering the citizens to self-consume and to participate in energy communities, and this needs to change. So I will stop here, and my key message that I would like you to take home is the implementation, implementation, implementation. We hear a lot of voices calling for simplification, deregulation, but we have really solid EU regulation and directives offering solid frameworks, and if there is robust implementation at the member state level, we can really achieve the accelerated renewable energy transition. And as civil society organizations, both at EU level, local and national level, we are here to help you and to make the energy transition a successful story. So thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Seda. You mentioned some things that were important during the debate of the directive, and gives me the opportunity to remind to Giles why the acceleration areas are in the directive. Acceleration areas are the place where the resources and the lack of affection matches. These are the places to install renewables in an accelerated manner. And why? Because we can see less opposition and more public acceptance in those places with less affection, for example, to biodiversity and to cultural heritage of the people. That's why we try to manage, and we did it into the directive, a new article that wanted to take into account the public participation, not only in the design and planning of the projects, but also in taking the benefits. And you mentioned one of the benefits. You mentioned one town very well known in Galicia because they pay the bills thanks to the wind deployment. But with no acceleration areas and with no well-designated planning, we had this problem that you mentioned also in the northwest of Spain, a storm of low suites trying to undermine the wind deployment. And that's happened because there were not a good planning from the regional authorities. And now we are paying this disaster. So the acceleration areas, I can understand what Giles said. They are trying to design the maps and they are not putting stamps. Probably it's happening. But meanwhile, we don't have the accelerator areas. Then we will have the opportunity to boost there and then think how to engage people in other areas that have very poor affection also. But sorry for this, for giving my opinion as moderator, but I think this is good to point that, yes, it's not the legislator sometimes are crazy. We are crazy sometimes, it's true. But in this case was, I think, well designed. We had to wait and see because at the end, the Renewable Energy Directive, if it's transposed, like is the case in Germany, works properly to increase the potential of renewables and development of renewables. Now I welcome Paul Gulra again from Solar Power Europe. I think that she's going to speak different things than yesterday about the Renewable Energy Directive. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Nicolas, for the introduction, and thanks a lot for this opportunity again. It's difficult, obviously, to be the one between you and lunch, so I will try to make it short. I've been talking very comprehensively about solar yesterday, so I'm not going to repeat myself. But I would like to deep dive on one subject that I just very quickly, very briefly touched upon yesterday, which is how we can go faster. There's a lot of things. Permitting plays a role, digitalization plays a role. We need stronger grids. But there's one thing where we can take a shortcut, and which makes it possible that we are maybe not just reaching our goals on renewables by 2030, but how we can be bolder, faster, supporting Europe's security, supporting Europe's competitiveness, and doing our share when it comes to combating climate change. And that is flexibility, and that is storage. So I would like to just spend a couple of minutes on that storage topic, because I do think this is what we need, where we can go fast and where we can take this shortcut I was mentioning. And maybe to introduce that topic, China is having already more than double the capacity on storage than we have, battery storage. The US, interestingly enough, for different reasons, because their grids are not as strong as in other parts of the world. But the US also is having an attachment rate of batteries to PV of more than 50%. So when a solar system is installed, in more than 50% of the cases, already today, storage is installed together with it. What we do see is, if we want to get to levels where we complement solar, where we complement wind, and where we make our renewables 24/7, that's what industry asks us. That's what also the energy system asks us. We need 13 times more storage than what we have today. I was mentioning that yesterday. Now, just two things, deep diving a little bit on why this is beneficial, but then also giving you some cases where we see that happening already, and where we can take some best practices for other regions and for the geographies that you're presenting here. Now, the benefits. First of all, it's a much better use of resources if you're combining solar with storage, wind with storage. We are wasting much less energy, because you know that we more and more have the problem that we have curtailment. We need to curtail in our renewable sources. We have negative prices, so you are balancing that out, and you're also saving on land resources. That's the first thing. Grid management is improved. I do know, living in Belgium, that again and again in summer, where Belgium is a country that has a lot of solar, again and again, we see these media reports that, oh, we have too much solar in the grid and we cannot go more into solar, cannot go faster. With more storage in the system, you're balancing that out and you're helping the grids to cope with storage, to cope with PV. And then the lower costs, to give you a couple of figures. The IEA, the International Energy Agency, has modeled the benefits of storage. And on the cost side, the LCOE of solar and storage compared to the LCOE of coal in China, in India, and gas in the US is in some cases more than 20% cheaper. We are coming up with a new study next week on hybrid solar, so combining solar with wind, combining solar with storage. And if you're doing that, these hybrid systems, in many cases, you can reduce your LCOE by 10%. So stay tuned for the report that we will be launching next week at our Solar Power Summit. And then a very practical example, and not talking about studies and modeling. Just last week or a couple of days ago in Scotland, the world's first battery project was launched, offering stability services to the TSO there. It is using, by the way, European technology on the inverter side, SMR technology. Black Hill Rock Battery is the name. And this single project will lower consumer bills by over 200 million euro over 15 years. It's a single project. Imagine the potential replicated across Europe. Now, coming to what policymakers can do in order to facilitate the rollout of storage. Because At European level, we have very good rules already. Now, implementation is key. So first of all, obviously, it's about financing, it's about funding, it's about incentives on the financial side. Tax incentives, there are some programs where the upfront costs can be reduced by 10 to 30%. Grants that are easing the CapEx investments. And some other support mechanisms we see that are benefiting the uptake of storage. But much more important even is the regulatory framework. And this is where we can really take the shortcuts without having to crash the numbers. Some examples. I know that there is a Czech colleague here. In the Czech Republic, you have the Green Savings Program since 2022. And that is financed by the Modernization Fund, which has already led to the Czech Republic being one of the front runners when it comes to home batteries. The attachment rate there is flabbergasting, around 80%. 80% of the new PV systems are connected with batteries, which makes the Czech Republic one of the front runners when it comes to batteries. Then we have Italy, where, first of all, the ambition is high. Italy has set itself a high ambition of 71 gigawatt hours of storage by 2030. But that is also connected with the electricity storage capacity procurement mechanism, MASCA scheme, which is making sure that there is auctions which are providing stability in terms of income for storage projects for the next 15 years. And then the last one I want to mention is a German example, very fresh, the German Solarspitzengesetz, which would be translated something like Solar Peak Act, that has been adopted recently, where you don't get remunerated under your feed-in tariffs if in times of negative prices. So you might think like, oh, bad for solar. But no, it is positive, because what it does is that it makes people think about storage. And if you install a smart meter, you're getting reimbursed later, 20 years later, and basically your feed-in tariff is prolonged. So all of these regulatory frameworks should be an inspiration for others who do not have those regulatory frameworks yet, incentivizing the take-up of storage and making sure that we can go faster in the energy transition. Planning is very important. Today, we only have 9 countries where the national energy and climate plans are looking into storage. So it needs to be taken up in the planning. And there's a lot of things that still need to happen on, for example, double grid charges, which are detrimental, obviously, when you charge double for the storage assets that you have in many countries. Price signals that need to be improved. Time of use tariffs are very, very positive in this regard, and I can go on with a long list. So there's still a couple of regulatory frameworks that need to be changed, and we will be setting out all of that also in our paper next week. But this is really, again, a shortcut you can take in order to go faster, and I can only encourage you to look into the best practices. We will be able and happy to provide you with all these examples to get some inspiration for the countries you're coming from. Thanks very much.
So Nico ran for an urgent phone call, so I would say to the 3 speakers who are in the room, let's say we collect 3 questions from members of parliament. If there are some, if not, Raquel, who you would like to come in, please switch on the microphone.
Okay.
And say exactly who you are and to whom the question is, probably.
Okay, thank you. I'm Raquel Mendes from EDP. I would like to thank Walburga from the good thing that she said now, that we should share the best practices. This is something that we have been asking for a long time. Giles also reflected this when he shared the numbers from Germany, which is a mindset transformation that we need to have in the sector. Now, regarding the speed up of the wind deployment, we have here that Europe has an ambition target for wind. So by 2030, it should arrive more than 400 gigawatt of installed capacity, starting from around 220 gigawatts a day. So it's a huge effort, I believe, but I'm not here to judge anything, so I think it's feasible. But there are for sure some conditions that have to be accomplished. And one of the keywords that SEDA also referred a lot is implementation. So we do have a vast amount of legislation that needs to be transposed at the national level, starting from the RED III directive and the market design. So we have action plans on wind and grids that have been issued by the Commission, which need follow-up. How is this going to be done?
Wish to come in, Giles Borgie?
Yes, thank you very much for the question, Raquel. So there is 231 gigawatts of wind capacity in the EU today. The Commission wants us to have 425 by 2030. As things stand, making reasonable assumptions about the transposition of EU law, we expect to have 350 gigawatts, so we will miss the target. But even getting to 350 requires progress on the implementation of the new permitting rules, progress which we are not seeing today. So maybe we don't even hit that 350 gigawatts.
Maybe on the numbers on solar. So as I said, we are at 330 gigawatt today, and we expect to be at 750, so at least 750. That's the goal of the European Commission by 2030. So that's our medium scenario. For the first time, we issued a low scenario that is not hitting the goal this year in our European market outlook, and that is because we see indeed some major bottlenecks on grids, and this is why my speech on storage, because we are a little slower on grids, even if we have to do a lot on that. But storage will be key together with electrification. So this is really key in order to not just get to the 750 gigawatt, and we're confident, but to surpass it for the reasons that I mentioned.
Okay, Bruno.
Thank you. Bruno Tobak, a member of the European Parliament for Belgium. I want to, just before we go to lunch, touch on maybe a bit of a sensitive subject, so everyone can afterwards relax. Maybe to Jazz and Walburga, I heard Teresa Ribera say, and I think she has a point, that we need to look at the problem of electricity prices in Europe being linked to gas. The electricity market design, as most of us know, makes that link. Now, it is logical. It makes sense because it's a simple system. But it is in a sense also perverse because it hides the fact that producing renewables is in many cases very cheap once the original capital expense has been done. And at the same time, the electricity that we sell on the market is not cheap, which causes huge misunderstandings among the public, thinking that the more windmills we set, the higher the prices go. This makes no sense. Creates a backlash against renewables, and at the same time, it means that renewables do not help enough to make sure that we do bring down energy prices, which is a target both for competitiveness and for prosperity. Now, I know it's a touchy subject. Which is, of course, why we need to discuss it. Because obviously, right now, those price peaks and the link with gas is a compensation for the negative pricing. I do think we need to look at a better system that will translate into cheaper energy prices and electricity prices in particular. Because right now it is discouraging electrification, the way we do it, which is also not good for the renewable sector. So I was wondering where your thinking stands, because just the generic statement, stay away from the EMD and leave us alone, I don't think it's helping us right now. I do think we need to be a bit creative. I was wondering how far has your creativity come? And how far do we need to go together?
Go ahead, Giles.
Thank you, Bruno. It is a touchy subject indeed, and there are strong arguments on both sides, for and against sticking with the current system of marginal pricing. The argument for retaining the current system is that it is a system that gives clear signals to investors to invest in the renewables that we need to build and that the energy intensives themselves want us to build. And the Commission are very clear they want to stick with the system, at least in the wholesale markets, but they will decouple in the retail markets. Now, there are two things that we can and should be doing to help the energy-intensive industries. One, gas is driving the electricity price. Therefore, you need to reduce the number of hours in the year where we're producing electricity from gas, and it's driving the electricity price. In Germany, gas-fired power generation is only 15% of electricity, and yet the gas price is driving the electricity price for over 5,000 hours a year. And that's because when people feel that the wind and solar is going to be short and they need some flexibility, they go to the gas plants and say, please turn yourselves on, just for a few hours. If there was much more storage in the system, they would go to the storage and say, we need you for a few hours, please. And we wouldn't be going to the gas plants, and we'd be significantly reducing the number of hours where gas is setting the electricity price. Second thing we can and should be doing is looking at possible exemptions from grid fees for energy intensives. Ursula von der Leyen is doing her steel dialogue, chemicals dialogue, other dialogues with energy intensive sectors at the moment, and these ideas are on the table. And of course, we've got to strip the non-energy and the non-grid costs out of electricity bills. There's a lot of rubbish in electricity bills today, and it's good to hear the Commission saying that they want to get rid of it.
Maybe to just complement, we're very much agreeing with what Giles has been saying, very much aligned, the wind and the solar sector in this question. Maybe just to complement with a couple of figures. In our flexibility study that we did, we're showing that indeed if you're adding storage, the wholesale prices would come down 25% by 2030. And even 33% by 2040. So this is the way to go in order to make sure that the gas price is not setting the price of the electricity price too much. What I also understood is from Mechthild yesterday, when she got a similar question, is that the European Commission is going to look into how to reduce the gas price rather than to throw the baby out with the bath. And to lead to insecurity for investors, which would have the counter effect of going faster.
Okay, thanks a lot. Let's wrap up. We are a little bit late because the discussions are so intense and really rich. Walburga and Bruno promised too much. It's not the lunch break yet. It's now another coffee break. I'm very sorry about this. But the plan is we all go out here to the coffee break, but we take a group photo again here around the table. Then we go to coffee break. At 13:15, we will have these 4 parallel workshops. The one on the North Sea will remain in here, and there's the 3 committee rooms outside where the other 3 workshops will take place. I will be in the one room number 2, and there will be a member of parliament from Ukraine also coming in, so very interesting. And then we hope at 14:15 we'll have lunch together. So please come around, photo, then coffee break.
Good. So let's start. We are a bit late. What I propose is that, because we are now more a cozy group of people, that everybody, so here you see who is here. Matt from National Grid. Matt has worked for very, very long with the British government and then afterwards with National Grid. He's one of the most knowledgeable person on grid building in the North Sea. And then we have Janina. So be aware, the North Sea has now a much deeper dialogue between the transmission system operators of the different countries of the North Sea. And of course, you need wind turbines, but the wind turbines without cable does not function, and the cables, in a certain sense, need to anticipate what is happening. So I think we have 2 excellent experts of this North Sea development. Myself, I'm from Luxembourg. Be aware that Luxembourg is a part of the North Sea without having 1 single meter of access of the North Sea, but Luxembourg is part of Benelux, and the Benelux Secretariat was basically the secretariat for this North Sea cooperation. And personally, when I was a member of parliament, I created the North Sea parliamentary group. So we had parliamentaries from all the North Sea countries to push for this agenda, which was always a bit of a wish that North Sea would develop. And now, with the ministers also having decided 300 gigawatts, I think now the story gets real. And maybe in order for us to be better aware who is in the room, that just say who you are, so we can better anticipate also to be targeted in our basically input. Yeah, maybe we start with Norway.
I can start. My name is Ola Elvestuen. I'm from the parliament in Norway.
Marcus Fischer with Ørsted.
Go ahead.
Yes, Pauline Fornals from Wind Europe.
Pierre Martens, also from Ørsted.
Can you hear me? Philippe Dumitriou, Director of FEDEREN, the European Federation of Regions and Energy Agencies.
Hello, I'm Barbara Tlamikova. I'm the representative of Chamber of Deputies here in Brussels.
Sorry, Chamber of?
Czech Chamber of Deputies.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, hi. Seems to be I'm the only deputy in this room. Petr Fivka, Chamber of Deputies, Czech Republic.
And I'm Anne van Eycken from the European Solar Shading Association, but I'm Belgian, so interested in the subject.
Okay. Good. Who starts? You start? Ladies first?
For me, it's fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Should I start? Or
Yeah.
do you like
to you
to start?
entirely.
Yeah.
Okay, I can start if you like
Yeah.
to. So I have a presentation with me, so maybe you
Okay,
can
but
switch it to the
presentation,
slide.
Yeah, but maybe we have
Matt,
Matt's presentation.
and then Matt is
already,
starting.
Then Matt starts.
Technic is leading.
So, hello everyone. So I'm Matt Hind. I'm Head of European Affairs for National Grid, based in Brussels. As you can obviously guess, I'm British, but also thanks to the welcoming nature of Belgium, I'm also a Belgian citizen. And 15 years ago, when I first worked with Claude, I was the British energy negotiator to the EU. So
tough negotiator, I can tell you.
So yes, been rather a long journey, but I'm now happily a European citizen again, and I spend a lot of time working on post-Brexit UK-EU cooperation. So I'm going to talk a bit about the economic benefits of closer UK-EU cooperation in the North Seas. You might be wondering why National Grid has a UK transmission system operator, has a representation in Brussels. It's because of interconnection. We're a regulated business that owns the big power lines in the UK and in the US, but then we have a separate business unit which owns the majority of the subsea interconnector fleet with Europe. Could we skip on just one slide, please? So the slide you can see basically sets out those interconnectors. We built the first one across the English Channel back in 1986, the Interconnexion France-Angleterre. It's still working. It's now backed up by Interconnexion France-Angleterre 2. And we have other interconnectors with the Netherlands, Belgium, Norway and Denmark. And Norway and Denmark are the two longest subsea interconnectors in the world. And that all equates to 7.8 gigawatts of capacity for interconnection, which flows clean electricity in both directions across the North Sea, from where it's abundant to where it's needed. I mean, that is about 3 large nuclear power stations. So it is a substantial amount of the UK's generating capacity. 3 things I want to talk about today. The importance of the North Sea for both the UK, the EU and the EEA in terms of the opportunity for energy. Where we are now on UK-EU cooperation and the challenges we face and how we might fix them. So, in terms of the importance of the North Sea for Northwest Europe for decarbonisation and security, I mean, I think everyone here is probably aware of the potential. The North Sea is shallow, it's windy, it's surrounded by population centres and industrial centres. I mean, it really has excellent potential for offshore wind. And the number that always sticks with me is the average load factor in the North Sea, which is, I think, still around 55%, which is extremely significant in terms of generating capacity. In April 2023, 9 North Seas countries, including the UK in its first major move post-Brexit, signed the Ostend Declaration, which sets out cumulative targets for offshore renewables going up to 300 gigawatts by 2050. I mean, these are very tough and very ambitious targets, but they do represent a substantial part of Europe's ambitions for decarbonisation. And it's not just about decarbonisation, it's also a key issue for energy security. As I mentioned, you know, offshore wind has a substantially higher load factor than other renewable generating sources. That means actually the amount of gas you can offset via building out offshore wind in the North Sea becomes very substantial. And I think one point I do want to make is the UK is still physically part of the EU's gas and electricity markets. There's a clear interdependency between us, and the best example of this is 2022, when the UK played a key role in Europe's energy security after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. 16% of the total amount of gas that came into EU storage in 2022 came via the UK transmission system and LNG terminals. But on the electricity side, the combination of French nuclear fleet being on outage reversed the UK-French interconnectors completely from the historical basis, where it was 90% imports from France into the UK, from French nuclear, 10% imports from the UK into France. That turned completely to 90% imports to France to help with the French nuclear fleet outage. The same thing happened with Norway to an extent because of the curtailment of hydro plant generation during 2022 because of the droughts. So we're really on electricity, the UK is quite important as well to European energy security. So we're physically connected in the North Sea, we're still interdependent when it comes to security of supply, and fundamentally we can help each other for mutual benefit when it comes to the energy transition, not least in terms of reducing costs, increasing affordability, and providing benefits for UK and EU citizens. And in this context, I want to specifically talk about the recent study from Breakthrough Energy in Beringa, which looked at those economic benefits. So just very quickly though, but where are we now in terms of UK-EU energy cooperation? So obviously we left the internal energy market in 2021, but I think the first thing to say is energy is not like the other sectors. It requires rules for cross-border trading due to the physical nature of the market. And it was quite a challenge to explain this to everyone if they hadn't focused on energy policy before. The negotiators who agreed the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, though, in 2019 did understand it, and the energy title of the TCA is the most detailed part of the trade agreement. And we've made some progress in the last few years. We have a Memorandum of Understanding on North Sea Energy Cooperation, and following the Ostend Summit in 23, National Grid Ventures joined together with TenneT and others in the Offshore Transmission System Cooperation Group, and that tries to get to grips with some of the key issues we need to answer in terms of fully developing the North Sea. And it works very well. Those include how to share costs and benefits between partners when we're building out large-scale infrastructure, the necessary market arrangements to ensure efficient electricity trading, how we build our supply chains so that we can meet the targets. And as we deploy more infrastructure, we also need to consider coordinated planning of that infrastructure. So we put the right cross-border projects in the right place. And I think that issue's come up a number of times this morning. This is all particularly important because we're on the verge of building the next generation of cutting-edge projects, cross-border hybrid projects linking offshore wind farms to interconnectors, which will connect offshore wind to multiple markets so we can move the power to where it's needed when it's made. However, whilst the TCA does have this detailed energy chapter, there are a number of technical issues that aren't working and we need to fix them. And I'll come back to this point in a couple of minutes, but given the situation Europe's in at the moment, I include the UK on that, the challenges we face, we really should be doing the things that are under our own control to fix, and energy is one of them. So the major issues that are problematic at the moment are inefficient electricity trading, a lack of coordination between UK and EU authorities in the North Sea, and the fact that we have separate carbon trading systems which are about to be hit significantly by the carbon border adjustment mechanism. And fundamentally, the point I would just want to get across today is all of these things make things more expensive and more difficult in the North Sea, and make it more expensive and more difficult for us to meet our targets and produce affordable electricity. So I have to say, of course, we do understand that we're no longer part of the EU, so some of this stuff is going to be difficult. As I said, this is all about mutual benefit. Taking them one by one, inefficient electricity trading. So electricity is not traded in the same way as other commodities. You know, generators sell to power exchanges who contract with interconnectors to sell their electrons to neighboring power systems. You've got to have rules for that. And I mean, the best example I've heard of this is in terms of the market coupling system across Europe, which saves billions per annum. I mean, I think it's something like 24 billion per annum. It's effectively like a one-click trading system. It's like being on Amazon. You buy the commodity, you buy the transport, and you buy the route simultaneously. It makes it highly efficient. Post-Brexit, the UK left that, and instead of having that integrated one-click experience, you now effectively have traders with a pencil and paper buying the commodity separately from the transport, separately from the routes. You can imagine that's just not very efficient. And we know it's costing UK and EU consumers money. The Trade and Cooperation Agreement does try and fix this. There is something in there called multi-regional loose volume coupling. Every time I say that word to anyone who's been working on it, they either run away or slam their head into the table in depression because it's not going to work. It's too complex. You're adding a level of complexity onto an already exceptionally complex system. And it needs to be fixed because, as I say, this is costing EU and UK consumers a lot of money, and it's making it much more difficult to build the infrastructure that will deliver our targets, deliver energy security, and reduce costs. And in October last year, a coalition of UK and EU companies, transmission system operators and trade associations signed a letter to all of the ministers around the North Sea, basically pointing out that the solution in the treaty is non-viable and it needs to be fixed. And we would like to see an approach based on price coupling. We have thoughts on how to do that. I've already mentioned there's also a lack of coordination between UK and EU authorities. In 2020, the UK left NSOE, the Network of Transmission System Operators, and as to now, there's no formal mechanism for cooperation there. And this comes back to the point about integrated planning. If we're building large-scale infrastructure and it's interconnected, we each need to know what the other is doing. We need to do this and place this infrastructure in the right places. The NSEC, North Sea Energy Corporation, there's an MOU, but it doesn't really work because the UK is not involved in discussions on future policy. I understand the reason for that during the trade and cooperation negotiations, but it means that we cannot be fully integrated into the discussions where it makes total sense for us all to be in the room on this. Third issue is emissions trading linkage. When we left the EU, we left the emissions trading system, which in itself wasn't great. It reduces the efficiency of decarbonisation across Europe and the UK. But with the EU's carbon border adjustment mechanism, this means there's about to be a major non-tariff and tariff barrier in both the North Sea and the Irish Sea. We have significant concerns about this that are shared by our European industrial counterparts. We think the trade barriers that the carbon border adjustment mechanism on electricity will reduce the amount of clean electricity that's exported to from the UK to the EU. It'll increase the curtailment of clean electricity and reduce the use of clean electricity in the EU, increasing emissions and costs. We think about 2.2 billion upwards for EU consumers per annum. And given the UK is forecasted to be a net exporter to the EU in terms of clean electricity by 2030, this reduces the rest of Europe's access to cheap UK wind power. We think it will make it more difficult for us to build this complex offshore infrastructure going forwards. There's a relatively straightforward solution to this, which is to link the UK and EU emissions trading systems. This is actually in the Trade and Cooperation Agreement itself. And so we don't think that's a problem, and we are pushing hard for that to be part of the UK-EU summit on 19th of May. Fundamentally, though, all of these barriers are costing UK and EU consumers a lot of money and also causing carbon increases. And it makes it more difficult for companies like mine to actually build the infrastructure we need. So to talk about the Beringer report that they did last year on behalf of Breakthrough Energy, it's really interesting because it has some quite striking numbers in it. And it basically sets out, and can we just skip on to the slide? It sets out that coordination between the UK and the EU really presents the best chance of delivering in the North Sea. If you address the trade barriers, like the lack of efficient trading, if you make sure there's a plan to continue cooperation beyond the 5-year timeline of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement Energy Chapter, if you improve UK engagement with North Sea Energy Corporation and NSOE, link the emissions trading systems or find another mechanism to avoid the impact of the CBAM, and then have that cooperation across European supply chains, Beringer estimated that you'd reduce investment costs by up to 16%, make annual consumer savings from lower electricity costs of up to 44 billion per annum by 2040, avoid 250 million tonnes of CO2 and reduce natural gas imports by the equivalent of 6.5 million homes each year. Those are very significant numbers, and they would make a real difference. And I think, just to conclude, in the current moment, there is an opportunity for us to fix some of these problems in the North Sea to help us meet those competitiveness, energy security and decarbonisation targets. As the breakthrough report says, I mean, you can see the numbers on the screen. That would make a real difference. And we and our industry partners would argue that this is about mutual benefit to the European continent. We've got the first annual UK-EU summit on 19th of May, and we'd encourage the British government and the Commission and member states to really push for solutions here, particularly emissions trading linkage, efficient trading and better cooperation. And I think the final point I'd make is that all of us in Europe at the moment are confronted with some very significant challenges. We all know them. There are a few things we can fix ourselves. UK-EU cooperation on energy is one of the things we can fix ourselves, unlike transatlantic issues, unlike what's going on to the east. So perhaps we should start with the ones that we can fix ourselves. Thanks very much.
Thank you, man. That we take Janina and then we take questions afterwards. Huh?
Yeah, perfect. So I wait a second for my slide deck.
But maybe you can introduce the cooperation already.
Yes, I can do that. So yeah, my name is Janina Habetai. I work for TenneT now since, I think, 9 years. And I'm a founding member of the Offshore TSO Collaboration. That is the group of the North Sea TSOs, working very closely together on offshore wind and offshore grids. And I will come back to that in a second, what that all means and why it's important for you to know about that and maybe how it can help us to reach the vision, because I would like to talk a little bit really about the future. So I know we are always talking about the future when it comes to offshore wind and grids, because we are not there yet. We have high ambitions, so maybe you can go one slide ahead, because talking about the vision of 2050, where do we want to go? You all know that. The North Sea has the potential of around 300 gigawatt or more. We can have 40% of the demand in Europe just by offshore wind alone. I think that could be very helpful. And we can have economic growth by that. We can have a leading position in renewable energy sector and so on and so forth. But that's not the reason why I'm telling you what you already know. I think it's important when you want to achieve that goal, you have to have a look how we can reach it and how it just makes sense. Yeah, we have totally different situations in each country. Yeah, we have Denmark with a very big EZ, also Norway or UK, massive potential of offshore wind. But then we have also like Belgium, for example, or Germany with a very small region. When you pack 70 gigawatt of offshore wind into the German EZ, you will have so many wake effects that we have offshore systems that are just running 25% of their time. Yeah, I see my wind colleagues nodding, and it's not in your interest and also not in ours, because in the end, then we are paying huge amount of money for a very expensive asset and high technology, but we are not using it. So what can we really do to optimize what we are building there and bringing the best possible way forward until 2050? Also, and I really like that you introduced the topic of nature and climate change and all that, because we are nowadays talking about security, affordable energy, and autonomy, and that's all how we sell it now. But in the end, climate change is still there, and it's still part of the solution to use offshore wind to fight that. And it's also about like using less space, having the best possible solutions for ecological topics as well, and not only economically benefits. So I would like to bring in a little bit more technical perspective and also political framework. You can go on if you like. And this I try to do a little bit very slowly because technical topics are always complicated. But I'm not a technical person, so I promise you can understand what I now try to bring across. So first, TenneT. TenneT is a system operator, so high voltage grid, onshore, offshore, in the Netherlands and main part of Germany. And we are already operating 19 offshore grid systems and bringing across around 12 gigawatt. And now I tell you a little bit about the pipeline because you know your ambitions will in the end, hopefully be implemented through projects. And for us, that means by 2031, we have to have 20 new offshore grid connections. And in total is that 45 gigawatt. And it's only until 31 in the Netherlands and Germany. And in Germany, we are not the only TSO. We have Ampere and 50 hertz on our site, and there will be even more offshore systems. And let that sink in. You know that the supply chain we faced 3 or 4 years ago was not even ready to bring projects in that ambition. Yeah, it was really tight, especially for converter stations, for cable, but also, I guess, for wind turbines and so on and so forth. So the question was, how can we bring that together in optimal grid deployment with the market situation from supply chains and also technical solutions? What we as TenneT did was inventing a standardization, because I think in the end, if we want to interconnect that and have an offshore grid, you also have to see that the systems we are building are ready for interconnection. Yeah, because if you now buy a converter station by Siemens and GE, you can't just plug them together. It will just not work. Yeah. So what's really important is that the systems we are built for an offshore grid that works cross-border is over all the suppliers, like that it can be combined, and that you have like the same technical standards. So if you move one slide further, the first thing that we need if we want to reach the goal of a collaboration and an offshore grid that is really assessed from all the countries is that we need to have a technical standardization. That will also have the benefit that the market is able to design one and build many. And that will speed up the process of offshore grid deployment, because I think, Giles, you're totally right. Grid is often the bottleneck. Yeah? And that's not because we are stupid. It's more like we are facing really complex infrastructure with a tight market, and there are so many questions to solve that it's just like really difficult. And we have to simplify that, and we have to find their common ground. One thing is having technical standardization, and across countries and across suppliers. Next. Then, what you also need to interconnect several countries from a grid perspective in offshore is you have to have a technology that can, for example, separate the lines from each other when there is a failure. And this is called, like, for example, circuit breaker. It's not that complicated. And I just wanted to send the message across. We are already inventing that. Yeah. So you see on the slide the German EEZ with the German coastline, and you see 3 projects that are really planned and in law. And these are onshore DC hubs. They are multi-terminal ready. That means all the suppliers that will build these hubs, and also the TSOs, you see the logos on the slide, they will be ready to be combined. Yeah? So they can speak to each other. They can integrate offshore with onshore lines. They can have AC integration. You can place electrolyzers around that hubs, and they will be ready to communicate. And once developed, we can transfer that technology to offshore. And I think this is a prerequisite for having more than just connect one to another country. A normal interconnector is no problem now, but if you really want to have trade in several countries through one hub, yeah, you need such technology. But it's there, so the solutions are there. And now we're coming more to the interesting question: why don't we have all the projects ready now? Yeah? Why is there no North Sea plan? until 50, where all the hybrid interconnectors are already in place, and we can give security to the market, security to the developers. What's the problem? So go one slide ahead. And now we are now really talking about the vision. You all maybe know that map because I just took it from the ONDP. So this is the Offshore Network Development Plan that NSOE is conducting. And you don't see here projects on the slide, you see transmission needs. Yeah? So what the ONDP is doing is identifying which potential do we have for energy trade between the countries through the North Sea. And that is what the lines are about. Yeah? So, and there are no numbers now, but you can see them in the text, but I can tell you by heart a little bit, like, for example, for Germany. It's not about interconnecting everything with everything. Hybrid interconnections have a limited potential. But for example, for Germany, we have 1 to the Netherlands, 3 to UK, maybe 3 to Norway, 2 to 3 to Denmark, and that's it. Yeah? But so it's about like less than 10 projects, but they can really bring a benefit for national perspective, but only for whole Europe. Yeah? And now let me just add maybe one thing. What is an interconnector really for? A hybrid interconnector means the offshore wind farm will be connected to more than one country. It could be just 2, but it could be in the future, after 2040, with a circuit breaker, also 3 or 4 countries. And then the wind park can trade. Yeah? I come to the problems later, so I look at the Ørsted phases. It's not all fine with that. We have to find there some solutions, but in general, what does it mean? It means that the prices will become more equal in Europe. That could be a problem, because in some country where energy is quite cheap, it will be maybe more expensive, but in another country where the energy price is quite high, it will come down. So that's one of the problems, but also one of the benefits. Yeah? Then you have to build less radial systems, yeah? Because in a phase where the wind is not blowing that much in your country or your EEZ, you can just import energy. Yeah? So in general, they bring really big benefits for the system, for whole Europe, for a lot of national countries, and they use less space. Yeah? So hybrid interconnectors, if they make sense, are a very good thing. Please go on. So if you have all that, you have the technical standardization, you have the circuit breakers ready, you have also a look at how can we optimize cross-border space. Yeah, it's not only about hybrid interconnectors, you could also imagine to build cross-border radials. That means, for example, Denmark has a quite big EZ, and they have the potential for offshore wind, but they don't need it themselves. Why not connect the Danish wind farm just directly to the German shore? Yeah, or to a German offshore system? Could make sense, yeah, and not to the coast of Denmark. But at the moment, we are not really planning that kind of cross-border collaboration, and we have to solve still what is necessary for that. But it could be a really good solution not to build everything in a very small area, yeah, because we have the whole North Sea, yeah, and different demands. And if you've all done that, and you have this vision, and you want to meet the ambition, and you want to implement a hybrid offshore grid, I think the very first thing, what we really need is to learn from that project and so on, is a little bit the courage of now the North Sea countries especially doing what they promised in the Esbjerg and Ostend declaration and implement the first pilot project set. I think it's not about all the 10 or 15 or all the lines you saw on the map, but it's maybe about the first 3. And it's not the easy technology solution I mean now, yeah? It's not about like just having a normal interconnector or just one wind farm, not that it's not important, it is important. We have line link together, for example. But if you really want to learn from that and harvest the potential, we have to decide that we try to bring 2 wind farms in one hybrid interconnectors and then more, yeah? So that we can really develop the technology. The second thing, and Matt, you already mentioned that, is we have really good working European processes. We have the ONDP, we have the TYNEP, we have national assessments that are really interesting and really good, and bilateral calculations. What is missing a bit is in between the regional coordination for the sea basin. Because if you're assessing project needs, and then the TYNEP comes in, and the TYNEP, that's a 10-year network development plan, everybody that is having a project idea can just throw it into this calculation. Yeah? So there could be a project that totally makes no sense, or just a government likes, or whatever, and they can all bring it into the TYNEP. And then they are assessed as a single project. So that means in the calculation, we throw them in and take them out and have a look, is this project beneficial or not? In bilateral assessments, only 2 parties are calculating. So it could be that I have a project that is beneficial for Germany and Denmark, and has also benefits for UK. But UK is then saying, yeah, I don't believe in your calculation. You calculated it on your own, so why should I participate? Yeah? So we have a little bit like gaps in the processes we have, and what we see is it's really beneficial to put all the TSOs together in one room and say, okay, please assess a project set as a set. Investigate how the relations between the projects are. So are they still beneficial when we have all the projects at the same time in place? Or what is changing when, for example, the ambition is changing? I can tell you from the calculations we did in the last month, UK, for example, has a very big influence. If the UK targets were really realized, UK could be the exporter, yeah? Like everybody's just connecting to UK and getting the energy, and that has a high influence on all the benefits and how they are distributed. But if you're not, for example, building out that massive amount and go a little bit lower, the benefits will totally go into a different direction. And why I'm telling you this, it's important for the assessment of cost sharing, because this is actually a showstopper at the moment. If you want to have hybrid projects, you have to agree on who is investing which amount of money. And how can you agree on this? Do you use the benefits, or is everybody just paying 20%, or how do we do this? So I think first part is pilot projects to get technology running. Second thing is regional planning approach to coordinate really a beneficial project set, and then use this project set that politicians agree on to calculate a few options for cost sharing together. I think this will be the only solution to find a way forward out of these MOU beauty contests we have at the moment, where everybody is just pointing to the other country or to the landlocked countries and sending a bill around Europe. I think this will not work. So, and now, maybe coming just 2 sentences. It's important that in this case, not only Europe and the TSOs are at the table, we need the developers and we need the commercial developers. So developers, I mean offshore wind farm developers, because business cases totally change in a hybrid setup. And for that, we need a solution. I think this is really crucial. I know you're working on solutions, and I will be very happy to hear them in a few weeks. And then I hope we have a nice discussion on how we really can bring solutions forward for hybrid setups. And the last thing I want to say is that this offshore TSO collaboration, it's harder than 3 years before, I have to say. 3 years when we started, we were just talking about ambitions. We wrote a paper and it was easy, yeah? It was like, okay, let's do that. Everybody was motivated and so on. And now it feels like we are in a phase where we have more like a depression, yeah? Because we are now coming from ambition to implementation. And now I can tell you, I was this morning in a meeting before I came over to here, arguing with the Danish and the French and the Norwegian TSO about every word. Yeah? Can we say plan, or should it be more exercise? Can we really talk about like recurrent, or is it potentially recurrent? Yeah? And so it's not that far away what politicians are doing and what we are doing when we are working on that solutions now. It's about each word, but it's also about the courage to kick off first projects now and to learn from that. Because if we will miss that opportunity and we have it now and not in 5 years, we will never have an offshore grid that is interconnected. Yeah? And so I think Wind Europe in 3 weeks will be an important milestone. We have their big session. We'll hand over a paper or a few papers, and the NSEC is really keen on supporting us, but we have to move on then. The process will not stop at Wind Europe. It will go on, and I hope that we all find a way how we support and keep our vision, yeah, of the North Sea.
So I think you have the privilege, or we have the privilege, that we have two people who are really deep and who are speaking frankly about also the problem. So I think we have political problems ahead with Trump bringing British Island a bit closer to Europe again. That helps. So one important political moment will be this 19th of May, where we try to crack this knot of linking the British ETS system with the European ETS system, which then solves the CBAM problem, and then basically will make the interconnections between EU and UK much better. And thank you for also being clear about it's not easy every day, and that I said I was in Esbjerg. It was a Giles. It was. I make a small bracket. So Esbjerg was a meeting. The German, in the beginning, they didn't want to come, and then they came very late. And then basically their position was, well, do we really want to work with the others? And then Giles did the speech, and the German state secretary was there with his civil servant. And after the speech, the German state secretary went out, and he changed position from what was written before the meeting, and then we were able to get also Germany on this ticket of the Sweden. Before, Germany was really just thinking in national borders, and the aspect made the difference. But now, and also having as a minister been in these meetings, now we need concrete pilot projects and to move, because otherwise we cannot replicate Ostend. And then we will do a prime minister's meeting in Hamburg. Okay, what will Hamburg summit at? Okay, it's always nice to have prime ministers together, but if we don't have now the next step, which is agreeing on pilot projects, then yeah, we lose time. So we said I open. Maybe so for Czech for your presence. I had discussions with both your state secretary and also your minister, showing on the map that Prague is closer to the Baltic Sea than Munich. We have some people from Munich here. So the Germans are building a cable from the Baltic Sea to Munich in order to get electricity, cheap electricity to the industry in Bavaria and Baden-Württemberg. And Prague is closer to the Baltic Sea. And so, and for me, it's also important that this cooperation we have in the North Sea, that this is bridged over to the Baltic Sea, because we can replicate the same story. And as the Minister of Luxembourg, a landlocked country, I was always pushing to get this cooperation moving. But now I have said too much, so questions from your side?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, especially to National Grid and TenneT for the fantastic work that you are doing. I mean, just to hear the huge volumes you are investing already and your plans for even bigger investments in the coming years is inspiring. Thank you, Janine, that you are very clear that when it comes to the grid planning for the hybrid offshore wind farms that will have grid connections to 2 or more countries, that planning has to be done together with the offshore wind farm developers, because they've got to have a business case. If they're not going to make money out of building an offshore wind farm with hybrid connections, there's no point you guys, the TSOs, doing any planning at all. And that's great. You then say that the wider regional planning, which is of all the grid connections, both for the hybrid and for the point-to-point grid connections, and most offshore wind farms in the coming years will still be point-to-point. Yeah, one single grid connection back to the mother country. You say that will be a TSO-led process. Of course, it has to be, because you are the companies that are going to build those grids and own and operate them. Although the offshore wind farm developers are always ready to lend a hand with that in agreement with yourselves, as you know. My key question is, okay, the regional planning, and you mentioned this OTC paper that you're preparing now is a TSO-led process, but can you reassure all the offshore wind farm developers that you will factor in their views on where is the best place for society as a whole to be building the offshore wind farms? Where is the best wind resource? Yeah, where are the best seabed conditions? Yeah, where is the demand for wind energy? Where do they want to build the offshore wind farms? You will factor all of those considerations in to your planning about where best to put the grids, when to build them, and how big they should be. If you could reassure us on that, that would be very helpful.
Yes.
So I first very shortly want to react to your introductory statement before I come to you, Giles, because you asked what can Hamburg as the North Sea Summit maybe add, yeah? And I have 3 concrete proposals. First is this kick off the project set. Second is political backing for the regional planning. And the last one is finding a cost-sharing mechanism and an offshore financing facility or framework. And I think these are very easy they are very complex, but it's easy to recognize because you need the pilot projects there, then planning, and then the investment. And so it's quite concrete and lying on the table. So now coming to you, what is the plan all about? So the first run of the study we did together is a pilot run. It will not contain all the elements that in the future has to be in this plan. And we are also seeing that we are not the authorities in all the countries, and we are also not the government. So what is very important for the plan? It's about political backing and not about giving the authority of a national government to something, yeah? It will still be in the hands of the national government to decide, yeah, about their wind projects, about the wind areas, about the hybrid interconnection. I think the goal is to facilitate timing of decision, yeah, so that they decide at a special point of time and align their national processes a little bit so that an investment will be possible to more than one project. And coming now to the areas, the wind areas, I think this is a crucial point. I think we can give advice on that. We can develop criteria. But what I don't believe in is the super plan, that you will have one big plan with every aspect in one. I still believe that we therefore the maritime spatial planning and this where's the best location, especially for the wind park, need maybe a collaboration of the authorities also, because we have so many interests like shippery, military use, ecological aspects, and so on and so forth. So I think it's important to have the grid planning and to have the spatial planning. And they are interlinked, but they can't be naturally totally integrated in one plan. My opinion.
If I just may try to bring this a step further, the European Commission has in Luxembourg, but it could also be in Brussels, a body which is called ESPON, which is the Center of Excellence of the European Commission for Spatial Planning. They provide all the data for the regional funds and which country gets which money. And what I tried to do when I was a minister was to say, okay, Commission has this aspect. I pushed them, this ESPON, because they were 300 meters from my office. I went to them and said, look, you have been the excellence on territorial planning. Why are you not moving also to spatial planning in the sea? And they have started now also to develop an expertise. So for me, the question, because you, the grid planners, I think some of the actors will say, but you are not neutral. So don't we need, in a certain sense, a neutral bargain, or let's say, not a bargain, but a neutral body to favor, in a certain sense, the discussions between the different stakeholders?
Yeah, I think there it's now very important to really differ between the grid planning exercise and the spatial aspect. And to the question that we are not neutral, I would say, so in the offshore TSO collaboration, we are mostly regulated TSOs. And so for sure, we are also in close contact with the national governments and national authorities. And so I won't agree, I will agree, we are not neutral in that sense. We are all looking at the North Sea from a national perspective, but we all know from our expertise that it doesn't make any sense to just build national grids. Yeah. So, and that's why we can have the perspective of a national TSO that is regulated and kind of neutral, but going into the collaboration and then finding a very good compromise. And also, like this grid planning exercise, we are aligning scenarios, we are aligning the method, how we really calculate, we are aligning the input data. Yeah, we are doing the close connections to national scenarios and European scenarios and trying to bridge them. And so what we can deliver is really something that can build up trust into the calculations. I think this is one of the goals. Maritime spatial planning, I think, is not naturally TSO task. I think in many countries it's not in the hand of the regulated TSO to do the maritime spatial planning, but we have a lot of expertise as well. So I think there it's needed that we have a close collaboration and find a way, for example, first and foremost, maybe through the NSEC. I think the North Seas Energy Corporation, to be there very blunt, is not harvesting their whole potential. They could have so much energy and ideas and solutions for the North Seas. And we are now really close together, and they are really trying to get up speed now and trying to push also through the North Sea Summit process. But we are not there yet. Yeah? And they can play a crucial role as well in aligning. Yeah? And the Commission is always on board when we talk with the NSEC. And so for the North Sea and the first pilot schemes and projects now, it could be really helpful to use the NSEC.
Yeah.
Can I just come in on that point about NSEC?
We have to get you on board.
Well, the problem with NSEC is that the UK only is in some of the meetings, and it is not in meetings about future policy. So if you want a full sea basin approach, and just put this in the context that this is all about the North Seas as well, so it's Ireland as well, you kind of have this kind of blank spot in the map between the western edge of the North Seas and everyone else. And if we're not part of those conversations, it is just going to make everything more complex. And I understand the Commission's point on this, which is quite a legal point that, you know, a third country can't be part of future EU policy making. But practically, that's just going to make everything more difficult and more expensive. So.
Understands that Commission is moving. So this North Sea Cooperation has every year a different presidency. And when I had the presidency in 23, I invited the British minister, and the first reaction of Commission was, "We will not come." I said, "Okay." So they came. So I think we were some countries to move the show, and I was now told that one of the biggest stumbling blocks inside Commission has left that place, and that helps. Bruno.
Sometimes it can depend on small things. Well, to pick up on the point on the spatial planning, I think in Belgium we have we're pretty far in planning out just about. Of course, we don't have such a big area. I think we have it all planned out. The problem is, of course, coordinating it, for example, with our French neighbors. When I look at some currently ongoing projects just on the border. And I think that for the developers, it's an important issue as well, because obviously, if you do the spatial planning for wind parks wrong, you have negative impacts from one wind park on the other, which is one of the issues. But I actually wanted to ask a question on something else, which was, I think it was Janina saying that we need, and you actually explicitly said standardization for equipment. Design once, build many. Now, I think actually right now we're sort of doing the opposite. And it's a complaint I hear from around about everyone. I get more or less all the producers of equipment, like Huawei excluded, of course, they're not really involved in my office, saying that every single project from every single TSO is actually tailor-made up to the smallest detail in about 20,000 pages of detailed prescriptions, which means we can really not standardize. So how realistic is this? Because I completely agree with the idea, but obviously it's only going to work if the customers agree on ordering, you know, going Windows or Mac OS, to put it in those terms. Because if everybody wants to have its own operating system designed down to the last line of code, it's never going to be standardized. So how realistic is this, and how close are TSOs to working together on that? It would save us a lot of problems. It would save us a lot of cost overruns. I know some people in the room that have experience with that on equipment. So how do we get there?
Yeah, so first of all, I think, starting now, yeah, with the offshore TSO collaboration, where we look at the map and identifying project ideas that can be developed cross-border, for example, we all agree then on one standard that is, fitting to each other. So this is the first thing. So this is, and this is important, yeah, to have this decision on, okay, then it has to be fitting together. The second thing is that if you want to have a DC connection, an HVDC connection with a capacity of 2 gigawatt, there are only at the moment 3 suppliers that can deliver that, you know, all of them. So, and so a little bit it's if you are developing the standard with the 3 suppliers together, and then they can offer that standard. It's still up to the TSO if they will take it, and I also hear that every TSO has small adaptations on that, but I also hear that it's still like a harmonized standard, yeah? That it's still in the core the same, and it's still fitting to each other. So I think it's a little bit like having a standardization, but also be flexible for kind of needs, because we have also countries that will not bring 2 gigawatt capacity to coast, yeah? For example, we will have in line link, I think 1.4 gigawatt. Yes. Yeah. So we also have their needs from onshore grids that we make it fitting, and this is flexible, yeah. So it's not about really building the exact same system in each country, but enough standardization to speed up the process and to make it easier for supplier to deliver. Because one of the problems you address is that they are very slow, yeah, and they can't deliver all that offshore grid connection systems if they have to design it from scratch again. Yeah.
I think I'd just add to that. Things like the Horizon program with the Inter-Opera program, which is standardization of HVDC technology, is very useful. And actually, that's one area where you can work on a North Sea basin perspective. And had we been part of Horizon at the time, I'm sure the UK would have been part of Inter-Opera, but we're an observer now. So I think that's where actually kind of the EU mechanisms can be quite helpful, although that's a slightly longer term issue.
By the way, just to make it very explicit, from TSO perspective, it totally makes no sense to leave the UK out. Yeah, so it would also, from our grid perspective, to I would very support that, to get you on board, eye on eye level, to really bring that process forward. Yeah. So.
Yes, Ola Elvestuen from Norway, the northern part of this cooperation, and Norway is part of the cooperation. And a few years ago, if you go a little back, we did everything kind of like right. You built the interconnector with Britain, and we built the one to Germany, and you built one to the Netherlands. And we also had the spatial planning set up for areas to build wind farms, because we don't have any. But you had the first projects has been decided on bottom fixed wind farms. But the economy is kind of difficult. And it made it worse that it was no majority to have a hybrid solution for it, which it should have been. And the problem now is that the discussion has changed a lot. And the problem in Norway is that the interconnectors are being blamed for the higher prices. Because we have, you have hydropower, it's a surplus on it. People are used to cheap prices. It has always been connected to prices in the rest of Europe, but then it was cheaper gas and coal. But then from 21, when Putin first held back his gas, and then the war in Europe boycott and going away from Russian gas, of course prices has gone up. But in Norway, this has been connected with the interconnectors and not the conflict, because they came at the same time. So, it's very frustrating, I must say, a very frustrating national debate right now. So it's good to be here. It's kind of like a normal discussion again. Because I'm very much for these interconnectors. They should, luckily we built them soon enough. Today it wouldn't have been a majority. And hybrids we should also have built. But my question is, and we will be within CBAM and try to be part within the rest of Europe on that. But the question is this now a particular Norwegian problem, or is this a discussion that has come up also in other countries around the North Sea? That is one part. And the other one is what we actually built is the floating wind farms. And the largest one in the world is still the hybrid Tampere. I think that is still there. And how is other countries moving in that field? I mean, because floating wind farms, they are expensive, and you need a strong will over time to get the technology and also get the cost down. And we should have that will. But is that will there also on the floating wind farms still? And lastly, we should have also built a interconnector to Scotland. The North Connect should have been built. I think I'm the only party that's for it still, but we're still working on it.
Yeah, so maybe react a little bit on the first topic of this discussion about the prices, because honestly, yeah, for sure, especially in this TSO world and this close cooperation, you have to imagine we have every second week an intensive call with 40 people. And for sure, Startnet is on board with a few people, and we experienced that very closely. And it was all about calming everybody down again, because we thought, okay, now are you now out? Are you just like leaving the OTC? And it was not about that. And they say, okay, no, we still believe in it, but we have struggles and we have to find a solution. And so for me, it's also about discussing this price topic. You are not alone in this. I think it's also for other countries like Denmark, for example, in a quite similar situation the case. But for me, honestly, I would say it's part of the game, because it's naturally in the setting we have now an effect you will have through interconnection, especially hybrid interconnections. And what is missing is the idea of how we share the costs and the benefits, because you will also get some benefits, yeah, because maybe you can sell more energy. And the question is then, are we able to find mechanism how we can distribute the money to whom, yeah, so that in the end we really have European benefit. And we also have national cases that are beneficial. Yeah, and for that it's important to align, for example, of a definition of benefit. What is the benefit of a hybrid grid? Is it just the energy flowing? Or is it, for example, what is with resilience? Can you write a number on that? Yeah. And so I think what's also a task for the governments, can I make a wish list? Yeah, yeah. So it's also a task, for example, to have a common understanding of benefits. Yeah, and then they are maybe able to find a common ground also for the discussion on how they distribute costs and benefits. And so it should not be the case that because you as Norway are doing a hybrid interconnector, you have really disadvantages. This just could not be the case. Then it will be naturally that you're not building it. Yeah, so it has to be the goal. And so for me, it's only important, and that is what I really recognize or see now in the discussions. Just because we are concerned, we shouldn't stop. Yeah, so we still have to go the way, if we believe in the vision, to try to find a solution. And if we are too concerned to find a solution, then it will never happen. Yeah, so I think you can try until the end, until we have a model to try. And if there will be no model, I can't imagine, because I think we are so clever. Yeah, we all, yeah, you are clever, we are clever. So it has to be possible to find a good solution to really develop that North Sea together. I just can't imagine it's not possible. So, and so we just need a little bit patience, but also to kickstart, for example, with the countries that really have very stable and clear benefits in the beginning. Maybe they can start. And maybe you're second row, but that could be also a very good case, yeah? So this first part. Now I forgot the second. Do you
Maybe
remember?
I can just come in on the first part. Then.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, I think you've got to take a step back on this as well. We've decided in Europe to have a power system that is substantially fueled by variable generation electricity. If you have a system that is substantially fueled by variable generation electricity, you have to have interconnection. You have to be able to move electrons from where they're produced to where they're needed. I mean, I started working on this at the European Council in 2007 when we signed off the 2020 targets, and we knew we needed interconnection then, and nothing's fundamentally changed. I mean, look at the last winter with the Dunkelflauters. Now, part of that has to be interconnection. You know, maybe in a future world, there is a commercially highly viable green hydrogen production system. Maybe there's long-term battery storage, but it's not here at the moment. And if we're having 10 days with kind of like low wind, low sun, low temperatures in certain parts of Europe, we're going to have to move the power around. So, you know, just taking a step back conceptually, our system requires interconnection. I know Norway's in a slightly different position, and I mean, from my understanding of the Norwegian situation, it's as much about lack of interconnection in the interior of Norway as you know, the cross-border interconnectors. And when I speak to colleagues in Norway about this, the sheer fiscal benefit of interconnection with the rest of the continent is massive as well. So, I mean, I think you're right, the conversation is happening, but as I say, if you take a step back, it's really very difficult to see how we run this system without a fully integrated market. And frankly, you go back to the wider geopolitical position of, the wider structural position of Europe, we've not got a lot of gas left. Nuclear is incredibly difficult to build, and even if you were just to replace the existing nuclear fleet, is an enormous civil engineering challenge. So we are going down the route of renewables, and that just requires interconnection, and we're going to have to relearn the lessons of that, I think, almost.
Good. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I remember now the floating point. So, sorry, this was what I was missing. So, and honestly there, I have no really detailed opinion on floating now, because in Germany, you know, we have no floating, but in the Netherlands, by the way, yeah, so. But what I can say to the general aspect of integrating even higher costs for another technology, I think we never did that, yeah? So until now. So if you really come up with this idea for cost and benefit sharing for hybrid grids, and you have to build out floating wind, yeah, then put it on the table and say, okay, if you want to have Norwegian wind, it is floating and it's more expensive, so how do you deal with that? But then we can work on that and try to find a solution. Yeah, so, this is important. I think there is no-go at the moment, yeah? We all are just like developing it together, and so we have to consider all the different countries. I think we also have totally different systems for offshore wind in all the countries, yeah? In some are the TSO, the developer is also paying for the grid, in some not, yeah? We have totally different kind of mechanisms, how they get their money back, and so there is a lot of work to do, yeah? How to align that, how to find there, also the opportunity for including then another cost piece of the puzzle, yeah?
So we are already 3 minutes over time, but nevertheless, you will get your question and we will do a short answer and then we leave for lunch.
Okay, sorry for being a bit delayed. As Ørsted, of course, with our projects, we try not to be delayed, but in this discussion, we are slightly delayed. Thanks a lot for sharing, and I think we generally support both on the EU-UK connection and cooperation side as well as on the hybrid side. I have one particular question on the hybrid side, which would be, and we can also discuss further offline, because you mentioned implementation several times, how you would see the transmission access guarantees. We believe that this is a good way that enable the business case, and let's also not forget that the LCOEs of offshore wind have risen quite dramatically over the last year or so. So adding that challenge makes the hybrid business case perhaps even more difficult. So we really believe that, yeah, transmission access guarantees can be helpful here. And if I may just say one last word, because we also have, of course, the deputy from Czechia, the landlocked country. I'm myself also from Austria, landlocked country. I realized offshore wind is great, but not available in not available in Austria. But I think this is really a European solution that we need, and we need to connect. When we talk about the North Sea, as we do here, and when we talk about offshore wind, we need to make this connection not only to the UK, where it brings efficiency, certainly also to the UK, but also to Central Europe, where industry will rely on getting the electrons from the North Sea. And I think TenneT, you know, you're also connected to Czechia, so you can also bring the electrons down there.
Sorry. The questions on TAG and all the solutions that wind developers are raising now, I think honestly, and that was the reason why we started this working group we have now. We have a working group under the chair of Wind Europe and a German foundation called BWO, and with Ørsted, but also RWE, Shell, Iberdrola, all the biggest or the most interesting wind farm developers together, and they are really looking into when we have a hybrid offshore grid and we have to implement offshore bidding zones, what is necessary for that? And I can say, they say, so you are saying, TAG is not enough, yeah? At least we need other additional solutions like CFDs, and there are different opportunities of how the CFD can be developed. Then they are talking about long-term transmission rights and another way to market routes, yeah? So I think there are many ideas and solutions, and what I can in general say is that we are supporting that you are developing solutions and that you are in general open for really support also the idea of a hybrid grid. What's now important from my point of view is that you really try also all over the North Sea countries and your companies find 1 or 3 solutions that you really propose for implementing. Because when I would be a politician and I read all the options on the table, for me it would still be difficult from national perspective to decide on that. Yeah, because the mechanisms are so difficult. So I would say I would throw the ball back and would say, we are open, we need you, we want to have you on board for a hybrid grid, so please tell us what you need and tell it not only us, tell it the politicians and the governments. And the second thing was, give me one word. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so do you have, what was the second thing you were asking? It was the, not TAG, but?
Well, related to the LCOEs and the rising LCOEs, but I think it's. I think we can leave it I think we can leave the discussion here, okay. And then go into further detail, because I have a few points to respond. But I think we can release people for lunch.
Yeah. Okay. Fine for me.
Thank you very much, and thank you to two of you. I think we were a small group, but I think the discussion was really sharp. So thank you for that. And oh yeah, hello.
Welcome.
Good, and then we go to lunch. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Yeah, bye bye.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back after lunch. Thanks you all for being courageous or stubborn for staying until the very end of our very interesting program. We try to make it so that the best comes last. From a personal point, very much welcome to the Belgian Parliament. I may be an MEP now, but I was a member here for 10 years, so it brings back memories. I've been on that side and there. If I have the chance later, I'll go up there because. So just so you know why. So our afternoon session is focused on the thing that makes it all work in my office. The joke that's going around is everything is connected, unless it's not yet connected, and it should be then. And yes, so grids and everything that makes them work and everything that we can do to make sure that they contribute to our energy transition. I'm fond of saying that the grids are, to our generation, what the highways were to my grandparents' generation. They should be the transport conduits of future prosperity. I always add to that both my grandparents never had a car. They did pay for those roads, but they both worked in a supermarket, so they never complained, because without the highways there would not have been supermarkets and no customers. We are not yet ready to explain it in that way when it comes to the grids. On the contrary, even when I see some certain regulators and their positions, amongst other ones in Belgium, I keep telling them that the way they look at grids, if they had looked at highways in that way in the 1950s, we would still not have them, because we built those when 2 families in 3 did not have a car. Same goes for grids, and so I'm very much happy that one of our first speakers, that our actually very first speaker, is I'm happy to invite up there to listen to his ideas, is Christian Zinglersen, director of ACER, the European Organization of Regulators. So Christian, convince us, please help us.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It is really a spectacular rotunda to be in. I've never been here before. It is really spectacular. So I am the first one up after lunch. Thanks a lot. And my experience tells me I need to make my presentation interesting. Grids, numbers, okay, this is going to be a challenge. I'll have a go. You give me some feedback afterwards. What I can promise is I will also embark upon Mark Twain and Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. So, trying to build up a little bit of expectation here. I have 4 things I want to touch upon in the 12 minutes I have been allocated. The first, I want to talk a tiny bit about integrated markets. Often we associate integrated markets with a number of mathematical, arithmetical benefits, and they are there, but they're also crucial for other things, and I'll try to touch upon that. Secondly, I'll touch upon competitiveness and the interplay of electricity and gas in Europe, and what that means also for the interplay of electricity and gas prices, which is really top of mind of many political debates. Thirdly, I'll show some recent ACER market monitoring insights, which in my view show that as far as electricity markets in Europe are concerned, we are already now in a fundamental new era. And fourth, I'll close by a snapshot of those particular elements, trying to draw, back down to real-world, high-price Earth, by looking at the price spikes, which were particularly prevalent in Central and Eastern Europe last summer. What does that also reveal? So those are the 4 installments. Mark Twain, Antoine de Saint-Exupéry will be integrated along the way. So here we go. So, integrated markets. Yes, they bring benefits, all good. What about a crisis situation? Here's a question. Do you remember something interesting happened in January of 2021 as regards electricity markets in Europe? It's a long time ago. A lot of stuff happened since January 2021. Anyone? Absolutely right. Very good. Have you had a look at the slides? No. Very good. No, I'm joking. So, in January 2021, a fault in a substation in Croatia caused a decoupling of the entire European electricity grid for roughly an hour. They became desynchronized. They became synchronized again by virtue of a pooling of reserves across the entire continent. And we were back on track. There was no human loss of life. There was some damage, but not a lot. Contrast that with a month later in Texas, when they faced a very significant cold spell, billions of dollars in damage, and much more significantly, more than 50 lives were lost. My point about this is, the fact that you're in it together means you're in it for better and for worse. Because you could have argued in France, or in Spain, or in the Netherlands, a fault in a substation in Croatia, how on earth can that influence me? That's for worse. But for better is, if you pool your reserves, you can get back together again, and there's resilience in that. Now, this was a one-off, roughly an hour or so in January 2021. Let's look during the peak of the energy crisis. Many people think of the energy crisis as a gas supply shock, which it was, but it was actually a double shock, because you actually had an electricity supply shock as well. Quite low levels of hydro, and in particular, vast problems in the French nuclear fleet. At some point, you had almost half of the nameplate capacity of France offline, and that's half of nuclear in Europe, which is French. That meant that France went from the quintessential position of the structural electricity exporter in Europe to a very significant importer. And just that swing in export to import was roughly the same as the entire electricity demand of this country, of Belgium. So imagine if the French country, the French members, had not been so well interconnected as it was, you would have seen massive blackouts in France. Again, we're in it together, you're in it for better and for worse. So this speaks to the value of security of supply, or adequacy, as we say it in energy parlance. In addition to that, of course, there are a number of benefits which are of more monetary, trade-oriented type value. We have estimated the coupling of markets and the trades, roughly bringing the benefit of 34 billion euros per year. That's probably on the low side, I would say, probably a bit higher, etc. So there are a lot of benefits of integrated electricity markets. Now let's turn to competitiveness and what competitiveness challenges for Europe vis-a-vis other regions tell us, and how that plays out for this interplay of electricity and gas, both in volumes and in price. First off, when we talk about our competitiveness challenges in gas, are they recent or not? Sometimes you think that the talk that we have now are pretty recent, but they're not. On the left, this is a market monitoring slide from a decade ago, and you can see something going on really closely between yellow and blue. That's the correlation in prices between the most liquid gas hub in Europe and the most liquid gas hub in Asia. They're highly correlated. And then there are some low green folks, and that's the most liquid gas hub in the United States. Over to the right, you see electricity prices, which on average shows that North America is better off than in Europe. But if you peel the onion, disaggregate that, you see it looks different at, let's say, a more nuanced level. You will have more competitive electricity prices in Sweden, for instance, than you would have most of the time in California. Now, if we have a more recent look, and you look at gas markets and how they're evolving, you see here, towards the left end, the high price volatility time during the peak, if you will, of the energy crisis. And here you see the blue and the gray not being as correlated. That was us having higher gas prices than Asia, precisely because we faced acute gas scarcity, and there was a huge price premium on bringing flexible cargoes of LNG to Europe. If you look at the right-hand side, you see that those lines, you almost need a microscope to see, is there any difference? And this shows again that we're back to correlation between Asia and Europe in terms of the most liquid gas hubs. But still, you see the odd guy out, and that's the red line. That's the US. The only exception is this small bleep in January 2024, where they had a very significant cold spell across the US that actually froze up gas wells. So you had a lot of gas domestically which could not evacuate. It could not get to the demand centers. And so actually LNG cargoes that were about to be shipped stayed in port, boom, and sent back to the US. But that's just a small exception in time. Otherwise, they are structurally better off in terms of gas prices by virtues of law of geology. Okay, now let's look at how electricity and gas interplay in Europe is evolving. This is a picture of what has changed in the electricity mix across Europe in 2024. On the left, you have more stuff of something coming in, and on the right, you have some stuff being squeezed out. What's coming in? More renewables and more nuclear, led first and foremost by solar on the renewable side. What's being squeezed out? Coal and gas, and even allowing for a bit more electricity demand in the aggregate. So this is evolving. The electricity mix is evolving. There's less bulk volume of gas overall. But let's have a bit more nuanced picture, because what this shows is that you had 5% less gas burn for power in 2024. Had we stopped the clock at the end of the third quarter, it would have been 14% less gas. So this tells us something about the role of gas going forward. The role of gas will be less bulk volume for power, but an outsized contributor, at least for some time yet, in seasonal flexibility. That's why you see the big uptake in Q4. You had colder weather, and you had less wind generation than you would normally have. Who comes to the rescue, as it were? It's gas. At least it is today. And I would argue, at least for the near to medium-term future, gas will play an outsized role, less in bulk volume, but a very significant role in seasonal flexibility. This is where Mark Twain comes in. Mark Twain's great quote, which I love, when he read his obituary in the Tennessee Herald was, The rumors of my death are greatly exaggerated. And I think the same applies to gas, at least in the short and medium-term future. And then, who knows? Now, this has implications for the interplay of electricity and gas prices, but that interplay varies according to the member state in question as a function of what that member state's electricity mix is. So let's take a member state which relies relatively high on gas for power generation, namely Italy. If you look at the two strands on the left, gray and blue, you see a change in day-ahead prices correlation between electricity and gas. Put in more layman's language, how much of the time is the electricity price correlated with, therefore determined by, most likely, by gas prices? That is lower in 2024 than it was in 2022, but it's still pretty high. Italy has a lot of gas in power generation. Let's look at a renewable jurisdiction, Germany. Difference, significantly lower correlation between electricity and gas power prices for day ahead in 24 to 22. Let's take a nuclear endowed jurisdiction like France. Also quite low correlation between gas and electricity prices, obviously because France is a quite nuclear dependent country for power, as Germany is a quite renewable dependent country for power. Okay, so far so good. Now a few Acer market monitoring insights. We came out with our new market monitoring report this Monday. It's available on our website. So if this catches your attention, there is infinitely more reading available on our website. And if it doesn't, then don't go there. Okay, so a few insights which, to my mind, speaks to the fact that we are already now in a completely new era. And as any new era, it has consequences. First, the good news is, on average, in aggregate, we are on a downward slope for overall electricity prices, at least day-ahead electricity prices. They're certainly not at the low end pre-COVID, but they are going downwards. I would think most would say that's overall good news. But of course, it varies very significantly amongst the different countries in Europe, and there's a lot of seasonal variation. Some parts of the year prices are low, sometimes during the year the prices are very high. So that this aggregate view does not capture the full nuance as to the implications across Europe. And indeed, there are other, let's say, trends which I find are quite significant. First, in terms of the need for short-term flexibility, which is very high, one data point is we have much fewer extreme price spikes than after the crisis. This is very good. They're 6.1% of the time, as we have defined it here, so that is going down. But that's not the whole picture. We still have a very high degree of quite significant price swings through years. So not extreme price spikes, but swings of 50 euros per megawatt hour or more, actually in roughly 70% of the time. So there are lots of swings, lots of volatility, if you will, also in day-ahead prices. And that suggests that we need to have much more short-term flexibility, not rest on our laurels just because, quote unquote, the extreme price spikes are much lower, thank God, than they were during the heights of the crisis. Another data point is that we have quite significantly high levels of negative and very low electricity prices. If you see the graph out here, the table, if you will, on the right-hand side, this is the amount of negative wholesale electricity prices we had in 2024. The record year before was 2023. You saw a 12-fold increase in negative wholesale electricity prices. Now we add another half on top of that in 24. So a record beats a record big time. But just below that, you see a table of very low, the occurrence of very low electricity prices, 5 euros per megawatt hour or more. That is at the level of the pandemic, which was a huge demand shock. Something is going on here. Very significant degrees of negative prices, very, very high penetration of very low electricity prices. This tells us something. And some of the things that it does say is, we need to get our heads around the deployment frameworks around new generation in EU, I would also say existing generation. And we also need to make sure that tariffs are locationally nuanced. If you want a very colloquial term, we really need to stop building the wrong things in the wrong places and building the right things in the right places. And deployment frameworks and grid tariffs, appropriately nuanced, can help with that. Okay, A lot of short-term flexibility solutions exist. I suspect Michael will be speaking to that a little bit later. Suffice it to say, we need to see a radical uptake in demand response, in batteries, and enhanced interconnection amongst countries, because all those things will contribute to our short-term flexibility needs. I'll close, as promised, with this snapshot of price volatility that we saw last summer in Central and Eastern Europe, trying to connect to these themes of interconnection and flexibility. What we saw July, August, and September is shown here in the aggregate. You will see a dark red corner of Europe facing very significantly high electricity prices, seemingly completely cut off in price evolution terms from the rest of the EU. When we look inside those jurisdictions, what happened over the course of a 24-hour day, you see very significant price swings in most of those countries, the exception being Austria. So presumably there's something going on around the level of interconnection and the low level of flexibility inside those particular jurisdictions. So let's have a look at each of them in turn, and I'll close. This figure is from our monitoring report from last summer. It's a report which looks at how well are we doing or not well doing towards meeting a binding target, binding as the end of this year, as to how much interconnector capacity you need to make available for trade. So these interconnectors which can equalize prices across jurisdictions. And as you can see from the figure, at least last summer, let's say progress was piecemeal, a bit disparate. So we issued a proverbial yellow card opinion saying really efforts need to be picked up. More importantly, for this particular snapshot purposes, we estimate that had all those cross-border points respected, quote-unquote, the 70%, 10 to 25% of additional capacity would have been available, and that would have put very significant downward pressure on those red area high price spikes. Our next volume comes out in a few months. We have a yearly obligation to do this, so we will update this, but we will also try to calculate the monetary value of that, which we suspect is in the hundreds and hundreds of millions of euros, to the detriment actually both of the producing and the consuming side of those not yet fully released interconnector points. Final slide for me revolves around this picture inside the particular countries, this very high price spikes that you see inside the countries, which could have been alleviated partly by more interconnector capacity, but certainly not fully. What that speaks to is there's probably a significant amount of barriers there, as we see elsewhere in Europe, for the uptake of demand response and other assets were able to shift consumption across time. And here we have a report coming out in roughly 3 weeks, which will point the finger to this and suggest 12 immediate, urgent action for government, regulators, system operators, and market participants to address this. And with that, I close with this fantastic quote from Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. Our task as regards the future is not to foresee it. All we need to do is enable it. And that's what we need to do on flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those very interesting and provocative thoughts. Looking forward to those reports. I promise to have my assistants read them. Going now to our next speaker, I'm going to make a serious effort here. Øyvind Vessia, close enough for rock and roll. Head of Strategic Regulatory Projects at Ørsted, and so someone who can hopefully tell us about the impact of those negative prices and possible solutions, and amongst other things. Floor is yours.
Bruno, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and dear MPs. It's a great honor to be here. I must say that I lived 11 years in Brussels, but this is the first time I'm inside this fantastic building. So that's a great honor. So thanks a lot also for the invitation to speak here. It's always quite tough and difficult to jump right after Christian, but I will do my best. You have now gotten a good introduction in terms of what it means to cooperate and what that means in terms of the operation and the market integration of our electricity systems. My presentation will turn a bit to the investment side and try to look at what does it mean if we were better to collaborate across borders in terms of how we do the investments with a focus on offshore wind, which I guess is not maybe a surprise since I work and represent Ørsted. I'll do a very quick first slide, if this works. Fantastic. This is very quick. It's just to say that when I started in this company, it was called Dong Energy. And before you start to make up your own ideas about what that means, it means Danish oil and natural gas. It's not Chinese, no. And that was in 2016 that I joined. And in 2017, we changed the name to Ørsted, which is, at least in Denmark, a very famous physician, researcher, who, according to the Danes, discovered electromagnetism, which is, of course, a pretty critical part for the electricity system that we depend on. And it's been quite a ride these last 9 years. You can see here to the far left how the energy that we produce, the CO2 reduction, has been quite phenomenal. Also in terms of the money that we earn, it used to be pretty fossil based, as you can imagine with the name we used to have, while now it's 99% based on renewables. And also, of course, the renewable capacity that we have is much bigger than what we used to have. We've also been doing all right on the profitability, although I guess many of you have also heard that we have had some issues with our American projects, with also some nasty impairments. This is more or less the core of my presentation. And I will not show much more than this map, but I thought since we're in Belgium, it's appropriate to bring a map from Elia Group, the Belgian TSO that also works with Funzigherz in Germany. They made a report called Going with the Wind, and here there is a lot of interesting findings when it comes to collaboration across Europe. So I just want to kind of, I guess, put that out there so that people are aware. I can only recommend to have a look at this work. And it's, of course, also a bit more elegant to quote someone else than your own findings. What we are seeing here are some different colors. The dark blue means that you have a lot of offshore wind potential compared to your own consumption. And if you go towards the more, let's say, what do you call these colors? It's like turquoise, pinkish. Then you're kind of in the opposite side of the spectrum. I mean, I did not choose this color scale. It is, as I said, from Elia. But you can see here that a clear country that has a lot of surplus potential for offshore wind is the Nordics and also the Baltics. While contrary, you can see Belgium down there to the left here. And as I guess most of us know, there is an issue with having enough renewable capacity in Belgium because the country is not so big. And as you can see here, in terms of seabed, it's a very small seabed. And I just actually want to do a shout out to all the Belgians in the room, because Belgium doesn't have a lot of offshore wind capacity compared to the UK and Germany. But when you look at this map and you see the tiny seabed that Belgium has, it actually has by far the highest density of offshore wind per square kilometer. So here in Belgium, there's been really good work in ensuring that there is coexistence between the different needs so that you can actually build as much offshore wind as the system can absorb. So that I hope you will remember, that it's really something to be inspired by. And as we heard earlier today, Germany is the country to look to when it comes to permitting and how to speed that up. Belgium is the country to look to when it's about coexistence and making sure that you are making the best use of the seabed that you have available. That said, coming back to the funny colors, you can see that Germany and Poland, they are in the same kind of category as Belgium, meaning that these are countries that could really benefit from having energy imported to them. They don't have that much of a offshore wind potential compared to their consumption. And when I was asked about, or kind of, let's say, given the guidelines of what to speak to here, it was a wish to say something about what does it mean if we manage to unlock this collaboration. And here there are many sources, again, that can be used. It depends on, of course, many factors. But again, leaning on Elia, you have here some figures where you have a build-out of 440 gigawatt of offshore wind in a kind of more nationalistic perspective. I would even say that this is on the optimistic side. But then if you go for more cross-border collaboration, you're unlocking a further 50 gigawatts in addition. And you also see a shift, because what you do have in the kind of more nationalistic approach is that you build the wind farms very close to each other. And that means that you get a lot of wake effects. And wake effects are not so easy to explain maybe, but it essentially is the fact that after the wind turbine, the wind speed is reduced because you have actually taken energy out of the moving air. There is a theoretical limit, if I remember right, it's 59%. That's how much in theory you can take out of the wind. I think today, modern turbine, they take more or less 40% of the energy of the wind. But that also means that after the turbine, if you have then right after that another turbine, you're not going to manage to generate as much electricity. And this effect actually is quite long in the sense that you need quite a lot of distance for the wind to pick up speed again. And that means that if you put a lot of wind farms really close to each other, they start to give quite damaging shades to each other, which reduces the output. And to kind of really show how important this is, and I think also just to kind of showcase why it's such an impediment to actually make sure that we do come closer in collaborating on offshore wind, I will just bring some figures now looking at this square. So I will try to then focus on the German and the Danish situation. And we have some interesting data here. And I can say that I completely understand that policymakers can be quite confused by the roller coaster ride of how the offshore wind sector has developed over the years. You see the round dot in the German EEZ. These are a couple of areas that was auctioned out in the summer of 2023. And at that time, it was creating headlines that in addition to those 3 sites and a 4th site in the Baltic Sea, these sites gained or received concession payments of 12.6 billion euros for the right to build. Like, you would get the grid connection, but still there was no guarantee on the revenues. There was no price support. It was a merchant project. And that's, that's a lot of money for having the right to build offshore wind. And then 1.5 years later, we move across the border to Denmark. There are 3 gigawatt sites being put out for auction. And this area in Denmark is really among the best seabed areas you can find in the whole world, I would say, because you have very shallow waters, you have very high wind speeds, and the seabed is pretty straightforward to work with. And here, you also have no wind farms in front, so the wake losses are non-existent. These sites are not waked. But here, the conclusion after this, the bid deadline expired was there were 0 bids. And then the interesting question is, if you compare like the costs of building in these 2 different places, how does that compare? And I mean, if we had like the possibility, I would like to do like a little test of what the audience believes, but I will instead jump to the answer, which is a bit more boring. But we did a little internal calculation where we simply moved these wind farms in the German sites and moved them up to the Danish sites. You can here see that you need a longer grid connection, so you need to pay a bit more to have the longer connection cable. But mainly due to the fact that you don't have all these wake effects, we observed a 29 to 33% cost reduction for the exact same wind farm. And the main reason for that is because you avoid these wake losses. Another interesting finding is that when you reduce the wake losses, like you would do if you were to move that wind farm from German to Danish waters, is that the time that the wake losses are hampering your production is actually in the kind of middle wind hours. So when the wind speed is not super strong, but like, you know, it's a fair breeze. That's typically when you would earn the most value from the wind farm. Because when the wind is not so strong, there is typically not so much wind in this area of Europe, meaning that there is not a lot of injection of wind power, meaning that the prices are, relatively speaking, higher. And that means that there is also a revenue effect here. So we found that by moving the wind farm to the Danish waters, the revenue impact was 10 to 30%, just because that you avoid having these waked hours when you can earn the most money from producing electricity. And I think this goes to kind of the heart of why it's really important that we manage to get up from our silos and look across the borders and find solutions of how to do these investments together. We have a very good framework and long history of building interconnectors together. Of course, that's also under pressure, but I would say that we also urgently need a framework that can better handle these type of cross-border offshore wind projects. Because currently we're applying the interconnector framework to that, and that's a bit like using a hammer when you're trying to enter a screw. That's not a good match. You need a screwdriver, and we need that screwdriver to be invented, so to speak. So that's the last message from me. So with a clear message that we need to look across the borders, and I think this is highly relevant also in a Belgian context, where the seabed is that limited. Princess Elizabeth is under pressure, but I think there are strategic and important reasons to think beyond just the national borders here. And of course, the UK is a sad story in this with Brexit, but I also hope that we can move that forward in a bigger context, because we, as Europeans, we're losing value every day because of the interconnectors not being optimally used, because the market coupling is not there as it used to be. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, and thank you also for ending on market coupling and linking and interconnecting, because our next speaker is Christelle Verstraeten from NSOE, lately renowned for achieving Baltic synchronization, keeping the lights on in Ukraine and increasing the connection and the synchronization there. So you know a bit about where they've ended. So I'm happy to give you the floor, and we're listening with very great attention to you.
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of the Parliament, and esteemed colleagues. It's indeed an honor for me to be here also as a Belgian citizen. It's a pretty powerful room. But however, I'm here to discuss and present the role of NSOE, the Association of the European Network Transmission System Operator for Electricity, and the role that they play in shaping the future of the European electricity grids. The transition to a low-carbon energy system is one of the most significant challenges and opportunities of our time. And in this transition, NSOE is at the heart of ensuring that the European electricity grids is reliable, is resilient, and is fit for the energy demands of tomorrow. And so it's about, I need to move my slides actually, sorry. Let me check. I don't think so. Oh, yeah, good. Oh, now I'm one too far, sorry. Thank you. This one is important because it shows who we are. We represent 40 transmission system operator who operates in 36 countries, so we're actually beyond the European Union borders. The responsibilities of NSOE are to maintain a secure and coordinated operation of the European electricity system, which is one of the largest interconnected electrical grid in the world, but also to secure the grid needs for tomorrow. And so we acts to ensure that the energy system keeps the consumer at its center and it's operated and developed with climate objective and social welfare in mind. We do have a few legal mandates as well as NSOE. And as we navigate in the complexity of the energy transition, we're committed to ensuring that the grid operates smoothly, efficiently, and sustainably. And so beyond the day-to-day operations, we're tasked, as you can see here as well, with laying the groundwork of the grid of the future. And this involves to carefully plan for long-term energy needs, identifying the key infrastructure projects, and to mobilize the necessary investment to bring these projects to life. Today, I will take you through NSOE's role in grid planning, highlight the key recent achievements, like you just mentioned, the Baltic synchronization, our assistance to Ukraine, and also discuss the critical areas where we must focus our efforts in the coming years. But indeed, let me begin first with a major milestone that you're probably familiar with. I hope it's the successful synchronization of the Baltic states with the continental European electricity grids. This achievement was completed last February, and it marks a critical step in strengthening Europe's energy security and ensuring that the entire region benefits from more resilient and integrated grids. As you may know, the Baltic states, so Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, were historically isolated from the European power grid, operating within a separate grid system and connected to the Russian grid. While no commercial exchange were operated for many years, the two systems were still relying on each other for frequency management purposes. This created challenges for energy security and market integration. And through extensive collaboration, rigorous technical planning, and the support of the European Commission, NSOE coordinated the process of synchronizing the Baltic states with the continental European synchronous area. But this synchronization is not just a technical success. It represents European solidarity in action. It enhances the energy security of the Baltic states. It allows for better integration of renewable energy sources, and it boosts the overall stability of the European electricity grid. It also underscores the importance of the cross-border collaboration in energy infrastructure, which is at the core of NSOE mission. Another key area of NSOE involvement has been our support to Ukraine. Since the Russian invasion, NSOE has worked tirelessly to assist Ukraine in maintaining the stability of the electricity system. This has included synchronizing, again, Ukraine's power grid with the European network, which was achieved in March 2022. This emergency synchronization allowed Ukraine to continue exporting electricity to Europe, despite the ongoing conflicts, and then to import power when needed. Since then, we have worked very closely with Ukrainian authorities and energy operators to enhance the grid stability, to rebuild the damaged infrastructure, and to increase Ukraine's energy exchanges with Europe. The integration of Ukraine into the European grid also represents a long-term opportunity for Europe. It helps to create more secure and resilient energy system for the entire continent, as it lays the groundwork for further cooperation, particularly in areas like renewable energy integration and market development. Also to mention that Ukrenergo became a full member of NSOE last year. But let me move now to how we do work at NSOE to identify the missing links. Well, the energy system faces pressing challenges that must be addressed as we plan for the future of the European electricity grid. And these challenges include ensuring cybersecurity in an increasingly digitalized world. It's to keep the energy cost fair for citizens amidst of rapid transitions. It's to secure financing and regulatory frameworks for long-term grid investment. And it's to secure a strong supply chain to ensure the availability of the components and the materials. Additionally, the protection of physical infrastructure, especially in the regions like the Baltics and the North Sea, is becoming a more critical due to the emerging security threat. So despite these challenges, NSOE remains committed to provide a reliable, resilient, and sustainable grid to meet the Europeans' energy needs. And at NSOE, one of our primary responsibilities is to ensure that the European electricity grid is capable of meeting this future demand. So to this, we rely on our 10-year network development plan called TYNDP, just to make it short, a comprehensive blueprint that guides the planning and the development of Europe electricity infrastructure. The TYNDP helps us to identify the missing links by assessing the current infrastructure, by analyzing the future energy scenarios, and considering the need for new connections and reinforcements. This includes the evaluation of the integration of renewable energy sources, ensuring the system stability, and facilitating the market integrations across borders. Through this process, we can pinpoint where additional capacity is needed, whether it's in cross-border interconnection, in storage capacity, or in grid reinforcement within the countries. By using advanced modeling techniques and incorporating feedback from stakeholders, NSOE ensures that the TYNDP provides a clear and actionable roadmap for future grid development. This helps aligning investments with the needs of the energy systems and ensure that the European electricity grid remains reliable and flexible. So now some numbers. In the TYNDP 2024, which was released a few weeks ago, we have identified that to meet 2030 targets, it includes and requires an additional capacity of cross-border capacity of 80 gigawatt, combined with additional capacity of 56 gigawatt of storage. These investments are expected to save 8 billion euros per year in system costs and reduce by 19 million the tons of CO2 emissions annually, while also decreasing by 30 terawatt-hour of renewable energy curtailment each year. Achieving these targets will require 5 billion annually in investment of euros, of course, which creates significant economic value and make tangible impact on Europe's climate goals. Once we identify the missing links, the next step is setting the investment priorities. The TYNDP is instrumental in this process. It helped us to determine which project should be prioritized based on their impact on grid capacity, on renewable energy integration, and on security of supply. The prioritization process involves consultation with stakeholders, including transmission system operators, regulators, and policymakers. We prioritize the projects that will have the greatest benefits for Europe energy transition, and this includes cross-border interconnections that enable greater energy trading, infrastructure that support the integration of renewable energy sources, and the projects that enhance the resilience and the stability of the grid. By focusing on these projects, we can help and accelerate the transition to a carbon-neutral energy system while ensuring that electricity grid remain robust and reliable. Moving to 2030, towards the 2040, here the TYNDP outlines a need for 108 gigawatts of additional cross-border capacity, including 20 gigawatts of offshore hybrid corridors. Existing transmission and storage projects across the EU are expected to create 4.1 million jobs, according to our numbers, and generate 247 billion in GDP growth for Europe. But perhaps most importantly is that our conclusion demonstrates that each euro invested in the electricity grid is expected to translate into over 2 euros saved in the system cost by 2040. This means that our investments not only create more sustainable and reliable grid, but they also bring net economic benefit that significantly reduces the overall cost of operating Europe's electricity systems. So by prioritizing this investment, we're not just building for the future, we're also generating immediate and long-term savings for citizens and business across Europe. A few words about the key areas for additional grid investments from a geographical point of view, as this is also part of our work. Southeast Europe, one region where significant investment is needed is Southeast Europe, for sure. The TYNDP identifies several projects aimed at improving cross-border interconnections. The Trans-Balkan Corridor, for example, seeks to enhance the interconnection capacity between Romania, Serbia, and Bulgaria, facilitating the integration of renewable energy and improving electricity flows across the region. These investments are essential for enhancing the reliability and the resilience of the Southeast European grid. In the Iberian Peninsula, NGOs is focused on increasing the interconnection capacity with France and other neighborhood countries. The Iberian-French interconnection project aims to boost the integration of renewable energy and improve the security of supply in the region. This project involves the development of new high-voltage direct current lines to enhance cross-border electricity flows. By improving grid connectivity in this region, NGOs is helping to create more integrated European electricity markets. The North Sea, already discussed today, is emerging as a key hub for offshore wind development, and NGOs is prioritizing investment to connect offshore wind farms to the mainland grids. The North Sea Wind Power Hub project is one of the most ambitious initiatives in the region. It aims to create an offshore grid that connects multiple offshore wind farms to mainland while also serving as an interconnector between the countries. As mentioned earlier, the Baltic synchronization project has been key achievement for NGOs. Going forward, we will continue to invest in the region to ensure that the Baltic states are fully integrated into the European electricity grids. And this includes upgrading the infrastructure, developing new interconnectors, and ensuring stable frequency control across the region. In addition to these areas, NGOs focus also on investing in other regions where grid reinforcement is needed, and this includes areas with high renewable energy potential, such as Central Europe, where new transmission lines and upgraded infrastructure will be necessary to accommodate increased electricity flows from renewable sources. Now, to conclude, a few words about what are the priorities identified by NGOs in terms of supporting the grid development to meet those objectives. Well, first and foremost, I would say a clear and stable investment framework to finance the cross-border infrastructure. This will be essential for attracting the necessary capital to develop grid infrastructure. To realize these investments, it's essential to secure reliable and long-term financing. The scale of the investment is substantial, and NCOE is exploring multiple sources of capital to meet this challenge. This framework should provide certainty and predictability for the investors, ensuring that they will have confidence in the long-term viability of the projects. It includes financial support mechanisms such as subsidies, grants, tax incentives to reduce the risk for the developers, especially for offshore hybrid projects. Additionally, cross-border coordination is vital. Offshore wind projects often involve multiple countries. Establishing a coordinated investment framework that includes also non-EU countries when relevant will help to ensure the success of projects like interconnectors and hybrid offshore grids. Another key strategy is mobilizing private investment. We recognize that public support will be necessary to incentivize renewable energy deployment, but private investment will also play a crucial role in financing the grid infrastructure. To attract private investors, we must ensure that the regulatory framework offers predictable returns and accommodate anticipatory investments that align with long-term energy needs. In addition, we advocate for an increased EU funding through mechanisms like the Connecting Europe facility, which supports infrastructure projects that help to decarbonize European energy system. The second priority is the holistic planning approach. The planning process for offshore wind and transmission infrastructure must be holistic, integrating both onshore and offshore elements. Achieving a system-wide efficiency and decarbonization require coordinated infrastructure planning across all energy sectors. This system of system approach, where generation, transmission, distribution, and consumption are aligned, is necessary to optimize energy flows, integrate markets, and ensure grid resilience. To this end, NCOE and the TSO must expand planning tools to, like the TYNDP, to incorporate both onshore and offshore developments. Third priority, streamlining and simplifying permitting. The permitting process is really critical for timely deployment of new energy infrastructure. The current rules and administrative processes can be lengthy and complex, causing delays that threaten to derail progress on the energy transition. We support to simplify the simplification and the streamlining of the permitting process. By learning from countries like the Netherlands, for example, where maritime spatial planning has helped to reduce permitting costs and administrative burdens, we can develop more efficient permitting processes across the EU. Important as well to engage with the stakeholders in the process as early as possible and align energy planning with spatial planning to help mitigating potential conflicts. Fourth and last priority, a strong and reliable supply chain for components. This will be key to meet the needs for tomorrow's grids. It's vital for the entire supply chain to work together to respond in a coordinated way to these needs. It was already emphasized in the EU Grid Action Plan released by the Commission in November 2023. In this regard, NCOE has started to work together with the actors of the value chain, with TNT Europe, with Europa Cable, with the DSO entity, to launch a work stream in which the aim is to develop a common technology specifications and to improve the visibility of the grid projects pipeline to facilitate investment in manufacturing capacity and secure supply chains. Ideally, the reports on these activities will be presented in a few months. So, as a conclusion, the role of NCOE in planning and operating the EU electricity grid is pivotal as we transition to a low-carbon energy system. From the successful synchronization of the Baltic states to our ongoing support for Ukraine and our investment in key infrastructure projects, NCOE is helping to create a more resilient, integrated, and sustainable energy system for Europe. As we move forward, we must continue to prioritize investment in cross-border infrastructure to streamline the permitting process and to ensure reliable financing mechanism to support the energy transition. The work that we do today will shape the future of the European energy system and will ensure that we can meet the ambitious climate goals set out by the European Union. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Christelle. And then we go to our last speaker for this session, who is Michael Villa, Executive Director of Smart Energy Europe, who is not only smart, but only specializing in flexible demand of energy. So, Michael, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the invitation and the honor to be in this prestigious House of Representatives. Indeed, I'm Michael Villa. I'm the Executive Director of Smart Energy Europe, and I'm gonna focus on consumers that do not need to be passive players, but they need to be active, flexible players, and they need to play a key role in the clean energy transition. And when I'm talking about consumers, I'm talking about households, but also energy-intensive industries. Let's first clarify what is the organization that I'm representing. Indeed, I'm representing Smart Energy Europe, which is the voice of the flexible demand management industry. So it's really a clean tech industry, which is made of different businesses that are allowing consumers to activate their flexibility through technologies and services. It's not only aggregators, but there are also suppliers that are, for example, offering dynamic electricity price contracts, that are companies that are helping set up local energy communities, and also, indeed, technology providers of smart technologies to enable, indeed, consumers to be flexible. And indeed, my intervention is following the flow of Christian. This was mentioning on the role of flexibility from consumers, from the demand side, which is extremely important to support a system which is going to increase its daily, so short-term flexibility needs. And consumers can play a role in supporting that kind of system. But indeed, why it's extremely relevant to have consumers that have this key role? Because we are changing the power system from a very centralized energy system where we have big generation that was transmitted and distributed to consumers which were only consuming. Now, instead, we are shifting, and consumer can also produce on site, can consume in a time-dependent way, and then contribute to the system. So it's a bidirectional interaction with the system that they are connected to. So we can indeed have active consumers, so that are consumers that have only loads that needs to be adjusted, or prosumers that are indeed consumers which also on-site generation that can increase then their value, their flexibility, their demand-side flexibility contribution to the system. What is extremely important for consumers to be flexible? First of all, you need to have sources of this distributed, decentralized flexibility. And the first one, the more simple one, are controllable loads. In all our industries, in all our buildings, we have controllable loads. So loads that are related to the heating system, the air conditioning system, so it's our heat pumps, our heating system, our also white goods if you are looking at the loads in our homes. We are also having another type of decentralized energy resources that are the energy storage assets that could be deployed behind the meter, so in all the consumers' premises. And this can be home batteries. It can be also very large storage assets in industries, also energy-intensive industries, but also the batteries on wheels, so the electric vehicles, which are indeed other storage assets that consumers can use. And then the third type of decentralized energy resources are the small-scale renewable generation that can be in homes, in buildings, in industries. The free decentralized energy resources increase the flexibility potential of consumers. So consumers can be indeed flexible by only activating their controllable loads. So in this case, it will activate its own demand response. But a combination of these decentralized energy resources will increase the flexibility potential of a consumer. Having decentralized energy resources, however, is not enough. Decentralized energy resources needs to be able to reply to the signals that they are receiving from the system. And that's an extremely important element because in Europe, we have already, in our homes, just to give you an example of homes, so residential buildings, around 260 gigawatts of controllable loads. However, of these 260 gigawatts, only 5% is activated in a time-dependent way. The problem is that consumers are not receiving signals to activate in a time-dependent way their demand-side flexibility. And what are these signals? Signals can come from distribution system operators that they are connected to, signals from transmission system operators to keep the system in balance, but also systems from day-ahead, wholesale markets, intraday markets. The flexible management industry that I represent is the industry that is enabling to transform the signals that the system is providing into commercial offers for consumers to eventually engage with and react to. The extremely important element is that rewards, remuneration, benefits needs to be provided to consumers in order to activate their flexibility whenever is possible and in a voluntary based. So we are a modern concept of flexibility does not undermine the well-being of a household. We are never going to ask to a household to turn off its own heating system because of its systemic needs. The same applies for energy-intensive industry. A modern concept of demand-side flexibility will never require an energy-intensive industry to stop producing because of its systemic needs. But the question is identifying the volumes, the assets, the capacity that can be activated in a flexible way, activate that in a market-based way, in reaction to the system that are received or sent from the system, and activate that in a market-based way. So only if this is possible, so only if you are using the centralized energy source in a flexible, time-dependent way, then consumers will change their role from passive end users to active, flexible players. So it seems to be logical that why not? Well, this is not happening at the needed speed and volumes. So SmartN is annually monitoring the uptake of demand-side flexibility. And there are, of course, many schemes, as I was explaining before, to activate the flexibility. But we are very far from what are the volumes to activate the flexibility. And this is the latest snapshot of the reality from 2024. It's a publication that indeed is available online and it was published in February. And indeed, luckily, the ideal country where this is happening is outside the EU, is in the UK. Why this is not happening, if it might be indeed logical to go in that sense? There are 7 key barriers to activate demand-side flexibility. The first one is that system operators, so transmission and distribution system operators, are not using the flexibility of consumers. So they are either not creating markets, like local flexibility markets for distribution system operators to procure or use the flexibility of connected consumers, consumers. Or TSO, they have balancing ancillary services, but demand-side resources cannot participate. Some cases, it's because we don't have an aggregation framework. But the problem is that system operators do not trust, they do not have the markets, they do not require the flexibility potential that is from the connected consumers. Another major barrier is that other markets, like wholesale markets or capacity mechanisms, are also not open to demand-side resources, and indeed this is a problem for demand to adjust in a time-dependent way on the basis of fluctuation, whether extreme or positive or negative prices, which is extremely important to avoid indeed that peaking gas power plants, for example, are activated, and so it will reduce the wholesale electricity prices for all. Another barrier is that there are no retail price offers, so suppliers are not offering dynamic electricity price contracts or to consumers that have another type of implicit activation or implicit signals for them to react to the system. Or another barrier is that there are barriers to the operation of some of the businesses that we represent. So, for example, the aggregators of demand response cannot operate because there is no possibility for them to operate in some member states. Another major barrier is related to data. Demand-side flexibility is a data-driven business model. You need to have a lot of data, to have a lot of signal from system operators, from electricity markets, from consumers, and this needs to be done in as much harmonized, interoperable way across Europe in order to scale and replicate these business models seamlessly across the European Union. And the last, but not least, problematic element is that when looking at long-term plans like the TYNDP that Christelle was mentioning, many system operators are not valorizing the contribution of connected consumers to support the system, to provide the reliable resources. And this is a problem, because if you are not considering that, then investments that are related to these long-term plans are only considering other options and not the contribution that connected consumers can provide. The positive news is that over the past 2 EU legislatures, your colleagues in Brussels were able to shape a very comprehensive European legislative frameworks. We have 70 provisions already established to tackle all these barriers and to not only address this barrier, but also create enabling frameworks to support the activation of these flexibility from the demand side. From the 6 legislations, so some of them are very old, some of them are related to the electricity market design of 2019, others are more related to the latest package of reforms of, for example, looking at the energy performance of bidding directive, where there are new requirements to ensure that bidding automation and controls in buildings are also flexible ready, or the alternative fuel infrastructure regulation is requiring that any chargers of electric vehicles below 22 kilowatt in Europe must be smart. So it must be capable for normal power charging to react to signals, so that we are by default ensuring that the charging of electric vehicles, when it does not require fast charging, is done in a flexible way. Smart Energy indeed last year engaged in this effort, and here I have indeed the publication in my hands. It's pretty complex, 180 publication to explain all these rules and also to suggest how to implement these rules in an harmonized way as much as possible. Because indeed the most important point is that when implementing these rules, we cannot have 27 different schemes, because the industry that is behind would need to adapt into many different regional frameworks. And if we think that indeed each DSO will set its own local flexibility markets to solve congestion with the support of consumers, then we are going to have 4,000 different schemes. So this is not going to drive, this is not going to incentivize business models that are supporting consumers. But why it is urgent to activate the flexibility from consumers? This is a win-win-win for energy affordability, industrial competitiveness, and resilience. And this is, here I provide a few numbers from a publication that we made in 2022, looking at 2030 in the EU, with the assumption that indeed all the barriers that I was highlighting before are lifted. And the benefits are both for the energy system, to have a much more efficient system, but also for consumers. We will, indeed, if this is possible, eliminate 15.5 terawatt hours of renewable energy curtailment. So it's a reduction of 61% of the current curtailment cost if renewable generation is consumed in a flexible way. We will be also able to save 37.5 million of tons in greenhouse gas in CO2 emission if we are not going to activate anymore the gas peaking plants, because we are going to shift peaks in demand in a flexible way. So we don't need to activate anymore the peaking gas power plants. We will also avoid unnecessary investment of around 60 gigawatts of peak generation capacity, savings indeed 2.7 billion per year, if indeed we do not, if we shift and shave peak demand so that we do not have the unnecessary resources in generation to support that peaks in demand. And also we are gonna have a much smarter operation of grids. So indeed, if we are going to have just an increase in electrification and of passive electrification of demand, yes, in this case, we need to make a lot of investment in grid reinforcement. When instead, if we have much more efficient utilization of our networks, with the support of connected consumers, we can save up to 29.1 billion euros per year, thanks to a OPEX remuneration, thanks to a smart and efficient operation of our grids, thanks to the support of consumers. These are systemic benefits, but what about the benefit for consumers? I'm going to close. The consumers will also themselves benefit. Why? Because they will be able to reduce their energy bills, but they also could get remuneration if it is in reaction to systemic signals. And these are a few figures. So it's a win-win for the system and for the consumers. And if you want to know more, in Brussels on the 20th of May, we are going to have our summit, Great Expectation, and you are all welcome to join us. Thanks a lot.
I can completely not imagine that after so much explanation anyone has any questions left, which is a good thing because we also have no time left for questions, as we are kind of limited to our time slot for this building, and if we want to keep enough time for the next closing session, we'll have to end this one now. So any questions, I guess we can informally ask them whenever, or go to the event in May. So thank you very much. There's 15 minutes for a quick cup of coffee before we go into our final session now. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thanks for those who are still up and running. Next time we will do this roundtable as the first one, so to compensate. And then, so this is about heating and cooling. So we have Mathieu Balleux, who is the desk officer, who is holding the pen for this new heating and cooling strategy. So he will say us a bit what Commission has in mind. why is it important. Then I'm really pleased to have Hemi Baha from IEA. IEA has recently done a big geothermal basically analysis and also seeing what kind of new technologies bring new potentials. And we have Stadtwerke München, who is one of the front runners in Europe on geothermal, and then also seeing how geothermal and how they do to keep public acceptance, finance under control, permitting not going over 12 or 15 years, but less years. So I think it will be an interesting roundtable, and starting with Mathieu. No, we start with Mathieu.
Okay.
No, I changed it.
Oh, you changed it, okay.
Without telling
Okay,
you.
yeah.
As
Then I'll do the
always.
other PowerPoint.
As other-
Go up there, yeah, and there's a clicker. If it doesn't work, Mathieu, tell me, yeah?
In meinem Outline.
Good afternoon. A session for the connoisseurs, so it's great to have you here. Indeed, before we dig into the topic of geothermal, I wanted to take a step back and tell you about the importance of heating and cooling in the EU energy system, and why the European Commission believes that it's time for the next generation of policy on this topic. So I will talk about decarbonization and system integration and explain. I mean, you've heard about system integration, I heard in the previous session, but specifically on heating and cooling. And indeed, we are looking at heating and cooling strategy to be published at the beginning of next year. This was announced in the Affordable Energy Action Plan of the European Commission that was published this month. We're at the very early stages of this, so we cannot, of course, tell you much about what will be in there, but what I can explain is why we're thinking about publishing that heating and cooling strategy, and what are the specific issues that need attention in that context. So first, why heating and cooling? When we talk about decarbonization, when we talk about renewable energy, we tend to focus on electricity, and electricity has got most of the attention of policymakers for a long time. The Commission has been working to really put the place of heating and cooling more at the forefront of our policies. Half of all the energy we use in the European Union is to produce heat, to produce cold, either to heat space or for process heat. And most of it is still fossil, and the largest chunk of that is imported natural gas. It's an issue of affordability for consumers, because most of the energy used at home is for heating, most of the energy used by businesses is for space heating or for process heat in industry, and it's a matter of energy security for the EU. The best way to reduce our import dependency on gas is to improve the efficiency on how we use it for heating and to replace it with clean sources. And it's harder to decarbonize heat than to decarbonize electricity. It has been slower. It's more complex, it's smaller projects. You have to go in each building. It's less attractive in general for policymakers. It's very sensitive to the people. There's always a risk of backlash as well. It has been a difficult one. But heat is addressed in several pieces of legislation, especially the more recent ones, from the angle of energy efficiency, from the angle of renewable energy. So we have a lot in place already. And of course, heat is at the core of our vision of the energy system of tomorrow. So we have new renewable energy targets. We have increased immensely the ambition of our plans to deploy renewable energy. We have tripled what we imagined would be possible towards 2030. Between the initial ambition of the first renewable energy targets and where we are looking now. And it's the same for heat. If we want to achieve our target and to be on track to our 2050 decarbonization, we will need more than 40% of all our heat to come from renewable sources by 2030, and probably more than 70% in 2040. And it's not just about the amounts, but also how this system will work. We know that the system will be much more circular, and that energy will change shape in a way. You will have electricity that will be used more and more to produce heat, either directly or more and more with heat pumps by extracting heat from the ground with geothermal heat pumps, but also from water, from the air, and so on. We will have to exploit much more all the potentials for energy efficiency. We will also produce our energy, while today the flows are very one-directional. This is much more complex to manage, but it will also give opportunities, because we know that the energy system of tomorrow will be based on a big share of electricity use, lots of variable renewables, but with that heat system, if we manage it well, if we deploy efficient, flexible district heating systems, if we can pilot our heat pumps, we can make it much easier to manage that electric-based energy system. So it's really about having that picture clear of where we want to go and how to manage that energy system. And we know that much better than the last time we developed plans on the energy system of the future, which was in 2016 for heating and cooling at European level, and in 2020 for energy system integration. So we can now have that vision with more advanced understanding of how to get there. So what is needed to get there? The first thing is probably to think in an integrated way, to consider electricity, heat, and gas in the same picture. We have made big progress in looking at electricity and gas together and start modeling and planning our electricity and gas infrastructure together, because we know we will need much more electricity and that we are squeezing out fossil fuels. But now we have to bring electricity into that picture, in the model, heat into that picture. In the modeling, where is the heat demand? Where do we want to go for electric solutions? Where do we have geothermal energy, for instance, or district heating systems that run on waste heat, to balance that whole system and optimize it? And then bring that modeling into the concrete exercise of planning the infrastructure and investing into it. So that's a big challenge, because it really has to go down to the local level. And for local authorities, it's a very complex exercise. Of course, energy efficiency, we have to go for to max up energy efficiency, because the trajectory to get where we want to go is very challenging, and the energy we save, we don't need to produce or extract. We know that a lot will go through electrification, and when I talk about electrification, I don't just talk about electric boilers, but of course heat pumps. And flexibility, what I mentioned before, the heat storage, for instance, can provide long-term storage that you cannot at the moment have with battery systems. Exploiting as much as we can the potential for direct renewable heat, so that's geothermal, solar thermal, we have a whole range of technologies for that, and also using all the heat that is currently wasted from industrial processes, but also from data centers, the residual heat that you have in wastewater produced from cooling systems in hospitals and so on. If we plug all that wasted heat into the system, that's some more energy that doesn't need to come from other places. So how to get there? There's already a lot in place from the new policy framework and new European directives that were adopted in the past few years. And the impacts of that are not yet felt, of course. We're just at the stage of working with member states to help them transpose that into national legislation and help them understand how to best implement it. So we have new targets, not just for renewable energy efficiency in general, but even binding targets for renewable heating and cooling for the first time. We have introduced, through the Renewable Energy Directive, shorter permitting deadlines, simpler permitting procedures that includes heat pumps. There's an end. This year, the Energy Performance of Building introduced an end to subsidies for fossil fuel boilers, a big, because it's not only about the positive promotion, but also squeezing out the fossil fuels. And there's also in EU legislation now a signal for member states to work towards the phasing out of fossil boilers by 2040. So we are looking at that trajectory. buildings, of course, it's not just about the energy itself, but the usage. So new buildings will have to be zero emission buildings consuming only renewable energy, energy from efficient district heating systems, gradually expanding to all new buildings. So all that is in place. But there's a massive implementation challenge, as I mentioned. And for instance, the local heating and cooling plants. So the 1,000 biggest municipalities in the EU, the towns above 45,000 inhabitants, have to have local heating and cooling plans and implement them. It's easy for, I mean, I'm not saying it's easy. It's easier if you're a large city. It's much harder if you're in the smaller size of this, and there are lots of things that we can share. District heating and cooling networks, we have very modern ones in Northern Europe, but we have old ones that need to be refurbished, that might lose customers in Central and Eastern Europe. There's a massive cost to this, and they are very precious assets. So if people move to individual heating appliances, it's a lost opportunity. So how do we get that right and get them on that decarbonization path? New business models need to be created. We've seen, for instance, that renewable energy communities have been very successful to allow citizens to produce their own electricity. You can do the same for renewable heat. We need also long-term contracts, de-risking for renewable heat. And for that, there are things that exist, but the awareness is not necessarily there. And it's still expensive and complex to install a heat pump, for instance. The price of heat pumps have not really decreased, the ones you can buy. It's still a premium item. It's still complex to get there. The customer journey is very complex. You don't necessarily have installers. And the price of electricity is still way too high compared to the price of gas. So it still takes for individuals a long time to recoup their costs. So all of these will not instantly be addressed by the legislation that we have in place. We need more actions. We need to share best practice, and we need to find targeted actions to make it happen now, because if we want to reach our 2030, 2040 targets, we need that deployment now. So we are part of the work we are doing now with member states. We're discussing with them about the specific challenges, but the rest is what new actions the Commission is taking. So the action plan for affordable energy that was published earlier in March already outlines some axes for action. So lowering energy costs in general, the concept of affordability, and that concept of acting on electricity prices specifically. And it's also, in general, about building future-proof infrastructure, more integrated, more efficient, building efficient energy markets, continuing our energy union, and developing these business models and so on, and supporting also our industry, our value chains. The European heat pump industry is a strong European industry. We don't want to lose that and to lose that competitiveness. So the two future actions that I want to mention that have been announced for 2026 are a heating and cooling strategy and an electrification action plan. And these will be in parallel to address these challenges and to support basically this furthering of efficiency, integration, and affordability, and specifically on heating and cooling, support that implementation and set out really that pathway towards 2040. Thank you.
Good, so questions? So I think you were extremely clear. So then we move over to Mr. Bahar from IEA. So IEA, well-known advocate and basically advisor to governments in a lot of parts of the world. And they have done recently a study on geothermal, which we thought was also interesting for the picture in Europe. Are we ready with the slides?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm here to talk about geothermal, which is a bit of a forgotten technology all around the world. I would like to follow up on Europe's, when we talk about electricity at the IEA, the room is full and everybody's interested. When we talk about heat and geothermal and bioenergy and solar thermal, the room is half full or not full at all. I think this shows a little bit our role and everybody's role in that the importance of these sectors, and we need to promote them, because only 19% of European energy demand is met by electricity. The rest is transport and heat, which will be, and the electrification rate of Europe is not going fast enough compared to other markets actually to be able to decarbonize rapidly with renewables. But geothermal is an option, and the new geothermal, or we call it next generation geothermal, is an important option. It already provides, if you can switch my slides, it already, great, I can control it. It already provides an important versatile energy that we actually not looking at this way. It accounts less than 1% of global energy demand, but it can provide a low temperature through the heat pumps, which is available absolutely everywhere. It can provide district heating. It can produce electricity. It can also use by direct use as a heat. And the story of geothermal within the IEA, it's been decades, but why we did this study last year, there are 3 reasons. The first reason, probably I should thank the Hungarian presidency, who actually pushed a lot this agenda now is taken by the Poland, which is quite good. The second point is the innovation that is happening all around the world, especially in the United States and in Germany today, which I'll talk about later. But also an important part that we are increasing wind and solar PV at a pace which is quite rapid, and we need to integrate them somehow, and you have these other technologies that can actually provide this. And today, when we talk about next generation technologies, I'm not going to talk about traditional geothermal because we all know what it is, because the future, according to us, will be these next generation technologies. One next generation technology, but you can see in the classic conventional hydrothermal, but one important technology is through the enhanced geothermal systems, which basically is an oil and gas technology through hydraulic fracturing, creating an artificial reservoir to produce an exchanger, basically hot and cold water under the ground, and basically creating a solid heat structure that can be either generate heat, or if you have high heat, you can generate power. So obviously hydraulic fracturing scares everybody in the room because it's banned in Europe, but actually it's not banned in Europe, it's banned for oil and gas generation in many parts of Europe. There are some European countries actually allow this for heat. There are several examples already today. So, and this is an interesting technology. The largest plants and innovation is going on in the United States. And today, a company in the United States is building a 400 megawatt commercial technology based on this that will generate electricity, which is a massive. And then they were able to reduce the cost between the first well and the 20th well, but already 50%. So we are talking about an incredible innovation that is going on in terms of cost reduction. The other one doesn't include hydraulic fracturing. It's called closed-loop systems or advanced geothermal systems. There's a project in Germany today developed by EUFORES, which drills down 5,000 meters vertically, 3,000 meters horizontally, and creating a radiator in this horizontal part of the ground to use the heat to heat the water and pump it back up. This project will be online in the coming years. It's for heating purposes, to feed into the district heating. It's a quite interesting technology, very expensive today. The project is 5.6 megawatts. It's quite small, but what they achieved is an incredible innovation. because not only that they were able to drill 5,000 meters under the ground, which is quite impressive, also 3,000 meters horizontally, but creating an exchanger and already proven that this technology doesn't need any hydraulic fracturing, which is suitable for many European countries. And at the IEA, we looked at, okay, we are talking about these technologies, the next generation technologies. What is the technical potential of geothermal? Because when we talk about geothermal, we only talk about Japan, some parts of the United States, Iceland, Indonesia, Philippines, Kenya, some parts of Latin America, and we stop the discussion because it's not available anywhere else. But if you go deeper, as you can see in this picture, beyond 5,000 kilometers, you actually unlock a technology that has a technical potential which is much bigger than onshore and offshore wind combined. This is quite an impressive technical potential. I'll come to the economic potential afterwards, but it's second after solar PV, which is quite impressive in our opinion. And not only that there is a lot of potential, this map shows you what resources are available, yellow dots, classical resources that I mentioned at the 2,000 meters, what resources are available at 4,000 meters, and what resources are available in the world at 7,000 meters. So, which means that beyond 5,000 meters, you can drill anywhere, including central Brussels, more or less. I mean, we're exaggerating. It's very difficult to drill. But if you go deep enough, you have the drilling technology that can do this, which is being developed today. You can actually access heat, especially for low to medium temperature heat for industry, but also for electricity. And obviously, the role of oil and gas industry is quite critical. When we talk about drilling, it's quite funny to talk in this forum about oil and gas industry, but their role is tremendous because they know how to drill wells to extract oil and gas. And already in the conventional geothermal technologies, we know that the overlap in terms of the evaluation, planning, management, and drilling completions are their business, bread and butter basically. It's already 60% of overlap for the geothermal industry. But when you move to enhanced geothermals and closed-loop systems, we are seeing significantly higher overlap, up to 80%, which means that every dollar that you will invest in these technologies, 80% more or less is overlaps with the oil and gas industry's bread and butter skills, knowledge, and so on and so forth. So this has two impacts. The first one is obviously oil and gas industry's entry into the business will change all the dynamics. And it's also an alternative business for them to use their skills and expertise and also financial capabilities to invest in geothermal. And how we can decrease the costs. Today, the plants that I talked about have very high costs. Just to give you an example, it's around 6,000 kilowatt USD per, $6,000 per kilowatt. Just to compare that, this is almost 20 times more than solar PV today in terms of investment cost. And when we look at levelized cost of energy, we are talking about today for these electricity generation technologies around $250 to $400 per megawatt hour or euros per megawatt hour. It's very similar today. So we are talking about an expensive technology because there are 2 projects only are done so far for these next generation technologies. But there are important opportunities if oil and gas industry enters into this or doesn't enter into this. So we can see some cost reductions in terms of drilling and completions if we leave the geothermal industry on its own. But if we actually make oil and gas industry, convince them to invest in this geothermal technology in terms of spillover effects, economies of scale, and research and innovation knowledge that they already know in terms of wells that they drilled and the technical knowledge that they have, we can see the cost reduction by significantly divided by more than 4 in the coming years. And this makes the difference and makes the geothermal technology interesting for both heating and electricity generation. And just to show you in LCOE terms, by 2035, which means in 10 years from now, if we follow this cost reduction pathway, we can see geothermal levelized cost of energy to go down as low as $50 per megawatt hour. I'm talking about these next generation innovative technologies. So $50 is comparable to many dispatchable technologies in the world. It's comparable to solar PV today, wind today. It's comparable to, in some very high resource prices, solar PV plus battery today. So it's kind of an interesting pathway. And for those who think that this is an ambitious cost reduction pathway, we actually seen this cost reduction pathway for solar PV. I remember 15 years ago, the PV electricity generation was more than $200 per megawatt hour. And in technical terms, nobody was expecting that it can go down to $30 today in many parts of the world and 50 to 70 in places in Europe where there is no sunshine. So we are talking about an incredible achievement through scaling up the technology and every year making the technology more and more innovative. So why not for geothermal the same trend? And if we see those reactions and if you put those cost models into IEA's long-term scenarios, today at these costs, geothermal cannot be competitive with any dispatchable technology in our models. Even though you have climate targets in our models, model will not build geothermal because it's too expensive. Even though with certain support levels, it will be quite limited. But if we see these cost reductions, you can actually build more than 800 gigawatts of geothermal. This is for electricity generation, another 600 gigawatt for heat generation, or this can be used both heat and power, so depending on the use. You will see an incredible amount of growth. Today's global geothermal installed capacity is 15 gigawatts, 15 only. So we are talking about a massive increase of growth here. And this huge market potential, what does it mean in terms of investment? It means actually a lot. 1 trillion cumulative investment by 2035 already, so 10 years from now. Electricity and heat combined. We are here, industrial heat and CHP analysis. But also, it can actually provide 15% of global electricity generation growth if we talk about, if we install these 800 gigawatts for electricity generation. So this is an important number, and geothermal can provide from 0.3% of global electricity generation to more than 9% of the electricity generation by 2050, and with a 1 trillion investment that can be achieved in the short term. And this is obviously an important technology to consider. Although the cost high, I think for policymakers, helping geothermal to go through this death valley situation where the innovative technologies can be stuck is an important one to consider. And what can be done? In the report, we are basically analyzing different challenges and policy solutions for multiple geothermal technology challenges. And one of the most important one, and I think in Europe we were able to do this, as Ursula von der Leyen in the written speeches mentioned geothermal as a technology option, and we see more and more policymakers talk about geothermal in Europe, which we are working with, which is a very good development. So putting that high in the agenda for both energy security reasons and for others, it will be an important way to go forward. And we need to obviously mobilize some grants and aid to make these innovative projects going through that valley of technology and to make first scalable projects available so that we can actually see these projects reducing costs where the industry can invest. Thank you very much.
Maybe you stay a second if we have if we have a question at this point of the day. Not really. So I may have one. So you compare it with PV, but PV is a semiconductor technology which has, of course, very fast innovation times. So Isn't it a bit over-optimistic to, because I remember the big solar thermal mirrors, we thought also that the cost would come down, but then at the end of the day, it never happened because it is construction, it's mechanics, and it's much more difficult to get to this kind of cost reduction. So what makes you optimistic?
So what makes me optimistic? There are probably one or two main reasons. The first one, for the first time, we are seeing more than 50 startups developing innovative drilling technologies located in Japan, Europe, and in the United States and Canada. This did not exist before. There's obviously a lot of money that is being invested to these startups to be able to create new drilling techniques that actually doesn't do touch-based drilling. They are developing laser micro drilling technologies to be able to drill more efficiently without that much of hydraulic movements. So that's one of the things that are being developed that gives us hope, because obviously it can fail like any other technology innovation, but there are a lot of those companies that came to a workshop at the IEA, which we attracted 120 people physically in the room just to discuss geothermal technology, which initially we booked a room for 20 people. So there's obviously a large interest by the industry to be able to develop this, and all the oil and gas companies were present in this meeting. So I think there is some hope that is building around that, which makes us optimistic. And what makes us optimistic as well is the cost reduction that the current startup companies are publishing transparently over the last year. It's an impressive development how they manage to drill faster, cost effectively, and deeper to access the heat that is available everywhere under the ground and can have a lot of options.
Thank you. Just a quick question. My name is Rebecca Soboy. I'm from Hungary, and I just don't really know, I mean, if you take this closed loop heat exchange methodology, then how does it look like? I mean, on the spot where you drill in, you need how big area you need, and on the spot where, 3 kilometers further, you take out the hot water, and what do you do there with it? I mean, I guess it's not about heating buildings, but you put a power plant on it, or what? Thank you.
So this closed loop system that you have in Germany today, it's around 6 megawatts that is being developed. It's quite a small area actually. It's very close to the actually a living area. It's not far away. Of course, it's not in downtown, but it's an area where it is closer, because you see the picture from there. There are inhabitants around. It will also feed into the district heating system. Exactly, so there's already an infrastructure to that, but it can also generate power. Because the important thing about this closed loop technology is that at those depths, 5,000 meters, you have incredible temperatures that you can achieve. In those incredible temperatures, you can actually, and they are using just pumping water. They tried multiple chemicals, which one is much more conducive or not, but they decided the water is the most efficient and cleanest way of doing it. And then you can actually, once you have the hot water out, you can do anything you want with it. You can feed into the district heating system, you can directly connect it to an industrial heat systems, or you can actually do it in a closer to power generation. So that's the part. Just give you an example, during the drilling process of this project, they were so sure about that they can access the heat because there is no resource uncertainty at that point, because they will go deeper, they will get it. They start to build the surface infrastructure before finishing the drilling. So they know that the heat is there, so that's why there's no resource uncertainty at that point.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Bahar. And then we move over to Munich. I think Munich is not about the future, it is happening today, what I understand. Munich is not about, what you are doing is not the future, it's already happening today. Huh? I want to give you more courage.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you for the introductions you gave to this great technology, and I'm really happy to be here and give you some best practices because we are talking about the future and we are using the future in Munich. And I want to give you also the impression why it's so important. Because at the moment, 50% of the final energy are used for heating. And up to now, only or less than 80% of this energy, or more than 80% of this energy is still fossil. So this is why it's so important that the energy or transition is also a heat transition, that both things are thought together, and that we also, when we think about energy transition, that we also think about heat transition. So when we go to Munich, and I just want to give you some idea about my company, because I'm not sure if you know Stadtwerke München. You probably know Bayern München, so the football club, but Stadtwerke München is the municipal utility company. And the city of Munich has 1.5 million citizens. So, and you see my company, we are serving our citizens with power, with heat, with public transport, with drinking water, also with internet, with fiber optic cables, high-speed internet, and also with swimming pools. And you see, when we just put all grids together, and we have a lot of grids, we will span our grids one time around the globe. So the largest grid is our internet grid. It's 17,000 kilometers. And for example, the heating district heating grid is 1,000 kilometers. So you see, we have a lot of grids which we use and which we need to maintain and which we need to expand. And we keep the city running with 11,000 employees. So when we come to geothermal energy, I just want to give you some idea why it's so interesting for us and why it's not only future but already established technology, because our first plant was, we just started with our first plant to get it in use 20 years ago. So we have geothermal plants running for 20 years now. So you see, we already heard that we have to drill quite deep. In Munich, we don't have to drill so far. We don't need to go 7,000 kilometers down, but we need 3,000 meters down. And then we will reach this layer, the blue layer you could see on the graph. This is the layer. This is basically also a river, if you see it on the left side on the graph. But during the Ice Age times, there was a glacier, and this river was somehow, or this glacier had this certain stone area was just put down until 7,000 meters. So you see, we can just reach this water. This is part of the water, and you see, depending on the deep step, we just reach different kind of temperatures. So it can be 65 degrees Celsius up to 140 degrees Celsius or even higher. This is what is interesting for Munich, and this is what we know, and we did a lot of seismic measurements, and we know that we have this water available below Munich. So, and if you have a look at this graph, you will see we have at the moment 6 geothermal plants in operation, and the 7th is just in under construction. And you see that we are using plants for power and heating, or plants just for heating. And you see that we also use plants with different geothermal temperatures, or the water of the geothermal water we are using has different kind of temperatures, starting from 80 degrees Celsius up to 140 degrees Celsius. The higher temperatures are able to be used for power generation. The lower temperatures are just used for heat production. For us, we just learned for heat production, temperatures around 100 degrees Celsius are quite good. because this temperature is quite good for all the materials we are using in these plants. And it's also a good temperature, just directly put it in our district heating system. So this is a temperature which can be applied quite well in our systematic. What is interesting, the last plant, which we just took in operation 2 years ago, we support 75,000 citizens with this one plant with heat. So, and it is around 80 megawatt thermal power. So this is really an interesting option for us to serve the city with this technology. But we still have a lot of things to do, and this is why it will not stay with these 7 plants, which are now in progress, but we will build a lot of more plants. But you can see all the plants are somehow, the shape or the appearance of the plants is different. It's depending if they're somewhere directly in the city or city center, then you just have to have them in a nice appearance. Or if they're on the countryside, then we just don't have to put so much effort in the appearance. The last plant which we are building, or the recent plant, it's the left one on the top. It is in a swimming pool area. So this is really interesting because we will use this facility as a hybrid usage. We have this heating geothermal plant, and just next to it we have our swimming pools. And our customers will come and swim, and also during the whole construction process, this area is used hybridly for construction and still for leisure. And this is how this kind of plants needs to be built in the city, because we don't have so much space, and there's always necessity to find hybrid usages. So here you have a good overview. And if you go to this slide, you will see this is our challenge. So you see we're 2025 at the moment, and you could see the different shades of colors in this graph. We have the light gray shade. This is still our gas turbines, which are producing the thermal energy. Below you have the dark gray. This is from waste burning plants. This energy we will always have in a certain amount, which we can't somehow eliminate because we have to burn the waste in Munich. But then you have this really bright green, and this is the power which we want to generate with geothermal plants. So you see, we will build a lot of plants, and you will see we will also use huge heating pumps for these geothermal plants, somehow to generate even more heat from these systems. We don't calculate to get hydrogen to Munich, not before the 2040s, and so this is really a thing which is quite late, and so this is why we just definitely need another option to create decarbonized heat, and this is why geothermal power is for us the perfect option. We will build to reach this target for 2040 to decarbonize our heat. We would probably need 10 more plants to make it possible. So this is what we are doing at the moment. We are just looking for areas, and we are creating contracts with communities around Munich to get partners and to build these new plants. And to give you also some figures, and this will show you what we need to do to get a kind of decarbonization of our heating system. It will, on the one side, also has a necessity to build the geothermal power plants, but on the other side, we also need to expand our district heating system. And you could see, as I mentioned before, and we have 1,000 kilometers of cistern at the moment, and to distribute the heat to all our customers, we need to build 600 kilometers more to come to a grid of 1.6 kilometers, 1,600 kilometers, which is really a huge grid, which is about 60% more than we have at the moment. And but for us, we just made this transformation plan, and we could see that it's basically possible to transform our systems, but it will also take a huge investment. So we, as you could see on the right bubble, we calculated the investments for the grid and for the plants for 9.5 billion euros. So this is really a huge effort for our company. And as you said, Mathieu, beforehand, it is really important. We don't only have the heating grid, but we also have the power grid in our company, and we also have the power systems which need to be expanded. And if you calculate both systems, the expansion of both systems, we are around 15 billion euros, and this is really a huge amount. And so this is why it's for us very important to separate the heat transition from the power transition. So these are the important parts, and for the citizens, this is the picture. Every citizen in Munich can just use the address where they're living, and they will get from the city an option what kind of decarbonized heat these citizens can use. So it can be a centralized heat system, like district heating combined with our geothermal plants, or it can be a decentralized heat systems with heating pumps. So, and every citizen can find out what system is the most perfect system for them in the area they're living. And this is done from our city, and we have done the complement of it. It's our transition plan. And you could see the area which is in this orange color. This is the area that is quite the center of Munich, which will be serviced with district heating. And the green fields, these are the areas which we are still investigating if we will use district heating or if we have some local heating systems. And the blue and yellow areas, they don't have so much heat density, so more single homes. There we will have heat pumps, which will be used to decarbonize the city. So this is also really important for us because this helps us just to have a clear view on the heating necessity of the city. And this can help also the energy supplier, like companies like us, just to know how we will transform the plan. So this is in Germany. We are, I think, one of the first cities that this heating map and the transformation map is ready. The other cities have time till the end of 26 to generate this heat map. And for the smaller communities in Germany, they still have time till 28 to also make their heat map. And I think this is the first part of changing the systems to understand what kind of necessity you have for your heating distribution. And then the power distribution is then the second part. So this is why it's really important to connect these systems. So this is what I brought for you, just as a kind of encouragement that it's possible, that you can use geothermal energy, that it's running quite, you can rely on it because we're relying on it since 20 years, that you can just serve a lot of people with one plant, and that you can also build these plants in the city, close to the building, to the houses in the city. And these are really important news and options for the heat transformation.
Thank you very much. And then questions?
Yes, Ola Elvestuen from Norway in the parliament there. I really have just one question. I think it's very impressive what you're doing. And my question is really, do you get a lot of interest from other cities on what Munich is doing, both in Germany and Europe and also internationally?
Just repeat it. Sorry, I didn't.
Do you get a lot of interest from
yes.
other cities
Yes, sorry.
that look at what you, because it seems very comprehensive, and
Yes.
I've not heard anything as comprehensive as this from other cities.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely we do. And we have this Heating Act in Germany, which is a new law which was introduced last year. And this is somehow every huge city needs to create this heating map. And the smaller cities have to do it a bit later. But I think this is really important, and we did it. We have a quite good relation to our city, and the city is responsible for the map. And we, as an energy or heat supplier, we are responsible for transformation of our system. This is really a great opportunity, and we have a lot of people coming to Munich to see it, and just to show how it could work. Yes.
Questions? Maybe I put a question. So how do you, if now I'm living in the city center and I'm on gas and I want to go over to a heat pump, but your heat network will come in 10 years.
Yeah.
So am I allowed to have a heat pump, or do I have to wait? Because I think that's one of the most difficult questions, is kind of Wärmevorranggebiete, so this kind of obligation, and how much choice can we give to the consumer?
So I go back to this map because with this map on the left side, we give some time areas. So we just give the people which we with the citizens which we start at 25 or this year, to expand our district heating system. We let them know. So we have some kind of 2-year steps where we show to which place in the city we will come with our heating system. And so we somehow can include the citizens into this transformation. And this is what our sales team is doing. So they are informing all the citizens who are living in this area that we are coming. And but for sure, as you said, Claude, it's, there is a gap, because not everyone could be served right up front, because we also need the new geothermal power plants to have the decarbonized heat, and we need the district heating grid, which needs to be built. And at that time, for sure, people can somehow switch to a heating pump, or somehow they can try to renew at least, or repair, I would say, repair their gas heating system at home. Yeah, this is the dilemma we have.
Thank you very much for this impressive work that you are doing. My question is on the financing side, because these projects are quite expensive. It takes long. There's a permitting part which is long, which is a risk. How do you finance these projects, the first part? And the second component is obviously, are the customers happy with the price of heat that they get? I get a geothermal heat for my home in Paris, downtown. There's a geothermal district heating in Paris, downtown, extremely cheap, I must say, compared to electricity, even in the French prices of electricity, which are quite low. And it's a lot of additional comfort. So how do you make this investment, which are huge, and how customers feel about it in terms of the price that you provide to them?
We have a kind of financing support in Germany. It's called Bundesförderung effizienter Wärmenetze. So it's a kind of funding of the government, and they fund up to 40% of networks and plants which decarbonizing heating plants, or biomass plants and so on. And so this is really important for us to have this funding, because if we just compare the prices since we built our first plant 20 years ago, and then the building prices, how much they went up, and the prices for the area you need to build the plant on in the city, so these are really huge costs. And then the second thing is what you mentioned, It is unfortunately not like you build a solar power plant. It takes a lot longer. And in Germany, we have a lot of bureaucracy and long approval processes. So that at the moment, the reality is that we need 12 years from the beginning of the planning somehow to the moment when we somehow can start to use the heat out of the plant. And only 20% of this time is building time. The rest is approval time and getting all the things together. And this is really an issue. My company, we have still a good financing situation, but for sure we are the number 6 biggest or largest utility company in Munich, in Germany. And for sure it's not for everyone. And this is really something which is important. And for sure, as you said, the price of the centralized heat is also an issue. There's a lot of debate about it in Germany, because if you just somehow connect it to centralized heat, you have to use it, and the prices have to be fair. And at the moment, the prices of district heating are still connected to fossil fuels, the price of fossil fuels, because there's a kind of, it's really a complicated formula how the prices are calculated. And unfortunately, at the moment, also there is a kind of part of this formula which is connected to gas and to oil, and this is a thing which needs to be somehow recreated soon.
Thanks for the great presentation. I didn't see sources of waste heat in your projections for the heat supply of your networks. What is the reason for that? Not economic, no good business case?
You meant in this
yes.
The waste?
So not from waste incineration, but for instance, reusing heat from industrial processes, from factories nearby or from hospitals?
We don't have it much in Munich. We don't have. We only have this heat from the waste burning or waste transformation, but we don't have huge computing centers or huge industry in Munich. So basically, there is no other heat which we could use. So we only have one biomass plant, which is this dark green plant. But you see, we will not go in much more into this technology because we have to get some wood and have it available in a certain area around Munich, and this is for us not feasible.
More questions? If not, thank you very much to you, and to you. I think it was a dense but fast ride through possibilities of geothermal and also the importance of heating and cooling, and we are all curious to see and what Commission will come up with in early 26. And then Bruno, take back the seat where you were used before to speak from. So Bruno will close the conference.
Thank you, Claude, for the opportunity, for the invitation, for giving me this chance. You can see all what I said here in the 20 years ago on YouTube. Probably don't do it. I want to thank you all. First of all, those here that stayed until the very last moment. Would have been funny to be here alone. I also think it was interesting until the very last moment, but sadly we cannot do every subject and every topic and every panel at the same time on the first morning when everybody is nice and awake. But I do know that for those that have caught one, several, all of these panels, I think there's one thing I keep realizing when I attend events like this, and I've been doing it for a very, very long time, that is that if you look at the progress we have made in the last 20 years and the speed at which that progress is accelerating, if you look at where we come I've been in politics in Belgium at a time when solar PV was something we had to pay people to put on their roofs. We had to subsidize them. Today, I drive through Europe and I see places where solar PV panels are installed literally vertically against the wall because they are so cheap that even that is profitable and brings in money and is cheaper than producing electricity in another way. I think we have come a long way, and what has changed in the meantime is that more and more I also see, and too few people realize it, maybe we need to say it a little bit more, that there is also today a growing industry building around this. Whether it is developing geothermal technology, whether it is building wind farms and turbines, installing them, whether it is building the whole grid equipment, cables, you name it, that we have, whether it is developing the software for it, whether it is electrical cars, whether it is battery technology, there is a huge value chain building around renewable energy, around energy efficiency systems, around flexibility systems, and there are new business models appearing every day. And we need that, but most of all we need to realize that those are opportunities that are building on things we have in Europe, that technology that we have in Europe, knowledge that we have in Europe, in many cases also materials that we have in Europe, and where we can keep the value in Europe for the benefit of our citizens and the benefit of our industry. And I think that is something we need to say more, be aware of more, and develop even more. And I was going to say that 6 months ago, because actually that is kind of the basis of what is in the Draghi report, that it is that we need to do. I would say it even more today, where in this very fast evolving and moving world, it is clear that in Europe we are more and more on our own when it comes to energy policy. Again, few people realize it, but we have built our energy landscape and our industries on a reality that no longer exists. For literally 200 years, we were the ones that controlled energy. We had the Industrial Revolution because we controlled coal, and we were the first ones to use it in an industrial scale. After the Second World War, we built, with the help of the United States and for the benefit of the United States, a landscape where we controlled oil. Today, that is no longer the case. We are, for the very first time in history as Europe, on our own, left to our own devices and our own resources. So all the more reason to be happy about the fact that so much is possible, so much is growing, so much is evolving and developing into real opportunities to make our lives better, to build on our prosperity, and to do that for the benefit, again, of both our businesses and our citizens. And I hope that events like this can help us all to take something away from that, about the opportunities, but also about the challenges, whether it is in our relationships with Norway and the UK, whether it is towards developing those grids, whether it is to using better what we have today. There is lots of work to be done, but there is a clear horizon and a real clear point on the horizon that is a bright point on that horizon. And that means that we have somewhere to go to and something to hope for. And so, without further ado, as it is said, since we are being kicked out of this building, or Jan has to pay a lot more if we stay after 6, I will now end this event. Hope to see many of you again at future EUFORES events. I think that Jan still wants to tell you where you can find us next. Thanks all for your contributions. Thanks for your attention. Thanks for your questions. Thanks for coming, and see you again.
So also from my side, to close things, just 3 things. First of all, yesterday, European Parliament, amazing event, and this wouldn't have been possible without the help of our presidents in European Parliament, the extended board members in EUFORES, the teams. The same goes here, the members of the Belgian Parliament, the Vice President of the Parliament. The whole team of the Belgian Parliament is amazing. Then I wouldn't have survived it without my team in the EUFORES Secretariat. Pedro is there, Silvia are there. Big round of applause for them as well, please. And even if we're not so many anymore, the interest all over Europe to follow this was huge. Some parliaments could not come because of plenary votes. They wanted to travel. Others wanted to follow online. It was not possible technically live, but this was all recorded, will be published, so people will follow up. We will distribute this. Also, all the PowerPoints will be published in the coming days. We will send you a follow-up email so that you can make use of the material. Yeah, and the plan is we're working on the next Inter-parliamentary meeting, if we're lucky, end of the year, together with the Danish Council presidency. So that would be wonderful to see you then in Copenhagen, but we'll keep you posted. So thanks a lot, and now let's have a nice, lovely weekend. It's 20 degrees outside.